Hey guys, Fallout here, and I want to very quickly talk about the new Destiny patch 2.0.1. As many of you know, update 2.0.1 removed shot package on all shotguns in the game, so what I wanted to find out right away was, how far away can you be from your enemy and still get a one-hit kill with a max range shotgun? The gun I'll be using is my Year 1 Matador with max range and max impact. Last week it had shot package, and now with 2.0.1 it has the surrounded perk. So, with shot package, here's how far away I had to be standing to get a one-hit kill on a max armor enemy. Now, without shot package in 2.0.1, this is how far I have to be standing to get a one-hit kill on a max armor enemy. If you're thinking, that doesn't really seem like a big difference at all, well, you're right, it's not. Look at the two side by side. Almost not really a difference at all. I went into the Crucible with my Matador, and to be honest, everything kind of felt the same. I was still tearing people apart at good range in one hit. For the moment, it looks like shotguns are still going to be really beast in PvP. If Bungie wants to make a bigger change to shotgun usage in the Crucible, they're probably going to have to do something a little more drastic, like maybe reduce the max range that shotguns can hit overall. Hey guys, Fallout here, and I wanted to provide a really quick update to my latest video about shotgun range to kill after the 2.0.1 patch. So, let me give a thank you to YouTube user Lorenzo Rosemarino, who pointed out that in my 2.0.1 stationary enemy test, my brand new gun perk, Surrounded, accidentally got triggered by multiple enemies in the area, resulting in a slightly boosted impact on my shot. Translation? I done fucked up. So, I promised everyone that I'd give you an update as soon as I could, and here it is. This is the distance I was when Outnumbered accidentally got triggered, and the updated distance is, unfortunately, the same potential range. Please believe me when I say this, I'm actually just as shocked about this as you are. Here, take a look at both back and forth a few times. The potential range is just as deep even without Outnumbered getting set off. So, just for the record, here is the updated side-by-side image, 2.0.0 compared to 2.0.1. The PvP footage I threw in towards the end of my last video, which was recorded in 2.0.1 Rumble, is still pretty much all you need to see. Even without shot package, max range, max impact shotguns can still drop people from very far away with little effort. Now, I want to clarify something because I think some people may not have understood what I'm trying to get across with this shotgun testing. I'm not saying that there is literally zero difference without shot package. There is, but it's very minor, and the point is I don't think it's what a lot of the community was expecting. If you have a max range shotgun and you're even a decent shot with it, your shotgun still very much has the potential to ruin people in PvP at good range. Senior gameplay designer at Bungie, John Wyszynowski, God I really hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, tweeted earlier today, "Shot package being gone will make long-range one-hit kills less consistent, but they are still possible. We're not done working on shotguns." That is probably the best way of putting it. Yes, taking shot package away will make long-range kills less consistent, but the bottom line is that it's still very, very doable. And for anyone who was sort of hoping that the removal of shot package would be the end-all, be-all nerf to shotguns in PvP, well, you might be a little bit let down. Anyway, thanks for watching this update, guys. See you next time. Hey everyone, Fallout here. Today I wanted to talk a little bit about Universal Remote and how it matches up to some of the Tier 1 legendary shotguns in the current meta. I wanted to find out for sure which has the longest and most consistent one-hit kill range, so like always, I got to testing. Here's some notes on that testing. Every Guardian I ended up shooting was equipped with exactly 8 armor to make sure the data wasn't messed up by one test subject having more health than another. All shotguns were tested when in ADS, and each legendary shotgun had the perk Rangefinder, in addition to hitting the base range cap of 32. Universal Remote was primarily tested without the Crowd Control perk active. I did test it, but I'll get to that later. The legendary shotguns I tested were the Party Crasher +1, the Fellwinter's Lie, and the Matador 64. All tier 1 legendary shotguns. Anyway, before getting into the data, the one thing I need to talk to you about is pellet spread RNG, because this has a big influence on kill range. Okay, what is pellet spread RNG? Well, the pellets you fire from your shotty aren't going to come out exactly the same way each time you fire the gun. This means the pellets aren't going to hit your enemies exactly the same each time, which means that the max kill range is a little inconsistent depending on how good your pellet RNG was for that shot. In short, sometimes you might hit your enemy with 6 or 7 pellets, then without either of you moving, you might hit with 8 or 9 on the next shot. It all depends on the pellet spread RNG. With that in mind, here's what I wanted to find out for my shotguns. What's the max possible consistent kill range, aka when not relying on an incredibly lucky pellet spread? To do this, I had a test subject stand up against a wall, then I found the furthest range where I could get a shotgun kill 2 out of 3 times. Here are those kill ranges. These pictures were taken exactly when we found the 2 out of 3 kill range. Party Crasher and Fellwinters were the same distance, Matador was a little further back, and Uni was the clear winner. This is pretty impressive considering the range of tier 1 legendary shotguns. So, why does Uni have the ability to kill from a bit further than the Matador more consistently? There are 2 reasons. Reason 1 is that from what I can tell, Uni has slightly better range than a max range rangefinder shotgun. In specifically trying to find the damage falloff point for both Uni and the Matador, here's what I found. Not much of a difference, about a full body length, give or take, but it's pretty clear. Again, from what I can tell, Uni's damage drop-off point is slightly further back than a max range rangefinder legendary shotgun. Reason 2 has to do with Uni's unique perk, which makes precision shots do more damage than normal. How much more? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Normally, any shotgun pellets that hit your enemy in the head will do 10% more damage. Universal Remote's unique perk takes that damage bonus and pumps it up to 40%. Now, take those 2 factors, put them together, and you get a good idea why Uni is slightly better than a tier 1 legendary shotgun, in terms of kill range. Really quickly, I want to squash a rumor that I've heard floating around that Universal Remote secretly has the perk Shot Package. I don't think that's true, and it's pretty easy to prove. Shooting the wall side by side with any tier 1 legendary shotgun shows the pellet spread is basically identical. Now, let's talk about crowd control, which a lot of people like to bring up when talking about Uni. Yes, while it does have the ability to boost your damage by 15% when activated, it's really only going to take your damage per pellet up a little bit from 20 or 21 to 23 or 24 when hitting an enemy in the body, which can occasionally make a minor difference in kill range depending on your opponent's armor level. But the downside of crowd control is that the perk only lasts for a whopping 3 seconds, which means realistically, you're probably not going to have a whole lot of opportunities to take advantage of it. So let's address the question I'm sure a few of you are thinking right now. Is Universal Remote balanced? It's difficult to say. The evidence of being an incredibly strong shotgun is clearly there, especially when compared to top legendary shotguns. It even has a higher rate of fire. But the gun also has a large glaring downside. It's a primary. Sure, it means you don't have to worry about ammo, but you make a big sacrifice in not being able to use a normal primary like you'd be able to do with any other legendary shotgun. You're hurting your ability to reliably fight at mid-range by choosing Uni over a Last Word, a top-rolled IS Luna, a Finala's Peril, or any other strong primary in the current or future meta. Yes, you can pair Uni together with a sniper, but that still only covers you safely at long and short range, leaving you unable to reliably team shoot enemies at mid-range. It's a hard question, and there's no easy answer, but I'm just here to share the information. Anyway, that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, Fallout here. Let's talk a little bit about shotguns and the perk Full Auto. Back in September, the Rise of Iron weapon tuning update mentioned that shotguns were getting a very particular change, which reads as follows. Reduced spread angle penalty on shotguns with the perk Full Auto. If you don't know what that means, let me fill you in. Any shotgun in Destiny that has the Full Auto perk equipped will automatically cause your shotgun pellet spread to be naturally wider than normal, which is a bad thing because you want your shotgun pellet spread to be tight. So, in September, Bungie mentioned they were reducing the spread penalty tied to Full Auto. Keep in mind that reduced is not the same thing as removed. I wanted to do some testing on my own to demonstrate how a shotgun with Full Auto compares to a non-auto shotgun in the current meta, and that's what I'm going to show you. For the testing, we have two Matadors, which are basically identical. They both have 32 range and 68 impact. The only real difference between the two is that one has Full Auto and the other one doesn't. The goal is to see the furthest possible consistent one-hit kill range for each gun. The key word there being consistent. Before I show you the testing, let's do a quick refresher on pellet spread RNG. When you shoot a gun in Destiny, the pellet spread won't be the exact same every time. It's a little bit of gun-related RNG. Because of pellet spread RNG, it's hard to pin down the exact maximum distance where your shotgun can land a one-hit kill from, because you may get a good and lucky pellet spread one time, but a bad one on the very next shot. So, to try and compensate for pellet spread RNG, we're looking for a relatively consistent one-hit kill range, which I did by finding the spot where I could get 2 kills out of 3 possible tries. Ready? Here are those ranges. This is a pretty noticeable difference. Again, I'm not saying that it's impossible for a Full Auto shotgun to one-hit kill from further than this point. We're just looking for the difference in consistent one-hit kill range between a Full Auto and regular shotgun. From what I could tell in the testing, the Full Auto Matador was struggling a little bit getting that consistent one-hit kill because of the additional pellet spread. Now, am I saying that Full Auto is a bad shotgun perk? No. It has its uses, and if it's a perk that works for you, then by all means, use it. You need to keep in mind, though, that using Full Auto will definitely affect your ability to land one-hit kills reliably from the furthest possible ranges. Yes, I understand that Full Auto lets you fire faster, which is great for situations when you need a follow-up shot. But if you're relatively on point with your regular max range shotgun, you may not always have a need for that extra follow-up shot. At the end of the day, just use what feels most effective to you. Alright guys, that's it for this vid. Thanks for watching. What up everyone, Fallout here. For as long as I can remember, I've seen comments here and there on YouTube, Reddit, and Twitter asking if rangefinder on shotguns actually does anything if that shotgun is already at the range cap. It does. Let me show you. As Bungie mentioned in one of their weapon tuning updates, rangefinder affects two things: target acquisition falloff and zoom multiplier. They went on to say that zoom itself is a large component of damage falloff. So, with that in mind, I did a damage falloff test with two identical max range, max impact Matadors, one with rangefinder and one without. As you can see from the results, there's a difference in how far away you can stand from your enemy while still hitting some of your pellets for their maximum amount of damage. Reminder, this isn't one-hit kill range, this is damage falloff range. Having extra damage falloff range can be helpful in those situations where you're engaging an enemy who has already taken some damage and you're trying to finish them off with one shot from good range. And since rangefinder affects target acquisition falloff, it can also be useful for helping you actually land your shotgun shots from range to begin with. Now, those benefits might not be super huge, but they can help you out relatively often in the neutral game, which makes rangefinder a nice perk to have on your shotgun. If all that isn't floating your boat though, that's okay, and if you're thinking to yourself, maybe I want another perk on my shotgun instead of rangefinder, let's quickly take a look at your other choices. Right now, I'm going to look at other perk choices only on the Matador, because that is absolutely hands down the best shotgun in the current PvP meta,
and if you disagree, you are a crazy person. In the final column where you can get rangefinder, there are only 3 other choices on the Matador, which are close and or personal, crowd control, and final round. Starting with close and or personal, which makes your melee 25% stronger after getting any damage with your shotgun. Now at first, you might think this can help you get shotgun melee kills, but the thing about high impact shotguns is that you don't need the extra 25% melee damage to get the job done. Even landing a decent amount of damage with your shotgun, followed by a melee, is going to put down anyone, despite this perk being active or not. Really the only advantage that close and or personal has is that the extra 25% melee strength can potentially help you kill enemies using their roaming supers, and if that sounds good to you, roll with it. But keep in mind, opportunities like that might not come up in every game very often at all. Next, let's talk about final round, which makes the last shot in your chamber do extra damage. Now, this can sometimes be really, really awesome because that extra damage can do wonders for your one-hit kill range, even against high armor enemies. The only problem is that you have to get down to your final round in the mag to actually take advantage of it, and if you happen to miss with that shot while in combat, then you're basically up creek without a paddle. If you fancy yourself a big risk taker, then you can take advantage of final round by continuously only loading one shot back into your gun and doing that over and over. But again, it's really easy to mess that up, and I don't recommend it. Finally, we come to crowd control, which gives you a 15% boost to your gun's damage after getting a kill. Now, when this works, it's really nice, but unfortunately, this perk only activates for a grand total of 3 seconds, meaning that it's very situational and will only come into play rarely. Maybe a bit more often if you play sixes or even rumble, but the really small window of time is kind of a big letdown. At the end of the day, considering the perks you can actually get on your Matador, Rangefinder kind of wins by default, but if I did have to recommend another perk that isn't Rangefinder, it would probably be Crowd Control. But at the end of the day, the choice is yours. Alright, thanks for watching everyone. Do me a favor and subscribe to my channel and make sure to check the video description for links to other stuff including Twitch, Twitter, Discord chat, and more. Hope you learned something, and I'll see you next time. What up everybody, Fallout here, and apologies for the potential audio quality. I'm trying to get this information out as quickly as I can. So if you're here on my channel for the very first time, thank you for being here. If you find this video helpful or entertaining in any way, maybe you can do me a favor by hitting subscribe in the bottom left area on this YouTube page, or you can throw me a follow on Twitch if you feel so inclined. It really does help me out, and the link to my Twitch is in the video description. Okay. So why are we here? Today is the February Destiny patch for PvP. And of course, one thing that many people were asking me to look into on day one is shotgun testing, of course, because there are some changes which you can read about. If you haven't read about any of the Bungie patch notes for today's patch, I am including a link in the video description. Go ahead and check that out. But one of the things that has changed is that shotguns no longer do extra damage when a pellet hits a Guardian in the head. There is no precision pellet bonus, and that is going to change the one-hit kill range of all of our favorite or least favorite shotguns. So as I always do, I did a little bit of testing in a private match, and here are the results for one-hit kill consistent shotgun range. Boom. With the Matador no longer doing precision damage with pellets in the head, you are going to notice a big drop, which you can see right here in the consistent one-hit kill range in terms of the Matador. You're going to have to be noticeably closer to your enemy in order to get the kill. And again, one of the biggest factors in shotgun range testing is pellet spread RNG, which again means that every time you pull the trigger on a shotgun, it's not always going to be the exact same pellet spread, meaning that sometimes the kill range can be off by a little bit if you get a good or bad pellet spread. But I try to find the consistent one-hit kill range for the Matador. I believe this to be that range. The Guardian had 7 armor in every test, which I think is about par for the course in PvP these days. You usually don't see people run lower than 7.
And the interesting thing about these numbers, or this data, is that the Chaperone, which is now the undisputed king of one-hit kill shotgun range, is that the Chaperone is not affected by pellet spread RNG, and that is pretty big, because the Chaperone only fires one round, one big fat slug. It's not like a Matador or any other shotgun that has a pellet spread. So the range that I am showing you right now for the Chaperone, either in standard range or the extra bonus in range provided by the perk the Roadborn, if you can get that to activate, that is never, ever, ever going to be affected by pellet spread RNG. That distance is carved in stone. I should also note that the Universal Remote still does precision damage when you hit pellets in the head, but even with that in mind, the range, the consistent one-hit kill range, not really ideal. The only reason you would probably run with Uni right now is because of the changes to special ammo, i.e. the fact that you lose ammo every time that you die, and with Universal Remote, that's never going to happen. So that's the trade-off. You're always going to have ammo for your Uni, but the range, the ideal one-hit kill range for you is not going to be super good. In terms of mid-air shotgun accuracy, which they did tone down, you can tell that shotguns aren't as accurate in the air, and especially with no precision pellet damage, you're going to be feeling the effect. Now, I'm not saying that it is impossible to get a kill with a shotgun in the air, because as you can see, it is definitely still possible. It all depends on how accurate you are with your shot, and of course, the pellet spread RNG, because if you have a good pellet spread when you're shooting in the air and from a close range, you are still going to get the kill if you're close enough. But yeah, don't be super reliant on it. In general, if you're a shotgun user right now, you're going to have to know that unless you're using the Chaperone, you're going to have to be noticeably closer to your enemy to get the kill. Alright everybody, that's it for shotguns right now. If you have anything in mind that you want me to look into further with the Destiny patch notes, provided I'm not doing it already, which I probably am, let me know down below in the comment section, and I will let you know if I'm working on it or not, or if I decide to pick it up. Thank you for stopping by my channel. Hope you learned something. See you next time. So, I've been wanting to make an updated video on the nature of shotguns for kind of a while now, but I hadn't really gotten around to it lately, mostly because I hate testing shotguns. More on that in a minute. Recently, friend of mine and community member you all probably know, Triple Wreck, made a video talking about shotguns in PvP and how they behave kind of weirdly. If you don't know who that is, I don't know what rock you've been living under, but go ahead and check him out. Triple is damn solid at PvP, and I admire his passion as a community member. Regarding his video, it inspired me to get going on mine because he brought a few things to light worth reviewing. Some of those things I want to get into a little deeper, and let's do that now. So where was I earlier? Yeah, I f***ing hate shotguns. Not using them. They're fun and deadly as hell in PvP. I mean, I hate testing them more than anything else in this big, lovely, crazy world that we know as Destiny. Why? Well, more than anything else, it's because they are inconsistent. I am officially now dubbing this the golden rule of shotguns. They are inconsistent. From here on out, if there's ever any arguments about how shotguns perform, which shotguns do better than others, any strange testing data, anything like that at all, I'm gonna ask for you to think back and remember the golden rule. Shotguns are inconsistent, and from a testing perspective, I hate them and they suck. Why exactly do they suck? Because of pellet spread RNG. For a long time, I've been trying to keep tabs on most shotguns' furthest possible consistent one-hit kill range. That's a mouthful. That's harder to keep track of on a shotgun than something like a hand cannon or a scout rifle, because shotguns have randomly generated pellet spreads. It's not the same each time you pull the trigger, and that's one of the two things that can affect the distance of how far away
you can one-tap somebody with a shotty. If you get a very lucky pellet spread, you can put someone down from way far away with a good shotgun shot. But the next time you try from the same exact spot, you could get a terabad pellet spread and not get the one-shot kill. By nature, shotguns are messed up by RNG. The other thing that can affect your one-hit kill range is enemy resilience. A Guardian with less health is gonna die more often from further out than if you're shooting a beefy-ass Titan with maximum resilience. So in the testing I'm about to show you, we made sure that each and every test subject had a resilience level of 4 for the sake of consistency. If you have a problem with the fact that I picked 4 resilience and not some other number that you think would have been a better choice, well, you can go out on your own and do all this shit next time. So what questions do I hope this video is going to answer? What makes a shotgun good? Is range on a shotgun not necessary? Is pellet spread busted? And what's the best non-exotic shotgun for PvP? Let's start with what makes a shotgun good. I'll tell you, after spending hours and hours in back-to-back-to-back private matches, shooting my very patient friends over and over with different shotguns and different barrels, you start to see pretty obvious patterns. In terms of getting solid one-hit kills on people in PvP from long range, there is a specific hierarchy. I am referring to this now as the shotgun trinity. The importance in order of what makes a shotgun good: number 1, impact; number 2, pellet spread; and in a far away number 3, no pun intended, range. Impact, pellet spread, range. In that order. As I'll show you, shotguns with really high impact can more consistently get one-hit kills from far away. Even though some high-impact shotguns have really bad range on paper, they can still routinely outrange shotguns in the one-hit kill department with high range, low impact. So the next time you hear or see a new shotgun coming out in Destiny 2 and you hear your friend ask, "Hey, I wonder if that new shotgun's any good." Well, do you know the stats? Because if you do, remember the trinity: impact, pellet spread, range. That kind of ties into the next question. Is range not needed, or does range do nothing? Range doesn't do nothing. Take a look at this. From 10 meters out, I shoot my friend with a deadpan delivery without turning up the shotgun's range via the perk Accurized Rounds. I shot him twice for good measure. The damage per pellet was as follows. Then, without either of us moving, I turned up the range by turning on Accurized Rounds, and then I shot him 2 more times. Here's the pellet damage with extra range. So it's not that range does nothing. It's not broken or anything like that. It still has a direct connection on how much damage your pellets can do depending on how far away from the target you are. That being said, as I mentioned earlier in the Trinity, it's very apparent that range is at the bottom of the totem pole. Impact is king. Definitely try to keep that range high if you can, as long as you're not sacrificing anything else, but in D2, shotgun impact always trumps range. Next is pellet spread busted. You might have noticed the whole pellet spread thing being number 2 in the holy shotgun trinity. What a keen eye you have. Now, Triple did mention in his video that visual differences in pellet spread when using the perk Full Choke are basically not noticeable, which I gotta admit, after shooting it at the wall a few times, I couldn't really see a difference either at first. Now, I don't blame Triple for any of what I'm about to show you, and neither should you. Remember the golden rule, damn it. Any results involved with shotguns are just hard to track in general. They're inconsistent. Shotguns were forged by the devil himself, and they don't shoot buckshot, they shoot pure hate. In repeated testing, where I shot several of my friends, repeatedly mind you, for multiple hours, I gotta say, Full Choke plays big time. It's hard to track right away because, I mean, do I even have to say it? It might not be noticeable on a wall, but you better believe that it's noticeable when shooting a friend. Before you say it, before you even say it.
But Full Choke Fallout, it takes away your shotgun's precision damage.
You're right, it does. But wow, does that not even make
any sort of difference at all. Check the differences in these numbers real quick. On the left, we have full choke. On what gun? Yeah, we'll get to that. On the right, we have rifled barrel. The yellow number on the right is precision pellet damage, and no, the 44 doesn't mean that one pellet hit for 44 damage total. Precision damage gets added up for some reason, so what it means is that 2 pellets that hit the dude in the head registered for about 22 damage each, as opposed to the other pellets that hit the body and only did 20 each. Now look at the numbers on the left. Yeah, I know, one damage number is yellow, but I've learned that even if you hit pellets in the head when using full choke, they will still appear as yellow sometimes for some reason. And the fact that the damage number is 21 on the left, probably a rounding thing in the game's code. Trust me on this. It's not like, ooh, full choke tightens the pellet spread and it still gives you precision damage. Believe me, it just gives you a tighter spread. Anyway, you put on full choke, yeah, you sacrifice precision pellet damage, but are you really giving up that much? The extra damage is nothing compared to how many more pellets you'll hit with on average per shot. This picture alone, 9 pellets on the left and 4 on the right. Now that could be due to a little bit of pellet RNG for this particular picture comparison. It could, but oh, if only you knew how much time I spent testing this. Trust me on this. Full choke is rock solid. From the numbers I'll show you pretty soon, it's kind of clear. Tighter pellet spread is definitely the number 2 factor in getting one-hit kills from deep. Also, quick side note, same reason why you should not use smoothbore. Been saying this for a long time now. Extra range on your shotgun for a wider, more terrible pellet spread is not a good trade-off. You can go ahead and stop adding me about your fussed dark MK blue shotgun. It's not good. Okay, finally, we're at the point where I'll show you all the numbers for each shotgun that I tested. I'll pair that together with the last question I want to answer, which is, what shotgun is best in PvP? I'm gonna do this a little bit like the Oscars, one best gun for each category. It'll make sense, trust me. First up, best shotgun in the slug shotgun category. Slug shotguns, we all know how they work. Instead of a spread of buckshot, it fires one thick round. These things are still the undisputed champs of the furthest possible one-hit kill shotgun kills. But the catch is you have to be very accurate. So if you're accurate AF, you click heads all day, you laugh in the face of danger, roll with a slug shotgun. And the best one probably being the Unification 7. It has access to both high cal rounds for a little flinch factor, and also it's got full auto. What's not to love? Real quick, you might be looking at these numbers and saying, hey, WTF, the slug shotguns have different ranges, and yet in your numbers for furthest consistent one-hit kill range, most of them apparently cap out at 12 meters. What's the deal with that, Fallout? Gotta be honest, that threw me for a little bit too, but that's what we recorded. My best bet for the time being is that there is some kind of range cap, specifically on slug shotguns. Quick example, on Gnora's axe, we couldn't get a one-hit kill from any further out than around 12 meters due to a very hardcore damage drop-off after that point, but switching back and forth between barrel shroud barrel and the rifled barrel, there wasn't really any difference, even without using the opening shot perks on the gun. Both, no matter what, you were able to get a one-hit kill in the head at about 12 meters. Again, I think that slug shotguns, in particular, have a range cap. Doesn't matter though, because no matter what, the winner is still probably the Unification 7 because of full auto and high cal rounds. If you want to confuse yourself with that data a little more, be my guest, feel free, go into a private match, mess around with slug shotguns, get back to me. Alright, moving on. We have best spread shotgun for deep one-hit kills. This one is kinda hard. It's sort of a tie, depending on what you value more in a shotgun. Let me explain. Winner number 1, Triple Rec nailed this one. It's the Balligant. It hits all the check marks. Very high impact and a tight pellet spread with full choke. Now, there's another winner there, and it's the Deadpan Delivery. Kinda surprising, I know. Like the Balligant, it's got 80 impact, also comes standard with full choke. What's the difference between these two? The Deadpan Delivery can hit 36 range, Balligant can only hit 28, but the Baligant comes with Snapshot. Before you say anything, I know what you're probably thinking, but you wrote down here, we can see the numbers fall out that their max one-hit kill range is 9 meters, so what does it matter that the Deadpan has 8 more range than the Baligant? Again, golden rule, this shit is inconsistent to test. I wasn't able to measure things down to the exact millimeter in PvP. 9 meters is a rough approximation. If you were to shoot both guns at around maybe 9.25 meters, something, because the Deadpan has 8 more range, it's not crazy to think that the Deadpan would get the one-hit kill maybe 5 more times out of 100 than the Baligant would. Remember, range isn't totally useless, but it's not the most important stat on your shotgun. So the Deadpan probably can kill from just a hair further out than the Baligant can more consistently, but to be honest, the utility of Snapshot on the Baligant, it's just really good. It's too good to ignore. In my opinion, it puts the Baligant at number 1 overall. But hey, use both. Tell me about which one you like more. They're both damn solid. Get back to me on that. Ah, the Hand in Hand, my old beloved favorite. It's still not bad. Look at its numbers next to the other legendaries. Not too bad. But unfortunately, since the Baligant and the Deadpan can also get the job done on average from about the same range, yeah, not really a question. Hit the showers, old friend. You did good. Sadly, you can't get masterworked and you can't produce orbs on a double kill. The Baligant and the Deadpan can do what you do, but better. Also, if you have one, the Gravity Slingshot isn't bad. It has a strangely generous pellet spread, which I can't really explain. It doesn't have a secret full choke or anything like that, but I don't know. It was weird. Maybe it was the RNG? I have no idea. Ah well, shotguns. Not done just yet, by the way. Almost. One type of shotguns left, and that is full auto. I thought it wouldn't really be fair to compare the full auto shotguns against the one-shot machines, because full auto shotguns aren't really designed to be one-shot guns. They're built for very quick 2-tap potential. Now you might ask, well, what's the point of a 2-tap shotgun when I can get the job done in one shot? Good question, but with 2 lightning-fast shots from the full auto bunch, you can actually drop enemies from way further out than the one-shot bunch. So for these babies, I found the furthest consistent one-hit kill range and the furthest consistent 2-hit kill range. Who's the winner here? Again, depends on what you're looking for. The Perfect Paradox has pretty okay numbers, and it comes with Rampage, which can be handy, but I'm not really a huge fan of Rampage. Only lasts for about 3 seconds. It can really help you out, but it can be kind of hit or miss. There's another shotty here, a goddamned sleeper, and it hit me out of nowhere. It's a blue shotgun called the Badlands MK24. This thing is kind of low-key awesome. Yeah, it only has 90 RPM, so it's just a hair under the other full autos, but it still has full auto at 90. It comes with the lightweight weapon perk, which, don't know if you know this, it's a great perk, and it has full choke. Out of every full auto shotgun, the Badlands has the furthest consistent one-hit kill and fast 2-hit kill potential. So if you like Rampage, feel like it helps you out a lot, go for the Perfect Paradox. But yeah, definitely check out the Badlands. This thing will surprise you. Special runner-up is the Ikelos SG V1.01, which again, for reasons I can't explain, seems to have a strangely generous pellet spread. Could be the RNG though, but thought it was worth mentioning. So there you have it. Slug users, go for the unification. Regular spread shotgun folk, go for either the Baligant or the Deadpan Delivery, both with full choke. Full auto users, try to pick up the secret awesome sleeper, the Badlands MK24, telling you that thing's great, or you can try the Perfect Paradox. Or you could use this power weapon. It's secretly the most powerful shotgun of all. It's called the Main Ingredient. Very peculiar looking shotgun. Kind of behaves strangely too. When you hold the trigger down to shoot, it takes a while to fire, but when it does, oh man. Probably a broken gun. Bungie will patch it eventually, I'm sure. Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you for watching. Thank you for enduring that very long video with me. Much appreciated. Hope you learned a little bit more about shotguns. I now officially dub you a graduate of the Fallout Academy of Shotguns. If you PayPal me $500 today, I promise I will send you a diploma in the mail right away. Thanks for watching. Hope you learned something. See you next time.
Wow, I gotta be honest with you guys. I had no idea, in a million years, could not have predicted that Dead Orbit would have won the latest Destiny 2 faction rally. I mean, the shaders in Destiny 2 are all so amazing and beautiful. Pieces of art, really. Who would want cool, dark-looking shaders? And for the love of God, who cares about an exotic catalyst on literally one of the best guns in the game? Producing orbs on a double kill? That's really good in PvP? That's for squares. Anyway, moving past the shock that Dead Orbit won, their faction rally weapon is the Basilisk shotgun. Of course, we would get a brand new shotgun literally days after I produced one of the most in-depth shotgun guides I've ever made on this channel. That being said, it's okay, because we can take what we learned from that shotgun video, link in the description if you haven't seen it yet, and we can apply it to the Basilisk shotgun to see if it's any good. Spoiler alert, it's not. Not that it's a garbage gun completely, but just add it to the pile of weapons that are outclassed by other members of its archetype. I need to ask a question right now. Why are there two versions of the rapid fire frame perk? They're both like 99% the same, and yet for some reason one does not come with full auto? That's kind of a huge deal breaker. So because the Basilisk for whatever reason doesn't come with full auto, we can either compare it with full auto shotguns, which seems unfair, but it also makes sense because the Basilisk has a 100 RPM, which is pretty on par with other full auto shotguns. But quick reminder, full auto actually affects the speed at which you can shoot. So even though the Basilisk has a 100 RPM on paper, which is the same as the Ikelos shotgun, also coming in with 100 RPM, even though they have the same numeric RPM, the Ikelos will fire faster because it has full auto. That's the way shotguns work in Destiny. So if you want to compare the Basilisk to other full auto shotguns, it's going to fall short because it cannot shoot as fast as they can. Not to mention that the Basilisk is outclassed by a blue shotgun, which is actually really good, the Badlands MK24, which pretty much does everything the Basilisk can do, but better. Even with its 90 RPM rate of fire, the Badlands will still shoot faster than the Basilisk because it has full auto. So you could compare it to single shot shotguns like the Deadpan Delivery, Balligant, and the Hand in Hand, but again, from what we learned in the previous shotgun video, it just doesn't match up because the Basilisk doesn't have really high impact, which is the most important thing for getting one-hit kills with a shotgun at range. So the stats aren't bad for a full auto shotgun, except for the fact that it can't fire full auto, and it has good RPM, I guess, for a single shot shotgun, but it lacks the punching power at range. TLDR, it's not very good. I mean, it can produce orbs on a double kill, yay. But yeah, so can a lot of other shotguns that are better. Not worth using in PvP, in my opinion, just gonna be totally blunt. And so help me God if I see even one person in the chat write the word smoothbore. So yeah, that's pretty much it. All you Dead Orbit emos, take that shotgun, go ahead, leave it in the vault, and go play around with that fun new Graviton Lance Catalyst that I know you have. I have it on console too, don't tell anybody. Thank you for watching. If you're new here, please go ahead and drop a sub. It's free and it really helps me out. And if you're already subbed, well, welcome back, you beautiful bastard. How you been? Don't forget to click like and leave a comment down below. Hope you learned something. See you next time. Hey everybody, what is going on? Fallout here, and today I want to tell you about a shotgun that I really think that you need to have. For the record, I know that Forsaken comes out today and a lot of people are going to be playing, and there are probably going to be a metric ton of videos exactly like this flooding the internet this week. Oh, I got a god roll. Oh, I got a god roll this. This is a god roll. This is a god roll. I don't use the word god roll very lightly. Most rolls that people consider god rolls, probably, if you really break it down, it's like a demigod roll. Like a Hercules roll. Not the case with this gun right here. Okay, if you go to the tower and you speak to Zavala, he has this shotgun, the Toil and Trouble. Now, could you say it's unfair for me to rate the usefulness of this weapon without actually getting my hands on it? Yes. Good for you for bringing that up. It is definitely a fair criticism, but in my opinion, we don't need to. Here's why. If you've seen my video in the past on what makes a good shotgun, you'll know that I put a ton
of work into that video. If you haven't seen it, you can click the link in the top right corner of this video right now. Go quickly watch that video. But the TLDR version is, there are 3 things that make up the goodness of a shotgun in terms at least of one-hit kill range, consistent one-hit kill range. Those 3 things are, in order, number 1, impact, number 2, pellet spread, and number 3, range. If you'll remember at the end of that video, the 2 shotguns that I recommended most for one-hit kill usage are the Baligant and the Deadpan Delivery. Those 2 were the best in terms of consistent, amazing one-hit kill range. They have incredibly high impact. They have a tight pellet spread via the perk called Full Choke, and on top of that, they have good range. Okay, reminder, again, I just mentioned the Baligant is already a top-tier shotgun, and here is the comparison between the Baligant and the Toil and Trouble. First of all, both shotguns have exactly the same impact. Again, impact being the number 1 most important stat for consistent one-hit kills at range. Now let's jump down to RPM real quick. The Baligant has 45 RPM. The Toil and Trouble comes with 50 RPM. Now you would think that that is just a minor increase in RPM, but again, the Toil and Trouble that Zavala is currently giving away comes with full auto, which for shotguns makes your shotguns actually fire slightly faster than the regular RPM would dictate. Look at the range. Look at the range comparison between the Baligant and the Toil and Trouble. Now, before you say anything, currently the Toil and Trouble, the reason that the range is so high is due to Smoothbore, which, if you remember from my shotgun video, Smoothbore is a bad perk if your goal is one-hit kills at long range. The reason why is that Smoothbore widens the projectile spread of your shotgun pellets. You don't want a wide spread, you want a tight spread, because again, the goal is to hit the enemy with as many pellets as possible, and if you have a wide pellet spread, you're probably going to be hitting them with fewer pellets. Good news! It has Full Choke. That's the perk that we're looking for on our shotguns, a tight pellet spread for good one-hit kill range. Now, even though Full Choke, again, drops your range, the comparison in the pictures between Full Choke on the Toil and Trouble and Full Choke on the Baligant, it looks like the Toil and Trouble has even more range than the Baligant. So let's repeat. They have equal impact. The Toil and Trouble fires faster. The Toil and Trouble also has Full Choke and has better range than the Baligant. Now, on top of that, again, we already mentioned full auto, this gun has moving target, increased movement speed, and target acquisition when moving while aiming down sights. On paper, there is literally no reason that this gun would not be better than the Baligant shotgun. So in conclusion, if you're a PvP player and you're looking for a new shotgun, you absolutely have to pick up this weapon from Zavala. The only downside is that it requires a Nightfall rank of 14. You know me, I kind of don't like doing Nightfalls, but I'm gonna have to do it. I'm absolutely going to do it because I need that shotgun. I'm a shotgunner in PvP, I'm a damned dirty ape, and I need it because it's going to be sick. And I promise that as soon as I get my hands on it, I will show you some PvP footage proving this video to be 100% correct. We make educated guesses out here, all right? Is it a guess? Yeah. Is it an educated one? You can bet your sweet ass that it is. Anyway, that's all for this very short video. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you are all enjoying Forsaken. And quick note from me to you as a YouTuber and a gamer, thank you very much for helping me hit 75,000 subs on this YouTube channel. I am incredibly touched, super happy about it. I really, really appreciate it. Next stop, 100K. Thanks for watching, see you next time, and I'll see you in PvP. Hey everyone, Fallout here, and today, first and foremost, I want to let you know that my PC, which I make content on and stream on, is still broken. So all of this footage was recorded on my backup laptop, which I mainly use for movies. If the footage is a little choppy, I apologize. Anyway, as many of you know, I haven't really done a very deep shotgun dive since year 1 of D2. The last major one I did talked about the shotgun Holy Trinity and what we look for in shotguns that are extremely effective in earning deep one-hit kills, which, for the record, was impact, pellet spread, and range in that order. More on that video in the top right corner if you haven't seen it yet. Anyway, now that we're well into year 2, I wanted to see if that was still the case, and oh man, have I been having a fun time. And by fun, I mean exhausting. Let's cut to the chase. One gun I've wanted to check out for a while was the Botheration, which, if you are unfamiliar, is a blue shotgun which has been around since year 1. Although, funny story, the year 1 version is an energy weapon, and the year 2 version is a kinetic weapon. So if you wanted to, you could technically run around with both at the same time. But yeah, I've had a couple friends, including PvP ballers like OSK, telling me how much they enjoy the Botheration. It's very reliable, and I need to check it out. So I did. And I'm here to tell you that I hate shotguns. Because they're inconsistent, because they're hard to test, because just when you think you have everything figured out, you pick up a gun like the Botheration. I very quickly found out what some of you already know. The Botheration is great at one-hit killing people from very far away. Shockingly great, actually. And therein lays the question, how the fuck is the Botheration so good? Reminder that as far as I know, the shotgun trinity has not changed. The Botheration fills the role of having the most important stat being very high. Impact. It has 80, putting it in the highest tier of kinetic and elemental shotgun impact. However, it does not have full choke. There is no unique barrel perk on this weapon or any reason to suspect that it would have a tighter pellet spread than any other regular shotgun, and yet it does. I went into a private match and did my usual shotgun song and dance testing. I had my friend put on 4 resilience, a fairly common PvP value, not too low, not too high. And I had them stand in one place, and I would fire at them from exactly 9 meters away. And out of 9 attempts, the Botheration was able to kill my test subject 6 times. I should also mention the Botheration was hitting an alarming number of pellets with every shot. Weird, right? Well, to bake your noodle even harder, check this gun out, a random Toil and Trouble that I picked up from doing PvE stuff. The Toil, by nature, has 80 impact, the exact same amount as the Botheration, and on top of that, it has more range. So naturally, the Toil should also be able to put down my friend from the exact same range, right? Wrong. I fired this specific Toil at my friend from the exact same range 17 times. I did not get one single one-hit kill. Not a one. And before you ask, no, the Toil and Trouble I used did not have full auto, so there's no way the pellet spread was affected by that. Nor was it equipped with smoothbore, so no chance of having it affect the pellet spread there. Maybe it's the fact that the Botheration is an aggressive frame shotgun. Maybe that somehow affects your pellet spread. Nope, not that either, because the Toil and Trouble is also an aggressive frame shotgun. On paper, there is no clear reason why the Botheration would consistently perform better than the Toil, and yet here we are. Both shotguns were roughly doing the same amount of damage per pellet landed, but again, on average, the Botheration was landing way more pellets every single time. So maybe, I thought to myself, maybe it's the barrel. I mean, that's gotta be it, right? The Botheration I was using had hammer-forged rifling. Maybe that barrel secretly does something magic to your pellet spread. Maybe hammer-forged rifling has a hidden full choke thing kinda going on. Nope, because guess what? The year 1 trial shotgun, a sudden death, also has 80 impact, also has hammer-forged rifling, and in testing the one-hit kill range from the exact same range, 9 meters on the dot, guess how many one-hit kills it got? 0. Nada. Zilch. 9 times I pulled the trigger, 0 times did I achieve a one-hit kill. And again, the sudden death not only has the same barrel, but it has more range than the Botheration while maintaining the same level of impact. 80. And before you finish typing that comment, no, it has nothing to do with my aim. You'll notice in some of these choppy clips that sometimes I'm aiming my shotgun a little low. Trust me, that's how you do it for deep one-hit kills. Believe me, I would know. If you aim too high, like around the chest nipple area, you're gonna whiff the one shot like every time. You have to aim low-ish around the waist, crotch area. So no to those of you who were planning on saying that. Oh, and on top of that, Sudden Death is also an aggressive frame shotgun. Same shotgun archetype, same impact, same barrel. One does way better than the other, despite the fact that it has less range than its bigger brother. Again, the number of pellets I landed with the Sudden Death from 9 meters hovered around an average of 5 every time I pulled the trigger, close to what the Toil was pulling off. So the question remains, why is the Botheration naturally hitting way more pellets on average than both these guns? And do you want to know the truth? I literally have no idea. I know you were probably hoping I'd pull back the curtain and reveal some kind of grand piece of new knowledge, new information that would explain everything, but I gotta be honest, I got nothing. Believe me, I am as frustrated as you are. I mean, maybe we could chalk it up to the golden rule. Shotguns are inconsistent. Maybe it's just luck? Pure RNG luck that I got all those one-hit kills with the Botheration? Bad pellet spread RNG on the shots I took with the other shotguns? But I mean, come on, 17 times, no one-hit kill? And for the record, the holy trinity of shotguns, as far as I know, has not changed. Impact still matters the most, and pellet spread still comes in at number 2, importance-wise. The Botheration manages to land more pellets per shot than similar shotguns of the exact same archetype with more range. I just can't really figure out why. My best answer that I can give you right now is that maybe some shotguns in D2 have intrinsically different pellet spreads. Maybe some shotguns are just programmed to have a tighter pellet spread than others. I'm not saying that's a fact, don't quote me on that. I'm telling you that's my best guess at the moment. Yeah, before you ask, did test it by shooting a wall to try and analyze the pellet spread. But remember the golden rule, shotguns are inconsistent. And looking at a pellet spread on a wall alone can't help you figure things out because the pellet spread is going to be different every time due to RNG. And on top of that, shooting a wall is way different than shooting a Guardian. So yeah, I have no idea. Truly, I don't. I don't know why it can, more frequently than not, land more pellets than similar shotguns at the same range. But it can, seemingly. And that's something you need to know, which is why I'm here telling you. If I get more information, either through testing, through friends, through Bungie, I'll fill you in. But yeah, if you have one of these things, please know that it somehow breaks the mold and can absolutely flatten people due to a uniquely tight pellet spread without the use of full choke. The only downside to using the Botheration is that it kinda has bad handling. So if you're used to snappier shotguns, this one is gonna feel kind of like an old shopping cart with a bad wheel. You may wanna consider using a piece of armor with either kinetic weapon targeting or shotgun targeting. That'll give you that extra shotgun ADS speed. The old blue bastard won't feel as clunky. And that's about it. Side note, I am really getting dangerously close to 100,000 YouTube subs. And to me, that is really awesome. Thank you for all the support you have given me, and if you haven't already, please click the subscribe button. Helps me out a ton, and I'll pay you back, I promise, with good content. Mostly good content. Okay content. Also, you should follow me on Twitch because I stream there and we usually have a lot of fun. Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you learned something. See you next time. Let's talk shotguns. As many of you know and proceeded to tag me multiple times on Twitter, Reddit, and Discord, Bungie, God bless them, decided they were gonna pull a really cute move out of left field and nerf full choke. The shotgun barrel option that I have been hardcore recommending to everyone since year 1 of D2 after finding out how incredibly effective it is. Ever since the patch went live, me and a few other people crazy enough to do this kind of stuff have been testing exactly how much full choke was adjusted, and more importantly, to answer these questions which are bound to come up repeatedly in the near future. Is full choke worth using? Is full choke still the best barrel? If it isn't full choke, what is it? What are the best spread shotguns in PvP right now? Alrighty, in my original shotgun testing video, I brought up something that I found was necessary to repeat, and now I'm bringing it back. The
the golden rule of shotguns. Shotguns are inconsistent. Until Bungie decides to pull a page out of the Gears of War playbook and make all pellet spread shotguns a predetermined pattern that never changes, this rule will always be true. Shotguns in Destiny are inconsistent by nature. This is one reason why they're a huge pain in the ass to work with, and why between different content creators in the community there are often discrepancies in information. Warning, I repeat this a lot in the video, but remember it well. The golden rule of shotguns will likely never change. The reason it's so important to remember that golden rule right now is because the first thing that happens when changes like this come up is that people go into private matches and start shooting their shotguns against walls or people to try and figure things out. Not that you shouldn't be doing that. Hell, it's what I do. But because shotguns are inconsistent, it may lead you to wrong or questionable conclusions. Let me give you an example. Lately, I've been hearing a lot of people mentioning that precision frame shotguns are naturally more accurate than aggressive frame shotguns. While I think that is technically correct, I don't believe it's for the reason that people think. I think the more range you have on your shotgun, the more of a slightly natural pellet spread begins to form. Take a look at this graphic. I know I spent top dollar having this made. It's a crude visualization of what I mean. The more range you have, the tighter your weapon's pellet radius may become. This would explain the suggested better accuracy of the precision frame shotgun. Take a look at every aggressive frame shotgun you got in your vault. They all probably have really high impact and relatively low range. Compare that with one of the two undisputed kings of the precision frame archetype, the Dustrock Blues. My best Dustrock comes with a whopping 96 range. Now, check this out. Comparing the pellet spread of my Dustrock with a low-range aggressive frame shotgun, the Deadpan Delivery, which I intentionally turned the range down on in order to get it as low as I could for demonstration purposes. Okay, before you start taking this as gospel, remember the golden rule. What if this isn't a confirmed fact? What if during this test of mine, I just had an insanely lucky pellet spread with my Dustrock and a wide and unlucky pellet spread with my Deadpan? It is possible that that's what happened. The best we can hope for is consistency, so I did it a few more times. Sometimes the results were relatively the same to what you just saw, very visually noticeable, naturally tighter pellet spread for high range. Other times the results were still about the same, but it was a little harder to tell. Remember, shotguns are inconsistent, but I'm relatively confident that that's what's going on here. Similar spread patterns have been noted by Mercules. This image was taken from his recent updated shotgun post on Reddit. We've been talking a lot about all this full chokery, let's say. Shotguns are fun. I use that word lightly. Anyway, moving on. Let's get to the question that I'm sure a lot of people have. Is full choke still good? In my opinion, yes. One of the biggest keys to getting a long-range shotgun kill is to hit with as many pellets as you can. The more pellets you can hit with, the better your odds are of getting that deep range kill. Even if the spread was slightly widened like Bungie mentioned, more often than not, full choke is still going to have a tighter spread than any other barrel option, which makes it a good pick because your odds at hitting more pellets is slightly higher. Is it still possible to have full choke and miss some of your pellets? Yes. Is it possible to pull the trigger at the same range with a different barrel and have more pellets land than your previous shot with full choke? Also, yes, because again, every time you pull the trigger on your shotgun, you're essentially rolling the dice. Your odds at a lethal pellet spread goes up when using full choke, but it's still a chance because pellet spreads are random by design. After spending several hours the other day shooting friends with various shotguns at different ranges with different barrels, I'm confident in saying that full choke is still good. Really, the only difference between my barrel recommendations now and my recommendations in year one is that now I'm recommending two: full choke and rifled barrel. Only those two. Fallout, what about insert barrel here? Nope. Full choke rifled barrel. As I mentioned, full choke's tighter spread makes it more likely that you'll get a lethal spread where more pellets connect up to your shotgun's damage drop-off point, including the golden range of 9 meters. Rifled barrel, on the other hand, gives your shotgun more range than any other barrel without hurting the pellet spread the way that smoothbore does. Because rifled barrel gives you that extra range, the damage drop-off point goes back slightly, and your chances of getting the lucky, very deep one-hit kill goes up by a fraction. It still all depends if you get a lucky pellet spread when you fire the gun. You also get precision damage with rifled barrel that you don't get with full choke. Up close though, that hardly makes a difference at all, because precision damage on shotguns is extremely minor, giving an extra +2 or so damage per crit pellet, depending on the impact of the gun. When you're very far away though, and up against a super steep damage drop-off point, that tiny extra damage could mean the difference between your enemy living by a hair or outright dying. On that note, I want to introduce a new test that you can do to answer the question, is my roll good? Introducing the 9-meter test, aka that thing you've seen me do on stream about 100 times. For the most part, the best spread shotguns in the game, which for the record are Toil and Trouble, the Mindbender, Retold Tale, and the Dustrock Blues, can, with a good roll, kill fairly frequently from 9 meters away. In my opinion, if your shotgun can't do that, you need a better shotgun. If your goal is to get one-hit kills, that is. Grab a friend and go into a private match together. Make sure that your friend is at 4 resilience, and that's what both Mercules and I have been testing shots at for the sake of consistency, and stand 9 meters away from your friend. Measure that range with a Darcy sniper rifle, by the way, not the power ammo box, and then try to kill them in one shot with your shotgun. Try it a few times. Definitely don't only try it one time. If, more often than not, you're getting a kill, congrats, you got a fine weapon there. If yours can't get the job done frequently, or definitely not even once, keep looking for a better drop. And get ready, for those of you out there who are asking me on Twitter, hey, what do you think of this roll? I may just reply to some of you, does it pass the 9-meter test? But yeah, let's go down the checklist. High impact, as much range as you can possibly get, and either full choke or rifled barrel. That is what you are looking for. Full choke, I would say, is more consistent at realistic ranges, but rifled barrel can also get the job done, especially if, for whatever reason, you're trying to get a lucky kill past the very edge of the damage drop-off point. Oh, and remember that picture I showed you earlier? The one where the shotgun with way more range had a naturally tighter pellet spread? I'm thinking that in the event your Dustrock Blues or Retold Tale has such an absurdly high range, like literally maximum range, you may not even need full choke then, because it seems that with the extra range, and I'm sure the bullet magnetism that probably comes with it, it would likely be enough to be its own little bootleg full choke. It's very possible that aggressive frame shotguns benefit way more from full choke due to their naturally low range, and precision frame shotguns that already have very high range, and I mean very high range, like a God Roll Dustrock or a God Roll Retold Tale, may not need full choke after a certain point. Don't quote me on that though, I'm still working on that little theory. It's really hard to draw conclusions on things when RNG is involved. More testing I think right now is definitely required, but don't worry, as soon as I know more, or anyone knows more, I'm sure we will all fill you in. In the meantime, kind of hoping right now that you know what to look for on shotguns, and you can grab your best shotgun and conduct your own 9-meter test. Always remember that RNG is very much a thing, and find the spread shotgun that you feel best about. Or you could just roll with a chaperone. Thanks for watching, see you next time. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. My name is Fallout, thank you for being here, and quick heads up in this video, if you hear any strange noises in the background, like a very faint radio sound or maybe a TV, that would be my upstairs neighbor, who's a terrible person. So if you hear any of the garbage reality TV that she happens to be watching, well, I apologize. Anyway, forging ahead, today we are going to be briefly talking about this gun right here. Whoop. The Wishbringer shotgun, which is a new PvP reward offered by Shaxx at the tower. So what exactly is this gun? Is it good? Is it worth getting? As you can see, it's a shotgun. This is a 100 RPM shotgun, meaning it fires very quickly, and on top of that, it comes with rapid fire frame
meaning it can fire full auto. You know, one of the questions I get a lot these days about shotguns is, hey, how far away can this shotgun get a one-hit kill from? And with a full auto shotgun, the range is significantly shorter than a long-range one-hit wonder, like something like the Dustrock Blues. Actually, if I can put the numbers up on the screen right now of each gun, you can see that even if you take the Masterworked range perk, put it all the way up to 10 on the Wishbringer, it would not compare impact or range-wise to a very well-rolled Dustrock Blues. So why don't we go over each perk on the tree of this shotgun, starting with Full Choke, a barrel that I've talked a lot about in the past. I still talk about it even though the perk got nerfed recently, and if you didn't see my video on that, check the link in the top right corner right about now. Even though it got nerfed, it's still a very good perk to have on your shotgun barrel. Yeah, you don't get precision damage on your shotgun, but that does minimal to no extra help anyway, and having a slightly tighter pellet spread is always going to be your best bet, because you have a high chance of landing more pellets, therefore giving you a kill. We also have Accurized Rounds and the Range Masterwork perk. Now, while those perks aren't very sexy on a shotgun, they don't do anything unique and fun like, I don't know, Trench Barrel. It's bland, but it's very effective. You always want range on your shotgun because that's going to help with getting kills at any range. Medium range, longish range, even short range. Next up, we have Slide Shot, a perk which I get asked about all the time, and I really, really hate it. People mainly want to know how much your range gets improved when you activate Slide Shot, which is a very difficult question to answer. One, it's difficult to answer because when you activate Slide Shot, the window is very brief. And two, we believe that Slide Shot only activates if you slide and reload your weapon in the progress. Meaning if you were to slide with a gun that had Slide Shot and you already had full ammo, activating Slide Shot would not happen. That being said, any extra range is always a good thing, and also the nice thing about Slide Shot is that, again, it reloads your weapon as you slide. You don't need to waste time putting shells into the barrel of your gun. That actually pairs very well with a full auto shotgun because, again, you're going to be reliably two-tapping people from medium to deep-ish range, and you're going to be burning through a lot of ammo. And again, because you're burning a lot of ammo pretty regularly with Wishbringer, it's a good idea to pair a shotgun like this with armor that has Shotgun Scavenger. Therefore, you're picking up more ammo, you're burning more ammo, your slide reloading, all works together. Finally, we have Snapshot Sights. Again, another bland, kind of boring perk, very effective in PvP. There's really no time ever in the game where you don't want very quick, snappy, responsive handling, very quick ADS speed. Having Snapshot Sights on any gun is always going to make the gun better. Want to hear something bad about the Wishbringer? It is an energy weapon, meaning that if you want to use it, you cannot also use either the Not Forgotten or the Luna's Howl that you worked so hard to get, unless you didn't get one, and then it's fine. So unfortunately, yeah, if you're looking for a really good full auto shotgun for PvP, you can go with the Wishbringer, but you cannot pair it with our two new favorite hand cannons. Instead, you have to pair it with other things, but the good news is there are plenty of decent kinetic weapon options that you can use to pair along with the Wishbringer. You can use the Redrix's Broadsword, Ace of Spades, Bygones, the Go Figure, Chattering Bone, Mida Multi-Tool, Jade Rabbit, depending on how big the map is. You get the idea. Plenty of really good kinetic weapon options that you can use to pair along with the Wishbringer. By the way, did I forget to mention this? You can earn the shotgun by playing Quick Play. All you need to do is rank up your Valor in order to get the shotgun. It's not like a competitive reward weapon like the Not Forgotten or the Luna. So for those of you out there who tried to go for the Luna, didn't get it, or maybe you did get it, and you still have PTSD from Season 4 comp, don't worry, you can go into Quick Play, hopefully have a less stressful time, and grind out your Wishbringer shotgun. Alright everybody, that's it for this very short video. If you're new here to the channel, or if you're lazy and haven't done it yet, please go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you appreciated today's content. It's free, and it helps me out a whole bunch. Don't forget to check me out on Twitch. By the way, my Postmaster is out of space. Follow me on Twitter, yada 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 yada. Thank you for watching. See you next time.
Alright, let's talk about shotguns. Season of the Drifter just began, and with it, a new wave of shotgun changes. This video is only going to talk about shotguns in PvP. For PvE, that's gonna be a whole other discussion for another video. Maybe. Just do whatever Datto says. To quickly summarize the changes Bungie made to shotguns in PvP, they made minor changes to rate of fire, but big changes to how full auto works. Full auto used to do two things. One, make your shotgun shoot way faster than its listed RPM, and two, widen your pellet spread. In Season of the Drifter, the rate of fire buff from full auto was cut down big time from 100% to 10%, and the pellet spread no longer gets widened. Full autos will still fire faster than a non-full auto, but it's a world of difference when looking at old footage. The other thing that Bungie changed was the following. We also took the opportunity to slightly adjust shotguns for the Crucible. While shotguns will remain effective in the Crucible, we have toned down the range at which shotguns could secure a one-hit kill. Now, the way they did this was by toning down shotgun base damage. If you remember from many other shotgun videos I've made, you'll remember the holy trinity of what makes a shotgun get one-hit kills from far away. Those three things are, in order, impact, pellet spread, and range. Toning down shotguns' impact reduces their one-shot kill range. At the very least, I'm happy to say that the Holy Trinity has not changed. You still want high impact, you still want to land the most amount of pellets you can per shot, and you still want high range. To directly answer the question, how much did the one-hit kill range drop? It depends on the archetype, or in some cases, mainly the exotics, the gun itself. But overall, I'd ballpark it and say optimal ranges by about 1 meter. Before Season of the Drifter, I had a golden standard for one-hit kill shotguns. You wanted one that could frequently get a one-hit kill at 9 meters. That number was backed up and confirmed by my shotgun testing brother from another mother, Mercules. With the recent update, the new golden standard in PvP for one-hit kill spread shotguns is 8 meters. That is your goal, for the moment anyway. If you're looking for a PvP shotgun that can one-tap Guardians from long range, 8 meters. If you're using slug shotguns, different story there, but we'll get to that in a minute. I should mention, if you're new to my channel, I harp on this all the time. Shotguns are inconsistent. Fun fact, Destiny 2 is not Apex Legends. Pellet spread is random every time you pull the trigger. There were times the other night where I was testing old reliable, aka my Dustrock Blues, and I would very occasionally get a kill from 9 meters out. Oh, but Fallout, you just said 8 meters. I know, it's still possible to do, but you need to have a very lucky pellet spread to do it. Shotguns are inconsistent. Very good. What I'm trying to tell you, I'm not usually looking for the Hail Mary 1 in a million hit kill range because that doesn't happen very often in PvP. You want consistent one-hit kill range. The range where, when you pull the trigger, more often than not, the other dude is going to die. Again, for the moment, that number should be around 8 meters on a well-rolled shotgun. Take a look here. It's a very basic chart I've put together for you all. I wanted you to use this as a baseline. These are the fairly consistent one-hit kill ranges for optimal shotguns of each archetype. A well-rolled Dustrock Blues can get a one-shot very reliably from 8 meters, so can a curated Mindbender, and so can the Botheration. Yeah, that one, the friggin' blue gun, which on paper shouldn't be able to compete with the Mindbender, yet still tags people from 8 meters out on the regular. Don't think about that one too hard, trust me. Now let's talk about full auto shotguns for a minute. Their one-hit kill range potential is naturally shorter than it was before due to the overall damage nerf. What you probably want to do is go for the quick 2-tap. With the full auto rate of fire nerf though, that's harder to do because now you fire full auto shotguns way slower. If you still like full autos though, and your goal is to go for a relatively long-range 2-shot kill, the Wishbringer and any other member of the rapid fire frame might be your new go-to. Yes, having a heavy-hitting shotgun that happens to also have full auto on it, like the Toil and Trouble, can 2-tap from slightly further out, but the rapid fire frame archetype can now do it way faster. Overall though, I think low-impact full auto shotguns are now going to be on the decline in PvP for sure. The Hawthorns, for example, had its reliable 2-tap range taken way down from before, from about 11 meters to around 9 right now, and it fires slower overall too. Not good. Slug shotguns, which I know are technically a precision frame weapon, but I put them in their own category. Don't argue with me. They all fire one thick, fatty round, and they're way easier to measure. Don't worry, they still kill from way farther out than any spread shotgun possibly could. 11 meters, give or take, seems to be the maximum range. Having mildly better range on your slug shotty is going to make an extra difference in one-hit kill range, but only by inches. For exotics, the Chaperone is still a range monster. It can one-shot people at 13 meters without breaking a sweat, and with the Roadborne active, that goes up to 15 meters. Also, with the rate of fire buff it has, yeah, the Chaperone is a machine, and if you're really feeling the sting of the overall shotgun nerf in PvP, go ahead and pick up a Chaperone. The Legend of Acreus still kills at about 9 meters on the dot, with a very harsh jump off a cliff level of damage fall off. Either you land the shot completely, or you whiff completely. And the Tractor Cannon, kinda complicated. You can get a one-hit kill from about as far away as 7 meters, but if you hit it 8 meters, you can still technically get a one-hit kill if they fly back and smack into a wall. If you're just looking to shut people out of their supers, you can tag people at around 10 meters and suppress them. I mean, it won't do a lot of damage, but you'll shut down that Spectral Blade real quick. FAQ. This is where I'm going to preemptively get in front of any and all shotgun questions I get when doing any kind of video about them. Number 1, by far, hey, why didn't you show the one-hit kill range for the... That one's my favorite. Again, this chart, use it as a baseline. Take a shotgun that you like that isn't here. Any shotgun. I'll make one up. The Shivy Bivy Kaching. Open up Dim or Ishtar Commander. And if you don't know what those things are in 2019, I can't help you. But look up your shotgun's stats. What is the impact and what is the range? Once you have those two numbers, are they similar to any of the numbers here on this chart? They probably are. Let's say the Shivy Bivy Kaching is an aggressive frame shotgun. On Dim or Ishtar, your Shivy Bivy Kaching has 80 impact and 45 range. So it's similar to the Mindbender. And because it has equal impact and slightly worse range than the curated Mindbender, it's probably going to be about the same, but slightly shorter in terms of one-hit kill range. I mean, it'll probably get kills at 8 meters like the Mindbender, but maybe less often. Use this chart as a baseline to figure out where your shotgun lands. FAQ number 2, hey, why are your numbers different from that guy's numbers? Or, my friend's Dustrock can get kills at 9 meters, so your numbers are wrong. Hey, that last one wasn't a question. Don't care. Shotguns are inconsistent. Your friend may have measured differently. Maybe the person he was shooting had lower resilience than the dude I was shooting. Maybe he got a lucky pellet spread. Maybe God hates warlocks. The list goes on and on. Shotguns are inconsistent by nature. I'm only trying to provide you a general understanding of the new one-hit kill ranges. And FAQ number 3, what about the Lord of Wolves? To which I say, that is not a real shotgun, please leave my channel. Finally, I need to say this, there are always new guns coming down the pipe in Destiny. There could be a new shotgun out right now in Season of the Drifter that I don't have yet that puts all of these to shame. I mean, I doubt it, but there could be. I'm not a data miner. If that happens, I'll be sure to let you all know. The only reason I've put this information out so quickly is because I know there's a ton of people out there who are thirsty for it. For the moment, use 8 meters as your golden standard for regular spread shotguns. That's only 1 meter down from what it used to be. If any new shotgun comes out that has a constant one-hit kill range way better than 8 meters, you know I'll be back here to tell you all about it. TLDW. Full autos with low impact are kind of garbage right now. If you want a fast-ish 2-tap, go for the rapid fire frame. If you want a deep 1-tap, again, the Holy Trinity, impact, pellet spread, range. Both full choke and rifle to barrel remain your barrels of choice. If your shotgun can't reliably 1-tap enemies at 8 meters, get a new shotgun. Slug shotguns are still awesome, and the Chaperone is a unit. Well-rolled shotguns are still good in PvP. Hey, did you know that I'm on Twitch? I have to say that out loud now because apparently a lot of people just listen to YouTube videos these days, which I feel is kind of weird. Am I talking to you right now? Are you listening to this video without actually watching it? Well, if you are, go on over to twitch.tv/FalloutPlays and follow me there. I stream every week and we should be besties. Also, please sub to my channel if you haven't already. It helps my channel grow. Thank you all very much for watching. See you next time.
So, what's going on in the Destiny community lately? Jeez, alright. Yeah, if you haven't been living under a rock, you've probably heard a thing or two about the Dad of Wolves exotic shotgun. You know, I made a crack about this gun months ago, and people are still bringing it up in my Twitch chat. And hey, I stand by what I said. It ain't a shotgun. Look here. Does that look like a shotgun to you? No, it's a pulse rifle that Bungie accidentally wrote shotgun on, which also happens to take special ammo. Case closed, don't at me. This monstrosity has been the talk of the town lately after its recent adjustment in the sandbox. If you're unfamiliar, here is how the weapon works. Pull the trigger one time, fire off a 5-bullet burst. Body shots do 39 damage each, and headshots do 55 damage each, meaning a full-on body shot burst of 5 will do 195 damage. Within intended range, of course. Strong enough to one-shot Guardians not running high enough resilience, and a full-on headshot burst will do 275, which you ain't living through. Now, if you hold down the reload button at literally any time that you want, you activate the exotic perk, Release the Dads. Once you've done that, 2 notable things will happen. First, instead of shooting 5 bullets per burst, you shoot 10, and second, your damage goes up as well. Now you're at 49 damage per bullet in the body, and 59 per bullet in the head. That's a +4 bonus to headshot damage, but a +10 bonus to body shot damage, which is kinda nutty. With Release the Dads active, you can 4-tap Guardians in the body even if they have good resilience, from up close. Activating the perk isn't gonna drastically change your overall time to kill, if you're within the gun's ideal range. But the extra damage helps your time to kill once you start moving back further and further to compensate for the weapon's natural damage drop-off point. Also, the exotic perk makes using the gun a little bit easier. Just aim at the body, hit the trigger one time, and hang on for dear life. With the crazy damage output, when Guardians run at you with their super active, it gives you the opportunity to do things like this. Or this. Ah, that never gets old. It's pretty much an anti-ape gun. The only downside, really, is that it burns through ammo like nobody's business. But if you have the perk Shotgun Scavenger on one of your armor pieces, it's not really going to be that big of a problem. Oh, did I mention that once you activate the exotic perk, which, again, you can do at any time, it lasts until you die? Really, I'm not kidding. Switch weapons all you want. Or stand there until the match ends, which I hear happens a lot on PC, #macro farming. It will last until you die, just like my love for all of you. Now, as we've already gone over, a lot of people are using this gun lately to the point where the "it's OP" shouts are coming out a lot. I'd like to take this time to remind everyone that Destiny 2 is a borderline, entirely different game altogether between console and PC. Here is the Lord of Dads firing from about 15-ish meters away, on controller, on console. It can definitely get a kill, sometimes from that far out, but you really have to work for it. Managing hardcore recoil is a huge factor in whether you can lock up a kill or not when playing with a controller. Of course, this becomes harder and harder the further away you get from your target. For most controller users, you won't be able to reliably get a kill from really deep because the recoil becomes harder and harder to manage, and combining that with the damage drop-off point, it's not going to work. Staying relatively close-ish becomes the goal. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't we hop on over to the land of PC and see how the Lord of Dads performs at range for mouse and keyboard users. Good lord. Yeah, it doesn't shock me that I've been hearing a lot about this gun from my boys over in PC land. Make no mistake, it's possible to F up the kill shot for sure, but M&K users have a much smoother time dealing with weapon kick. Of course, damage drop-off is always going to be a thing you'll have to compensate for. It's not like you're getting full bullet damage from cross-map on a regular basis. But damn, and I mean damn, it's almost a frozen rope of bullets hitting your target right in the face. I think for most console players, the gun is still going to be pretty good in PvP, but because long-range usage has much harder to control recoil, you're going to see a lot less of it in Crucible when compared with PC. And PC players have my sympathy on this one. Well, sort of. PlayStation had to deal with the Wave Splitter at the peak of its power, so I guess it's their turn to deal with something horrifically annoying. If you want to use the Lord of Wolves on console, go for it. Just remember that if you're using it from too far away, you're pretty much hurting yourself. Hard to manage recoil and damage drop-off means you're probably just going to be better off using a hand cannon once you reach a certain range. And don't forget, if you're too close to the enemy, you're going to be putting yourself at a disadvantage again, because when you're too close, you're going to get beaten by the Dust Rock Blues, or any well-rolled shotgun, which can just one-tap you instantly. So yeah, you want to be far enough away from the shotgunners, but not too far to the point where you're not landing any shots, and a hand cannon would be better. You need to be right here in this area, the dad zone, where low effort body shots are king. If you are a controller user, pro tip, aim for the gut or for the junk, so when the bullets kick up, they are not going to whiff up too far over your enemy's head. And that's the Lord of Wolves. If you're on PC, I sympathize, and if you're on console, you probably might run into this in PvP a little bit, but I kinda doubt the plague will be as extreme. Give it a whirl in quick play to see if this gun is something you might feel could be fun. Hey, at the very least, you might piss off some super thirsty Titan mains while you're doing it. Hey, do me a favor, like this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't already. It's free to do, and together you can join me in my long-term quest of global domination. I'll be a benevolent ruler, cross my heart. While you're at it, check me out on Twitch too, where I stream pretty much every weekend. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. How in the name of God have I produced so many God roll videos on this channel and not once have I ever covered the Mindbender's ambition? To be honest, I thought I already had until multiple friends and people in my Twitch chat reminded me that I am in fact a rube and have not yet made one. Well, that changes today. New year, new me, and we're here to talk about, hands down, no exaggeration, one of the best weapons in Destiny PvP to date, the Mindbender's Ambition Shotgun. If you've played D2 Crucible for more than 15 minutes, odds are you've been gunned down by this beastly, lengthy, rune-covered monstrosity. In terms of hierarchy, the Mindbender's currently sits very comfortably in the S-tier category of PvP shotguns. Now I could sit here straight up blowing the gun for another few minutes, but I think y'all would rather get down to business and talk about why the Mindbender's is a certified dream crusher. Let's consult my personal list of what makes a shotgun good at one-shotting people in PvP, which, as a reminder, is in order. Number 1, high impact. Number 2, a good pellet spread. Number 3, range. And new to the list, number 4, barrel length. The Mindbender hits number 1 right out of the park. It has a base impact of 80. Hella impressive for a spread shotgun. And with that high impact, you'll be dropping people in PvP at crazy far ranges. I'd also like to point out that the Mindbender is a member of the aggressive frame family, and according to the in-game description on the Mindbender itself, after getting a kill with the weapon, your rate of fire will go up. Granted, not by a whole lot, but hey, every little bit matters, and being able to squeeze out an extra shot faster in PvP could be the difference between you living and dying. Finally, the Mindbender is great not only because of its base stats, but it has some solid roll options and a very small column 3 and 4, meaning it's more likely that you'll probably get the perks on the gun that you're looking for. Icing on the cake, it's not the worst gun in the world to farm for, and if this video is finished and published on the day that I'm hoping it will be, aka Monday, January 6th, you can farm for this weapon today by repeatedly grinding out the hollowed layer Nightfall. I have a guide on how to farm this Nightfall fairly quickly, link in the top right corner right about now. Okay, enough chit chat, let's talk about what we're looking for on the PvP Mindbender God roll. It's important to know that the Mindbender does have a curated roll, which drops fairly frequently, and the curated roll is the only way to get opening shot, which is actually kinda nice. If you have the curated roll, great, hold on to that one as a solid backup, but if you want to
grind, you can get an even better roll. So what are we looking for? Column 1, oh boy, barrel options. Time to do what I do best, argue dumb BS on the internet. I'm talking, of course, about the age-old question, which shotgun barrel is best? Now, while range isn't as important on shotguns as, let's say, high impact, it still is nice to have because it does contribute to your overall weapon accuracy and landing shots in general. With that in mind, rifled barrel is always a good contender, even though it drops your handling by a very noticeable 15. If you have other perks on your gun that pump up handling, a 15 drop ain't so bad. Likewise, small bore has a 7 to range with no real downsides, which is fairly okay. And even though I've said this a trillion times on my channel, I will continue to repeat myself for new subscribers. Please click subscribe. Do not, I repeat, do not pick smoothbore. Yes, I know, 15 range is very tempting, but it comes with the awful downside of having a wider pellet spread, which makes it harder to land one-hit kill shots in PvP because your whole goal is hitting as many pellets on your target as humanly possible. Imagine if I said, hey, I'll give you a free pizza for dinner, but I also peed over all of it. A necessary comparison? Probably not, but it's to help illustrate that the downside far outweighs the benefit, so pass over smoothbore hardcore and dunk on those foolish enough to use it. My pick is still full choke. Even after getting nerfed last year, its IMO still the #1 pick for PvP. Yeah, you don't get precision damage on your pellets, but precision damage on spread shotguns is so low, it essentially doesn't matter. You lose next to nothing and gain a better chance. It's important I use that word specifically. A better chance of landing more pellets on your target. It's not guaranteed that you're gonna land more pellets because shotguns are just tubes jam-packed with fucking bullshit RNG by design, but it is a fairly good chance, so improve your odds of landing more pellets, forehead, and go for full choke. And with that, we move on to column 2, magazine junk. Exciting. 7 options on the table here, and much like a $5 buffet, there are plenty of things here you definitely want to ignore, and only a few things you should really target. On the loser table, we have anything that affects magazine size, including appended mag, tactical mag, and extended mag. Big who cares to all 3 of those options. Mag size is the least of our worries with a single shot slowish firing PvP shotgun. Next thing to avoid is steady rounds, which is kind of annoying because it's one of the perks on the curated Mindbender. If it just had a better perk right there in column 2, I would be so much more thrilled about using the curated role. Steady rounds cuts your range, which again, not huge, but it gives you a boost to stability, which the Mindbender absolutely does not care about at all. Gonna pass on that one, Chief. Finally, in the it's alright category, we have light mag, a tiny boost to range and reload speed. Definitely not god tier, but not bad. In second place, we have accurized rounds, a big buff to range, which again, not mandatory, but always appreciated. The winner in my eyes, though, has got to be Assault Mag, because even though it grants no additional range and also has a big heaping pile of unnecessary, unhelpful stability, what it really brings to the table is an improvement to your Mindbender's rate of fire, something sorely appreciated by this relatively slow-firing beast. If you're within the ideal kill range and you're accurate, the Mindbender does all the work for you, meaning one of its only downfalls as a shotgun is being slow firing. Assault Mag is definitely here to help in that department, and remember, as I mentioned, you also get a rate of fire boost from aggressive frame, and yes, the two do stack together. Maximize your rate of fire and cut through your foes faster than a hot knife through butter. Moving right along to column 3, only 4 perks here. Now, while that's unfortunate for those of you seeking variety, it's good for the rest of us out here who have one specific perk we might be chasing, and a 1 in 4 chance we'll get it on a drop. Pulse Monitor, I would say, is a pass. Auto reloading, while appreciated, isn't exactly what we're looking for, especially with the activation criteria being you getting your b-hole torn. No thank you. Threat Detector, actually not a bad perk. The extra reload and stability is kinda
who cares for a shotty, but having more handling is good for this weapon. Slide shot, also a totally acceptable option. Even though a lot of people dig it for the tiny boost to range, I like it more for its ability to reload your weapon when you slide. I know, I just teased Pulse Monitor for the same thing, but slide shot is something you actually have control over, and getting back bullets faster when you say so can be a lifesaver. But even though those two perks are good and you'd be happy to get them, I gotta go with Snapshot for column 3. I have a deep, borderline unbreakable and unhealthy love for shotguns that have the ability to ADS in the blink of an eye. It makes annihilating people so much easier. Not a flashy perk by any means, not tricky or fancy, but it gets the job done. Let's jump over to column 4. Once again, only 4 choices here, so odds are you'll get something good. Starting on the options that I will personally pass on, and right up front we have auto loading holster. Again, it's not that I don't appreciate having my gun auto reloaded, hence my love for slide shot, but I think it works better for other things, i.e. fusion rifles, not to mention there's other perks here that we definitely rather have instead. It's not you, auto loading holster, it's us. You'll find happiness with somebody else, believe me. Moving on, we come to Rampage. Now, it's not that we don't want extra damage on our gun after a kill. Who wouldn't want that? It's just that the Mindbender is already so absurdly powerful from a PvP perspective. It already blows through Guardians like dry paper. The benefits of Rampage, I feel, will hardly come into play in PvP on the regular, and for that reason, it's a pass. Now we come to the real decision on this gun. The 2 remaining choices in column 4, quick draw and moving target. I'm telling you people right now, this is like asking folks which they like better, pancakes or waffles. What I'm really driving at, aside from guaranteeing an argument down in the comment section, is that there is no wrong answer. I love both of these perks. If you want a little extra help landing your shots, moving target is solid, especially for the folks out there who play on controller. If you're gonna put a gun to my head though, I'm gonna go with pancakes, quick draw. I gotta be honest with you, you don't know how badly you missed this perk on your Mindbender until you use one that doesn't have it. The ability to instantly switch from your primary to your shoddy is god tier. It's the instant FU, get out of my face button, especially in those situations where maybe you've already shot an enemy with your primary weapon and they're at that perfect distance where they're too far for a traditional one-shot kill from your shoddy, but if they already have some damage on them, the quick draw Mindbender is the ideal finisher. I'm telling you people, it's absurd, but once again, if you like moving target, that's totally fine too. Masterwork time. What are we looking for? Well, we could keep it simple and go with range. Again, not the most important thing on your shoddy, but still helpful and definitely more required than stability or reload. If your Mindbender has moving target, you might actually appreciate a handling masterwork more since you're missing out on all that quick draw goodness. If you're gonna bust my balls about which weapon mod to put on this beast, and I know you're gonna, I'll make it simple for you. Do you like to jump with your shotgun? Icarus grip. Do you do most of your shottying on the ground? Targeting adjuster. Boom, done. Now, let's review. What is our god roll PvP Mindbender's Ambition Shotgun? Let's go from general to specific. Column 1, be happy with either rifled barrel or full choke. Column 2, be happy with accurized rounds or assault mag. Column 3, be happy with slide shot or snapshot. And column 4, be happy with moving target or quick draw. But if you really want my nitty gritty pick, the true god roll is full choke, assault mag, snapshot, quick draw with a range masterwork. Damn right. The combination of snapshot and quick draw will make yours the snappiest, quickest Mindbender out there, with the likelihood of landing more pellets and a faster firing speed. That is one lean, mean Guardian killing machine. I am really sad that my Mindbender is only a 4 out of 5 roll. Damn you, Light Mag. Oh well, for the amount of time I put into grinding for this puppy, I am more than happy to have that roll. Anyway, check out my other video on how to farm for this gun quickly and keep your eyes peeled at what nightfalls are available each week. If you desperately want a better shotgun for PvP, look no further than the Mindbender's Ambition.
What up, you lovable nerds? Fallout here, and today I want to talk to you about an incoming god tier weapon available soon in a loot pool near you, the Astral Horizon Shotgun. If you're watching this video the day I'm putting it out, the gun has not yet entered the available loot pool, at least not to my knowledge. It's a weapon that is 99.9999999% confirmed to be obtainable by playing Trials of Osiris. Whoa, hold on there, buddy. I see some of you out there already gearing up to X out of this video because you feel, hey, I'll never get flawless in Trials, so why watch this video? Well, first of all, not necessarily true, I believe in you, but second of all, you don't need to go flawless in order to grab this beautiful new shotty. At least, we're pretty sure. The first weekend of newly released Trials of Osiris, there were 3 weapons available in the loot pool. The Exile's Curse fusion rifle dropped if you managed to reach 7 wins on your punch card, and you'll notice I said 7 wins, not flawless, meaning you can still get some losses and grab that fusion rifle. You could get the Tomorrow's Answer rocket launcher via 5 wins on your punch card, and the Scholar Kinetic scout rifle via just 3 wins on your punch card. What I'm trying to tell you, fine people, is that you don't gotta be a super PvP god in order to grab weapon drops from Trials. That being said, at this time, we don't know exactly how many wins will be required in order to grab the upcoming Astral Horizon shotgun. Could be 3, could be 5, could be 7. The weapon also might not appear in this upcoming weekend's loot rotation at all. The current assumption is that since weekend 1 of Trials the weapons were the scout rifle, the fusion rifle, and the rocket launcher, the shotgun, as well as the other 2 new weapons, which I won't mention if you don't want to know yet and kind of want to be surprised, will show up in the loot pool for weekend number 2. I'm rambling right now, but point of the story is you probably want to play Trials weekend 2 because there's a high chance the Astral Horizon will be available, and based on how it looks on paper, this thing is going to be a monster. Let's quickly go over its qualifications as to why it's probably going to be a tier 1 shotgun, as well as what perks one might look for in order to make it an official PvP god roll. First of all, the Astral is a member of the Aggressive Frame family. For those of you keeping score at home, that's the same category as the Mindbender shotgun, which still, despite the class-wide shotgun nerf, still stands proudly as a killer PvP weapon. Sure, if you compare the 2 weapons' base stats side by side, the Mindbender barely takes the cake. If you're gonna bust my balls about it. Remember though, the Mindbender is a massive pain in the butt to farm for, and those of you out there who already love PvP and want to play Trials, the Astral will probably be much more fun to acquire. Not to mention, the Astral Horizon is also a kinetic shotgun, meaning I'll be able to pair it together with one of my favorite PvP weapons, the Not Forgotten hand cannon. By the way, that's something I can't mix with the Mindbender at all. Anyway, in traditional god roll style, we are going to hop over to the far left hand column and talk about barrels. Briefly, that is. This is kind of the only part of the video where I'm not gonna get too specific. As some of you might know, I put out an initial testing video on shotguns the day season 10 began, trying to figure out how different shotguns felt, along with answering a bunch of other community questions. The question I still don't know the answer to at this point, which shotgun barrel is currently best for PvP? I'm working on it, believe me. I have about 1,000 projects on my plate right now, but the barrel question is one of them for sure. If it makes you feel any better, I can still confirm that smoothbore seems to be trash. I guess some things never change. Really, I need to determine if full choke is still the choice barrel for season 10. Some PvP players like Lumi firmly believe that full choke isn't what it used to be after the sandbox change, while other players like OSK feel that full choke is 100% still the go-to option. Again, I'm working on it. For right now, try not to sweat the barrel so much, the only real rule in place being handling is always good, especially if your shotgun doesn't have quick draw and smoothbore is still bad. Put that on the back burner, and for now let's move over to column 2 where we have our usual array of magazine picks. Kind of tying into barrel options, the subject of range for shotguns is still very much up in the air. Referring back one more time to my initial testing video, it didn't really seem when testing that extra range was making a difference on our shotgun's one-hit kill potential. Extra barrel range, I should clarify. If we pull up the Season 10 patch notes, we get a quick reminder that ADSing your shotty no longer adjusts effective range for the this weapon archetype. It still could somehow affect overall pellet spread tightness though. The only perk here whose viability is in question because of all of this is accurized rounds and potentially also light mag. Look, don't dump your Horizon into the trash if it drops with either of those perks though. More testing required does not mean panic and shard all of your shit. The good news is that the perk I was gonna recommend anyway as the top tier choice of column 2 happens to be Assault Mag, the only mag option capable of improving your weapon's rate of fire. This perk is preferred by a ton of PvP gods who dig the ability to pull off a slightly faster second shot, especially now that effective one-hit kill range has been nerfed by about 1 meter. In trials especially, getting a second shot off on another target slightly faster could mean the difference between winning and losing the round. Let me put it this way, even if we came to the conclusion that yeah, range still matters on shotguns, I would still probably recommend Assault Mag on the Astral Horizon. I'd also like to point out that the aggressive frame shotguns intrinsically have a benefit where you get increased rate of fire after a kill. You didn't know that? Well, you should read the info on your weapons more, bruh. It's also been confirmed in the past that Assault Mag stacks on top of that improved aggressive frame rate of fire buff, which is extra handy. TLDR, Assault Mag brings all good things to the table, and it's what I'm going to be hunting on my Astral until further notice. Jumping over to column 3 of this weapon, good news, there's only 5 perks, so not terrible odds of you getting the one you're looking for. As is tradition, I'm gonna weed out the ones we probably don't want on a PvP god roll. Auto-loading holster, not terrible for special weapons, although usually I think it's better for grenade launchers, rocket launchers, anything that has a one shot in the mag kind of vibe to it. If you only get one and it has this perk, can still be okay, but I wouldn't actively be hunting for it. Not for PvP anyway. Field prep, faster reload stow and ready is cool, let's be clear about that. Aside from the reload speed, that mostly falls under the umbrella of better handling, and if that's what you're after, there's a much better option on this list than field prep, so pass for now. That's kinda it for not wanted perks on the PvP focused Astral. If you get any of the 3 remaining perks on your gun, you're in pretty good shape. Starting with Threat Detector, this perk is still slept on by a lot of people. It is damn handy, especially at weapons designed for close range. Extra reload and stability for a shotgun are just okay. Other close range weapons like sidearms benefit much more from those kinds of things, but every gun benefits from more handling. Threat Detector activates when any enemy comes within a 15-meter range of your Guardian. We're talking about shotguns right now, so pretty much 100% of the time if you're within kill range of another person, Threat Detector will be active on your Astral. Good perk, nice on shotguns, be happy if you get it. Now, moving on, let's talk for a minute about Slide Shot, particularly about the range-granting aspect of Slide Shot. Again, I know I've said probably 2 or 3 times in this video already that the status of range on shotguns currently up in the air based on Bungie's patch notes. I don't know how much of that pertains though to perks like Slide Shot and one other perk that I'll get to later. Let me explain. I went into a private match with a buddy of mine. He's cool and lets me shoot him in the face sometimes, like good friends do. I stood still and hit him with a different shotty, again because Astral isn't available right now. The damage per pellet was about 14 to 15 each. Then I slid to activate Slide Shot and shot him from literally the exact same spot. I was wedged into a corner actually, so I know it was the exact same spot, and also he didn't move from where he was standing either. The damage per pellet on Slide Shot was now up to 16 to 17 damage per pellet. So despite whatever bull went on with the range changes to shotties, Slide Shot very clearly still manages to push your damage fall off point back on shotguns. Yeah, if you look at the damage done to the enemy Guardians side by side, it's not a ton of extra damage, but it very well could be the difference between you getting a kill and you getting killed. You smell what I'm cooking? Not to mention, by the way, the other benefits offered by Slide Shot. Extra stability, kind of a not big deal on an aggressive frame shotgun, but being able to partially reload your shotty, that is great in the heat of the moment. So in total, you get a further back damage drop-off point and a partial reload, all from doing something that most high-level PvP players run around the map doing anyway. Slide Shot is a great perk, be excited if it drops on your Astral. Now we get to the perk that literally no one is surprised about, Quick Draw. For the record, before we get into this, I'm fully aware of the, quote, quick draw glitch, end quote, that has existed in Destiny for some time. You can stop mentioning it to me in the comments section now. Two things on that real quick. A, I'm not sure that's going to be in the game forever. Bungie could axe it at any time. And B, it requires specific timing to execute. And if you're asking me, F thinking about that every single second in the heat of a PvP match. Quick Draw is all of the awesome and none of the drawbacks or timing. It speeds up your handling by a ton, and in situations where you quickly need to swap to your shoddy to put down someone coming right at you, accept no substitutes. Quick Draw is hands down unquestionable god tier. And God help you going back to other shotguns that don't have Quick Draw after you've tried out and gotten used to Quick Draw. It's like a drug, but it doesn't destroy your brain or your teeth or your wallet. TLDR, Quick Draw. Let's move on to column 4, where I think we can also quickly weed out 2 perks that really just don't do anything for our PvP role. One of those 2 things is Elemental Capacitor, which can give you a stat boost depending on what kind of class you're playing. Extra handling from ARC classes is nice, but in a perfect world, you already have Quick Draw from back in column 3 and really have no need for this perk at all. I guess if you had Slide Shot in column 3, you could maybe run this and have a super bootleg, nowhere near as good as Quick Draw version of Quick Draw, but I'm not really hyped for Elemental Capacitor. Next up is 1-2 Punch. Now this perk is historically known for causing huge amounts of trouble in PvE, but not so much in PvP. Although you could probably use 1-2 Punch to maybe embarrass some roaming supers in Crucible, but the odds of that happening are very low. Like, oh look, my crush just asked me out low. I mean, it can happen, but you know, are we getting too real here? Sorry about that, my bad. I'm sure it'll happen. Just be yourself, buddy. Changing topics, the next 3 weapon perks are all viable for one reason or another. I'm gonna start with the brand new weapon perk, Celerity. Being the last living member of your fire team gives you the following benefits: better target acquisition, better handling and reload speed, and reduced flinch from incoming fire. That is awesome. Of course, it's only going to really benefit you if you play game types where your teammates might not insta-respawn, like Trials. The extra handling and reload speed are hugely noticeable. The reduced flinch I did notice, but it seemed fairly minor. Still, every little bit helps. The same thing goes for increased targeting acquisition. That is fairly difficult to measure in-game exactly, but I'm guessing it'll probably somewhere along the lines of a targeting adjuster mod or a helmet targeting acquisition mod. The bottom line is it gives you better aim assist, which is literally never a bad thing. Gotta be the last living member of your fire team though, as I already mentioned, so in a perfect world, you'd never need the benefits of Celerity on your shotgun because your fire team in Trials is just too hot. That being said, things do happen, and this perk could really help you out in a pinch. Next up is Swashbuckler, extra damage from both melee kills or kills with the weapon. There are 5 stacks of extra weapon damage via Swash. If you get weapon kills, you go up 1 stack at a time per weapon kill. If you get a melee kill, however, you insta-max out at stack number 5, which means your shoddy is going to dish out an extra 30% damage for 4.5 seconds. Not bad. It's important to note that because your damage has now skyrocketed, that's going to push back the distance of your potential one-hit shoddy kills. Seen right here, when shooting my friend normally with an aggressive frame shotgun based on how far away we were from each other, I think 9 meters, each pellet did 17 to 18 damage. With Swashbuckler activated, the damage per pellet went up significantly. It might not come into play a ton, but it could get you a one-shot kill with your shoddy that you wouldn't have otherwise gotten. Something to keep in mind for sure. Finally, we come to the perk that I 100% am hunting for, Opening Shot. Remember earlier I mentioned there was one other perk that, along with slide shot, was bending the current shotgun rules on range? Opening shot would be that perk. You get better accuracy and range on the opening shot of your attack. Weapons like shotguns that mainly are designed to be one and done guns, aka you pull the trigger once and hopefully get one kill, they benefit from opening shot a lot. With my curated Mindbender shotgun, which has opening shot, the extra length of the range cone was damn noticeable. Of course, pellet spread RNG is always going to be a factor in you locking up the one-hit kill or not, but my second Mindbender without opening shot wasn't able to lock up a one-hit kill in our testing, whereas the opening shot Mindbender totally could. May I remind you how easy it is to activate this perk. You don't really have to do anything. It's the first shot out of your gun, something you were going to do anyway at some point during the match, I'm sure. You can also reactivate the perk by just taking out your primary for a second or two, then switching back to your shotty and firing another opening shot. Ever since the sandbox changes to shotguns, opening shot has gone up even higher in PvP viability. It's gonna help you lock up those deep one-hit kills that you crave oh so much. In terms of weapon mods, I feel like you really can't go wrong with Targeting Adjuster, Icarus Grip, or even Sprint Grip, since the Astral doesn't have access to Snapshot. It really depends on your playstyle. If you like to jump, go with Icarus. Like to run around headlong into engagements? Probably Sprint Grip. Want a safe option with no drawback? Just go with Targeting Adjuster. What about masterworking, you say? I'm gonna go with Handling. Remember, even if you get Quick Draw, we've already dispelled the rumor that Quick Draw, quote, maxes out Handling. It helps it a ton, but doesn't max it out, so as long as it can still help an extra smidge, I say take it. If I do extra testing later this month and find out that range is in fact still a big factor outside of both slide shot and opening shot and is worth a masterwork slot, I'll come back and let you know for sure. And with that, let's review. Aside from the barrel option, which I'm temporarily leaving off the table, what perks are we looking for on our PvP Astral Horizon shotgun? Assault Mag and Column 2 for the extra rate of fire, Threat Detector, Slide Shot or Quick Draw in Column 3, and Celerity, Swashbuckler, or Opening Shot in Column 4. Although if that's too open-ended and you want to know the role that I'm hunting for, that's going to be Assault Mag, Quick Draw, and Opening Shot. The barrel and the masterwork I almost borderline don't care about right now. I really want just the big three, which I mentioned right now. Assault Mag, Quick Draw, and Opening Shot. Those perks, IMO, are the trifecta, and having all three on your shotty is going to make a fierce role for PvP in the coming weeks. Bank on it. And there you have it, some information that you hopefully found useful on the brand new, soon to be here Astral Horizon PvP shotgun. Whenever we know exactly when it will be in the loot pool, odds are this coming weekend, I'll be sure to let all of you know on Twitter, including how many wins are required on your card for you to get the gun. If you found this video helpful in any way at all, alright, hi, my name is Fallout, and this is my last shotgun video ever. Of course, I always say that, but I don't know, I kind of feel like it this time. I've been missing out on a lot of gaming lately because I've been gluing myself to this chair and pouring over close to 100, and no, I'm not making up that number, screenshots of me blasting my friends in the face in a private lobby. After Season 10 went live though, I went and made an initial findings shotgun video, promising that later I'd give a more in-depth follow-up. This is that follow-up. Although to be honest, I'm not too thrilled to be doing it this soon. Mainly because it's a butt ton of work, and the great big payoff is going to be twofold. One, me continuing to typecast myself to shotgun-related work, which again, eating into my Animal Crossing time. I gotta pay off Tom Nook before he breaks my legs, people. And payoff number 2, about 95% of people out there skipping all the way to the end of this video right off the bat to just get to the pay dirt without hearing most of the things I gotta say or how I came to those conclusions. Not that most things I say need to be heard, it's just that I get mildly tittered when I hear people misquoting me in random Twitch chats. Oh, Fallout said this was the 100% best barrel. No, I didn't. Sorry, I'm kinda coming in really hot with this video, but holy wow, am I fed up with doing anything, and I mean anything, focused around RNG. And RNG is pretty much the
patron saint of all shotguns. It's like if you hated the smell of cotton candy, well, you'd probably be pretty tired of people dragging you to the circus. Does that even make sense? I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. We're gonna get to the data, believe me. I have a fairly simplified answer to a very popular question, and I think it's probably going to satisfy a good number of you out there watching. Alright, let's get our hands dirty. I've talked about shotguns a gajillion times before, and the golden rule never changes. Shotguns are inconsistent. That's something that's gonna pop up a lot, and I mean a lot, in this video. Inconsistency comes from two sources: pellet spread RNG and potential human error, meaning if I F up lining up the shot on my friend. But I've been doing this a long time, so I'd like to think that the second part is fairly minimal about now. Anyway, first thing to talk about, the range situation. What's up with range? Well, you might remember in my initial findings video, I said it seemed like extra range on your shotty might not matter or affect its overall one-hit kill performance. Again, those were day one findings, and I'm happy to say I'm updating that statement to the following. I'm pretty sure range matters. You'll notice I'm gonna dance around hard confirmations here because F that. But here's the deal, I have a butt ton of shotties in my vault, including the new Astral Horizon, which, as I predicted, is amazing. One of my Astrals has pitifully low range, about 31 if I really drop it down. Another of mine has about 56 range. That's a total difference of 25 range between the two of them. As always, I shot a friend in a private lobby, except this time I didn't do it live. I really took my time and thoroughly logged all of the results as they happened. I fired shots with both shotties about a half dozen times at 6, 7, 8, and 9 meters. Remember, most one-hit kills on good shotguns are gonna happen under the 8-meter mark, about. You can get one-hit kills at 8 meters, but you gotta have good RNG. Anyway, after looking at all the pictures, and I mean all of them, it seems that the Astral Horizon with 56 range was consistently doing more damage per shot than the 31 range. And that's across all meters that I tested, 6, 7, 8, and 9. There should have been nothing else interfering with that or affecting the data. No slide shot, no opening shot, no targeting adjuster, no nothing. So accurized rounds should, in theory, still be a good perk for all shotties, and rifled barrel should, in theory, still be a good barrel. I want to quickly mention that even though some people are bizarrely hating on the perk Assault Mag, even with accurized rounds still being viable, gotta make it clear that Assault Mag, especially on high impact shotties, is still god tier. Being able to shoot your shotty faster is disgustingly good, and if you're already shooting at someone from so close you can give them a hug, Assault Mag is going to do more for you than accurized will, so I'm gonna continue to recommend it. That being said, range is back on the menu for shotties, and accurized is still good to have. Before going on, I gotta clarify another thing, because according to Bungie, each sub-archetype of shotty has their own cone now. It's entirely possible that any of the data I've shared or will share could only be specific to one specific archetype of shotty. What the hell does that mean? For example, I just said range apparently makes a difference in lethality. What if that's only for aggressive frame shotguns? The only way to know for sure would be to go do everything I've done for this video for each individual archetype of shotgun, and the thought of doing that right now makes me want to vomit. Maybe another time. Maybe not. For right now, I'm just reporting on what I've spent the last 2 days on. Okay, so now we have our info that range should be good to still stack onto your shotty. The next question is the one I'm getting the most by far, and that's what barrel is best? Holy Lord, this question. I've probably spent more time looking into this than anything else. Let's start with this comparison. Again, the Astral Horizon, I've got two versions here, one with full choke, one with rifled barrel. Why those two barrels? Well, they've historically been the best for a long while. Short of Bungie coming right out and saying, oh yeah, by the way, barrels have different pellet spreads, like every barrel, then there's no reason to think that the best barrel should be anything other than either rifled barrel or full choke. Now, when comparing these barrels, you gotta make sure the range stat is close to 10 apart from one another, meaning you couldn't have a full choke at 40 range and a rifled barrel shotty also at 40 range, because part of the benefit of rifled barrel is that it gives you plus 10 range. So here, my two shotties are 9 range apart. Not exactly 10, but close enough. Took 6 shots with each at 9 meters. Look at the damage on each. Look at how all over the place this is. Some shots did close to lethal damage, and some failed to even break the enemy's shield. That's the power of RNG, baby. Overall though, both barrels had times where they did good damage and times where they did about half damage. And even if you looked really hard and came to a personal conclusion where you thought, well, from the pictures, it looks like this one maybe did a teeny bit more damage, slightly more of the time. Again, is that enough to draw a hard conclusion? How do you know it's not just RNG gunking things up? Short answer, you don't. There's literally no way to know for sure. That's why I've done all of this so many times. Here's an interesting one. The Dustrock Blue Shotgun at 8 meters with rifled barrel. Okay, soak in the overall damage levels that you're looking at here. And now, same gun, we switch to full choke. Noticeable, right? You're probably already running off to tell your friends, oh, it's full choke. Full choke is the best barrel. Confirmed. Well, not so fast there, Skippy, because RNG is such a hardcore factor, I re-tested everything that I did. Good God, why did I do that? Because I have no respect for my own free time, and quarantine is a bitch. So here's my retesting the next day of the exact same gun. Dustrock at full choke, 8 meters away, the same distance, and now rifled barrel. Naha! This time, rifled barrel was noticeably more lethal than full choke. All very strange, all affected by RNG. You guys remember the Badlands? Not the Badlander, the legendary shotgun, the Badlands MK24. It's a blue shotgun from early D2. It has both rifled and full choke by default, so it felt natural to include it. Get ready for something spooky. 6 shots in a row, and whoa, look at that consistency. My God, you are never gonna see a picture that beautiful again. Your future wedding photos pale in comparison to this glorious shot. All the same damage across 6 different shots fired. That's like striking oil in your backyard, that level of luck. If all shots I ever fire from a shotgun were that consistent all the time, I would be so happy. But that was just dumb luck, I'd wager. Now we change it to rifled barrel, and so close to the same thing. Hairs away from the same level of damage across the board. See how close those barrels are? I want you to remember that because it's going to come up again later at the end. Back to the Astral Horizon, full choke at 8 meters. Good damage across the board, well, with rifled barrel, slightly more deadly in this occurrence. Well, now you might be thinking, well, hey, rifled barrel, probably the more lethal barrel. But when I took it to 9 meters, it almost flip-flopped. Full choke doing a hair more damage, more consistently than the times rifled barrel hit. But again, very, very close. That is what all of this essentially boils down to. You think you know what the best barrel is, definitively, and then RNG knocks on your door and punches you in the face. I hesitate to even say something along the lines of, between rifled barrel and full choke, it's about a 55-45 split towards rifled. Because if I were to say that, then people are probably gonna misquote me a bunch, and their only takeaway from this video will be rifled barrel is the barrel, everything else is trash. What they should take away is this. Shoddy barrels right now in Season 10 are so consistently inconsistent in performance that I don't think there's a very clear winner. The lines between best barrel are fuzzier than ever, and that's almost a good thing, because it means that when looking for a new shotgun, you should be focused most on the things that aren't the barrel, like the fun, unique perks. Rifled barrel is good. Full choke is also good. I highly doubt your barrel is going to make or break you in PvP. There will definitely be some times where you either get a very lucky deep one-hit kill or F up a close range kill, but between all of that, I would likely chalk it up to intense RNG rather than what barrel your shotty had. TLDR, rifled and full choke both seem fine, with no clear, consistent winner. Keyword there being consistent. Either barrel option can outperform the other at any time due to RNG. Focus on other perks that make your shotgun fire, like quick draw, slide shot, opening shot, and all the other perks I routinely mention in my usual God roll videos. And that's it for this video. I am tired. Do the like thing and the sub thing, and I'm gonna go and sleep. And probably focus on more fun things in the future. Stop by the stream anytime on Twitch. I am live most days, and ring the notification bell. It apparently matters more than subbing these days, but still do that too. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time.
Here we go, slide! No! Hey everybody, what's going on? Fallout here, and if today's video sounds a little wonky, it's because I am recording it live on Twitch. Today is the new patch. I think it is patch 3.2.1 in D2, and there are a bunch of patch notes. I will link them in the video description if you want to read them, but the main thing is that there are a lot of weapon changes coming. Today, I wanted to take a look at the weapon changes being made to shotguns. Here are a few questions that I'm hoping to give you maybe an answer to in today's video. How far away can you one-tap with shotguns now? How far away can you two-tap with shotguns now? Is the Felwinter's Lie dead? Are shotguns dead in general? And what is the new PvP meta? Is it still shotgun heavy or not? Why don't we start with the Felwinter? It's probably what a lot of people want to know about, because the Felwinter has kind of for a long time been the golden standard of what is good in PvP. It's a really good shotgun, the king of consistency. Everybody knows the Felwinter, easy to get, and it's been crushing the meta for a long time. With the patch notes, we found that the new Felwinter was probably going to most consistently kill at around 6 meters, and that is with opening shot active. Now, I need to mention this. I mention this every shotgun video. Shotguns are inconsistent. RNG is going to be a huge factor in how deep, how far away you can get a kill from with any shotgun, except a slug shotgun, naturally. RNG is always going to be a factor. Remember that. Looking over my notes, we actually got one-hit kill with the Felwinter at about 7 meters away. Again, we can probably chalk that up to good RNG, aka a good pellet spread. But most of the time, Felwinter was getting a one-hit kill consistently at around 6 meters. About 5 out of 6 times we were able to put down a Guardian in PvP from exactly 6 meters away. If you didn't know, if that number is not in your head before the patch, that was probably much further away, maybe about 7 to 8 meters away, depending on how good your pellet RNG was. We're gonna come back to the Felwinter, but moving on real quick to the Reese Walker, which is a member of the lightweight frame family, the Iron Banner shotgun. While the Reese Walker was capable of one-hit killing at about 6 meters away, it didn't happen as frequently as the Felwinter. So I would say that aggressive frame shotguns, including the Felwinter, are more likely still to get a deep one-hit kill on an enemy in PvP, but the members of the lightweight frame family, like the Reese Walker, still capable of doing it at 6 meters, but fairly less consistently. It's probably going to happen much more frequently at about 5 meters. Really quickly, back to aggressive frame shotguns. I also did try my Astral Horizon shotgun, aka the Trials shotgun. Really good roll on that, has opening shot, has high range. We were able to get fairly often one-hit kills at 6 meters away. We even got 1 or maybe 2 at 7 meters away. I would put all aggressive frame shotguns, including the Felwinter, into the camp of if you're trying to get a one-hit kill, you're looking at 6 meters away on average, and maybe 7 meters based on the quality of your shotgun roll and if your pellet RNG is good. Again, aggressive frame shotguns, I would put them within a 6 to 7 meter window, depending on the roll and depending on if your RNG is good. Also, in the one-hit kill range department, we tested out the Retold Tail. That is a member of the Precision Frame shotgun. Not a ton of those in the game right now that are non-sunset, and by that I mean precision frames that aren't slug shotguns. I think the Retold Tail is only the current
one non-sunset precision frame spread shotgun in the game. And yeah, it can one-hit kill as well. We had it happen at 7 meters, I believe, most of the time. Very rarely it can happen at 6. So again, I'm putting the average one-hit kill range on really well-rolled shotguns, or if you have very good pellet RNG. 6 meters to 7, aggressive frames can do it a little bit better, but precision frame shotguns can get it done too. They're less likely to get it done at 6. Okay, moving on to shotguns that have the ability to 2-tap from deep. I mainly looked at 2 shotgun families. We looked at the rapid fire frame shotgun family and the lightweight frame shotgun family. Lightweight frame, we mainly worked with Reese Walker, i.e. the Iron Banner shotgun, and we found that it was probably the deeper 2-tapping shotgun. Around 9 meters was the sweet spot. Pretty much essentially guaranteed unless you had a bad pellet spread roll with any lightweight frame shotgun at around the 9 meter mark. They can get it done at about 10 meters, but you would need good pellet RNG or a very well-rolled shotgun to get a 2-tap on a lightweight frame from about 10 meters away. Really quickly, I would like to mention, by the way, that range, again, while it can help you get deeper one-hit kills, it's not as crucial as both the pellet spread and the impact of your weapon. As I have mentioned in shotgun videos past, range is a factor, but not as much as a lot of people think. We tested a low range Reese Walker and a pretty much max range Reese Walker, and the results were near identical in what they could achieve in terms of 1-hit kill range and 2-hit kill range. So I want you to keep that in mind as I'm talking to you about shotguns right now. The rapid fire frame family shotguns, which we did by testing out the threat level shotgun, even though it is sunset, we found that with that type of shotgun, around 9 meters, we could get a 2-tap kill from deep if we had a well-rolled gun or a RNG good luck pellet spread. Usually it was happening more around the 8-meter range more consistently. So rapid fire frame shotguns can get the job done with 2-tapping from slightly closer, but you would probably expect that. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what the numbers were on shotguns before today's patch, I can only really tell you that shotguns were probably more reliable in PvP from deeper than they are starting today. I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you on YouTube right now, but you don't need to keep all of them in your head. Again, all you need to really know is that the 1-hit kill range on ag frame shotguns is being brought way in, which hopefully I am showing right here. And on the 2-tapping department, yeah, you can get it more frequently from weapons like rapid fire frame shotguns or lightweight frame shotguns. Now that we have the consistent 1-hit kill range and the consistent 2-hit kill range on shotguns in PvP kind of relatively covered in a general statement, I have to answer the very big question: what is the new meta, and are shotguns dead? Right away, I don't think shotguns are dead. I still think they are very strong in the PvP meta. They're going to continue to be strong, but which shotguns people bring into PvP is definitely going to change. Aggressive frame shotguns like the Fellwinter used to be the lights out, no thought required, easy pick for PvP. Right now, I kind of don't think that is the case. I brought shotguns into PvP that I was normally very familiar with, like the Astral Horizon that would normally kill from very deep. I could immediately feel that my muscle memory trained brain had to get rewired. I was not getting kills from as deep as I normally did. I have to essentially retrain myself to understand that if I'm going to use a shotgun like the Fellwinter, like the Astral Horizon, I need to get closer. Regarding shotguns 2-tapping in PvP, I don't think that is going to become a new meta. I think what people are probably going to rely on is what they've kind of been doing in the past, where maybe you would prime the target, i.e. shooting them with a primary weapon like a hand cannon, like a rifle, whatever, getting them weak, swapping to your shotgun, and putting them down as a finisher from maybe far away than you normally would. Regarding what is the new meta, I expect the following options to definitely go up in viability now that shotguns have been changed. Fusion rifles, grenade launchers, slug shotguns are going to appear a lot. The Duality and the Chaperone and the Sojourner's Tale are already, I think, very strong weapons for PvP, but now that you have to get noticeably closer in order to get a 1-hit kill in PvP with a shotgun, yeah, expect to see a lot more of Chaperone, a lot more of Duality, and a lot more of the Sojourner's Tale. That is going to be pretty much everywhere, I can guarantee you. When weapons like the Chaperone, the range that you can get a 1-hit kill with them is almost equal to a Reese Walker 2-tap, yeah, that's going to be a very strong option in the meta going into the rest of Season 14. I think the last word is going to go up in viability. I think also Lord of Wolves is going to appear a lot. I want to give a quick shout out on YouTube right now to both Drewski and Kujay. If you're not following them, you definitely should. Both of them, pre today's patch, have been talking a big game on the viability of the Lord of Wolves. And yeah, it already is a fairly viable gun, but now that shotguns are getting kicked in the crotch really hard, I'm telling you, even on console, you should probably expect to see a fair amount of Lord of Wolves. It's going to begin to pop up. So again, to summarize, Lord of Wolves going up in viability, fusion rifles, grenade launchers, any type of slug shotgun, and the last word. Regular aggressive frame shotguns, yeah, they're still going to be there, but they're going to be much less oppressive than they were at the beginning of Season 14. I hope that maybe I cleared a little bit of that mystery up for you with the new patch notes and the new Season 14 meta. If you found today's video helpful at all, do me a favor and click the like button. And if you are new to the channel, please click subscribe. Really means a lot to me. There's a lot to cover this week. I'm going to be working my butt off. Leave me a comment down below in the comment section. Let me know on what you want me to work on next, and I will promise I will try my best to get to it as soon as I can. Thank you very much for watching. Appreciate you. See you next time. Hi, my name is Fallout, and despite a promise to myself that I wouldn't make any more shotgun content, today, unfortunately, we've got shotgun content. For the past few months, whenever I reveal what shotgun I'm using while streaming on Twitch, there's usually a 50-50 shot somebody in the chat I've never heard from before will pop up and say, "Lol, didn't you hear? Icarus does nothing on shotguns." Often said a little bit more aggressively than that, but yeah, I can't really blame them though. Sometimes the community plays telephone a little bit with new information and things kind of get lost in translation. They're more than likely relaying a now butchered to death quote from a kind of recent interview with Bungie game dev Chris Proctor, who appeared on the Destiny Community podcast to talk about the D2 sandbox. He answered an off-the-cuff question about shotguns, which a lot of people ran away with hard. Today, we're going to actually talk about the weapon mod Icarus on shotguns, and this won't be just me rambling while wearing a tinfoil hat. I actually did reach out to Chris Proctor from Bungie to get full clarification on everything we're about to go over. He confirmed everything I'm going to touch on regarding Icarus, so I'm fully confident, maybe not in my crude Photoshop drawings, don't laugh, I'm trying, but in the information we're about to touch on. So before we go any further, why don't we just share the original quote from Chris Proctor on the Destiny Community podcast.
I wouldn't put Icarus on a shotgun, personally, because the only thing that Icarus does is improve the accuracy of the weapon, and on a shotgun, all that does is make the center of your spread fire straight. The rest of the spread is unchanged. And I don't think that like the airborne accuracy penalty is large enough that it's going to make a really big difference.
To be fair to the community, it's very easy to hear that and think, oh damn, Icarus doesn't do shit. Also, to be fair to Chris Proctor though, this is exactly the reason why YouTubers like our good buddy Dado have told me that they will never ever record a video without first writing a very detailed script. Talking about complicated things on the fly can be pretty difficult, especially the goddamn D2 sandbox and things like in-air accuracy cones. If you're not perfectly clear, it can cause all kinds of back and forth in the community, which is what is going on right now. A few days ago, I reached out to Chris to try to clear things up about Icarus on shotguns. I'll eventually TLDR all of this, but my first question was, when you fire a shotgun when in the air or on the ground, do all the other pellets that surround the centermost pellet follow where the centermost pellet goes? He confirmed that they do. For the uninitiated, when you fire a shotty in D2, there are 12 pellets overall, and they always follow the pattern shown here. One in the center of your spread, followed by another circular layer of 4, followed by another outer layer of 7. The exact placement of each individual pellet won't always be the same, which is the inherent RNG in shotguns, but the pattern itself will always be that general pattern. Now we can move on to my beautiful top shelf Photoshop images. Not too bad, right? The big green ring is the accuracy cone of your shotty, and when you fire it on the ground, you get the pattern we talked about earlier. I'm highlighting the centermost pellet in red, so we always know where it is. When you shoot your shotgun in the air, however, like shooting any weapon in D2 in the air, you're gonna get hit with an accuracy penalty. Even though you might be aiming for a perfectly dead center shot, your shotgun blast could get thrown off by that mid-air accuracy penalty. When you equip the Icarus weapon mod to your shotty, or any weapon. You try to reduce the in-air accuracy penalty. When Chris mentioned that Icarus makes the center of your spread fire more straight, a lot of people took that to mean this, that only the centermost pellet of the shotgun spread will be affected or touched by Icarus. But as confirmed earlier, the rest of the pellet spread will follow the lead of the center pellet, meaning that Icarus should take your pellet spread from this to this. The center pellet is moved, but the rest of the spread will still follow along with it. The entire spread benefits from the aerial accuracy penalty reduction granted by Icarus. Again, just in case there's still any confusion, our bud from Bungo, Chris Proctor, literally confirmed all of this in the DMs. I even showed him the exact same shitty Photoshop images I just showed all of you, and we got the thumbs up. Also, this wasn't any keep it to yourself type. We got the okay to move forward with today's clarification video, and again, I would like to give him a big thank you for helping to clear things up. I'm probably rambling for longer than I need to, shocker, but the bottom line is that Icarus does work on shotguns. When Chris mentioned not using it, that was from a personal preference standpoint. It is correct that equipping Icarus on a shotgun won't automatically make you a pinpoint perfect accuracy god when firing a shotgun mid-air. You still will be subject to the in-air accuracy penalty, but just like with a hand cannon, Icarus absolutely does reduce the effect of that penalty. TLDR, will it win you every fight? Of course not. Will it lower the chance of you completely whiffing a mid-air shotgun shot and maybe help you lock up a few kills here and there that you might not have gotten had you not used the mod? Yeah, and for that very same reason, I masterwork my weapons for a few extra points in any given stat. I'm gonna rock Shotgun Icarus because, hey, you never know when that extra little bit of help could mean the difference. Big shout out to Chris Proctor and the Sandbox team. Working on this crap ain't easy, and it's really easy to trip up when trying to explain yourself. Lord knows I do it goddamned every month. If you're new to my channel, please consider subscribing. I promise the majority of my content lately is way more lighthearted and fun than today's video. But for all of you OGs out there, hope you enjoyed the throwback to my older, more info-focused content. Either way, thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. God damn it. My name is Fallout, welcome to my channel, and today we're going over my PvP shotgun tier list in D2. Please believe me, making this video was not my idea. I included it as a goal for hitting 4,000 subs on the Twitch channel, which I never thought would happen. Thank you for that, by the way. And here we are. This took me a long time to put together, and we're going to cover every exotic shotgun and every legendary non-sunset shotgun in PvP. My goal is for today's video to be helpful to people who maybe don't use shotguns for whatever reason, but want to try them out, or maybe for new light players who might be feeling kind of overwhelmed. Now, before you inevitably scroll to the very end of the video to just screenshot the final tier list with no other relevant information, then run off to Twitter to start some shit, stay here with me for a minute because I need to tell you a few things first. This is my personal tier list for PvP, and everyone's tier list is going to be a little bit different. If you reached out to 10 different PvP players and told them to make a shotgun tier list without communicating with anybody else, I'm sure that none of them would be purely completely identical. Oh sure, there's going to be a few shotties that I'm sure everyone can agree on, but other ones could go back and forth. Some people value slug shotties more than normal shotties, and some go the other way around. If you happen to be a PvP player who goes all in on a melee heavy build, you might highly value shotguns that can roll with the perk Swashbuckler, ranking them all in A tier or higher, whereas other people might not. Do you see where I'm going with all of this? Everyone's ranking criteria is going to be a little bit different depending on the player, and that is okay. Speaking of ranking criteria, I've decided that every shotty is going to get ranked on the following factors. Factor number 1, how good it is at the top level, meaning if we programmed an AI to be uber god tier omega good at the game, essentially a robotic cami, how effectively could that AI pop off with any given shotgun in the game with the strongest roll available. Factor number 2, how good is the baseline performance of that shotgun, meaning yeah, it's good to know how great a shotgun can be in the hands of a god player, but not everybody is a god player. A great example would be the Lord of Wolves. Weird gun, technically a shotgun. Top players can ruin people with the gun, but it has a really wonky learning curve, and giving it to your average player could potentially result in getting their ass kicked for a very long time. Factor 3, how clean is the weapon's perk pool, and do the majority of those perks favor a PvP build? I might also factor in how easy or annoying it might be to get that shotgun, but that definitely won't be a main criteria overall. I want performance to kind of be at the forefront here. Anyway, I know that no matter how much I beat you over the head with the little intro we got here, we're gonna get some goddamn jabronis down in the comments section, but hey, that is the nature of YouTube and the tier list, and there's nothing I can do about it. And with all of that said, let's dive right in, and we are starting at the very bottom with F tier. To me, F tier represents weapons that for one reason or another you should essentially never use in PvP if you can help it. They're kind of outmatched in every way. Kicking off that tier list, we have the one small step. Get used to seeing rapid fire frame shotguns being reviewed badly by me for PvP because in my opinion they are strongly outmatched by pretty much every other shotgun frame family in the game. Unless you're so close to a guy that you can smell his breath, most rapid fire frames are going to require you to pull the trigger 2 times, which I personally get annoyed by. Yeah, you can get a 2-shot kill from moderately far out, but that eats into your ammo, and again, I only want to pull the trigger 1 time. One small step used to have a great perk pool with things like opening shot, snapshot, threat detector, quick draw, and the now buffed pulse monitor, but all those perks were taken away when the weapon got reintroduced. New players can probably do way better than the shotgun for PvP. Next, we have the Deicide, another rapid fire frame shotty, and it's actually a perfect candidate for being in the F tier because the gun itself has a tiny little F on the side of it. Perfect. Deicide is one small step with a touch more range. It's got some perks which are nice, Vorpal weapon, elemental capacitor, but again, rapid fire frame shotties make me sad and I tend to avoid them. If I wanted to use a shotty with Vorpal weapon, for example, I would pick one that packed way more of a punch. Moving on, we have the Ikelos shotgun. If you had to put a hand cannon to my head and told me that I had to use a rapid fire frame shotgun, the Ikelos wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It actually has good base stats overall for a rapid fire, more range and more handling than the Deicide and the one small step. It also has shotgun perks that I like for PvP, threat detector, pulse monitor, elemental capacitor, and even rampage, although admittedly damage buff perks are way more fun on harder hitting shotties. IMHO, Ikelos is way better suited for PvE. It can make Warmind cells, it's got Vorpal, Surrounded, Rampage, Disruption Break, Trench Barrel. Save it for a Lost Sector. Don't bring it into PvP. Next, we have the Wishbringer. Shocker, all 4 rapid fire frame shotguns are in F tier. Well, at least I'm consistent. Wishbringer is IMO maybe the best of all the rapid fire frame shotties for PvP, but that's kind of like saying you're the least hated Matrix sequel. Number-wise, the Ikelos is stronger, but Wishbringer has a wider variety of more PvP-friendly perks. Slide shot, threat detector, pulse monitor, rampage, snapshot, moving target, and opening shot. Official, not bad out of 10, but still, rapid fire frame, lame. The final shotgun in F tier, and I'm gonna need you to chill while I give you my reasoning, is the Legend of Acrius Exotic Shotgun. There are only 2 power weapon shotguns in D2, and because power weapon usage is much rarer in D2 than special ammo usage, I'm gonna rate power weapon shotties on different criteria. I won't be ranking special shotties against other special weapons, but I do feel like it is fair to rank power weapon shotties against other power weapons in PvP, because when it's power ammo time, you want a weapon that can easily lock up 1 or 2 kills with no trouble before you return to playing the game like normal. Legend of Acrius can absolutely get that done. In fact, if it were a special ammo shotgun, it would damn near be pretty much broken, but when compared to other PvP weapons, falls way short for me. I would rather put on a bunch of other power weapons, exotic or not, to lock up kills in PvP than the OG Acrius. I know it's a shotgun tier list, but again, because power ammo usage is more rare and far more different than special ammo usage, I feel comfortable with comparing Acrius and the other power ammo shotgun against other power ammo weapons. If you disagree with that, it's fine. It's my list. Go make your own. Hey, when was the last time you got killed in PvP by an Acrius, by the way? Exactly. Okay, moving on to C tier, which to me is for the most part meme tier. Yeah, you can use these in PvP if you want, but if you were to look up the top 1% of PvP players, I can pretty much guarantee that none of them are using these guns in endgame PvP. Kicking off in C tier, we have the Xenoclast 4. Xenoclast is a lightweight shotgun, and while its stats aren't bad, the main thing bringing it down for me is how garbage the overall perk pool is. 12 perks in column 3 and 4, and while you can walk away with a god roll overall, it is very unlikely that any new player will. Because there's so much going on that can F up your roll, you'd probably be way better off with a different shoddy. Also, both quick draw and threat detector are nowhere to be found, which hurts Xenoclast for me overall. Next, we have the 4th Horseman Exotic Shotgun. Now, before you launch into a 10-paragraph tirade about how you watch everybody's favorite clean-shaven, handsome family man, True Vanguard, shredding people with the Horseman in PvP, why don't we be real clear? here. The gun is a meme. Can you punch through people like they're a wet paper bag? Yeah, but so do a lot of other shotguns, and the key difference is they don't burn through ammo harder than a monster truck-sized SUV burns through gas. The only thing keeping Fourth Horseman out of bottom tier for me is that if you have the ammo and a large newt sack, you can murder roaming super users at a clear blue sky, including Dawn Titans out of their bubble, which admittedly is very funny to me. But again, the gun is a meme in PvP, don't deny it. Final weapon in the small C tier is the Tractor Cannon. Again, don't riot. Tractor Cannon as a shotgun is terrific. If you could use it as an energy or kinetic slot weapon, it would immediately become Omega God tier without question, and I would never take it off. That being said, like the Acreus, I'm going to rank it against other competition in the power weapon department due to the nature of power ammo in D2 PvP. There are a few times in PvP I would want to put on a Tractor Cannon in trials or comp, mainly to shut down an enemy super. However, most of the time people are just using other way more effective and deadly weapons in the power slot in PvP that rack up quick kills and don't require much thought to use. Tractor Cannon is fun and does have a viable purpose though, so it kinda sits proudly at the top of C tier. Alright, now we move on to B tier. To me, B tier is usable enough. They'll probably be rare in PvP, but every now and then you might see one, usually by people trying out things they haven't used in a while, or maybe trying to play a specific build or a unique weapon role. That being said, most weapons in B tier are still gonna be outclassed by things at the higher level. Kicking off the bottom of B tier is the Comedian, and it should 100% be down on its knees, thanking God that I had the decency, the kindness to even think of putting it anywhere as high as the bottom of B tier. I actually hate that I'm ranking the Acreus and Tractor Cannon on different criteria, because the thought of ranking the Comedian above either of those weapons is making me want to throw up in my mouth. I ain't gonna sugarcoat this at all. Aggressive frame shotguns are IMO the best shotgun frames right now, and the Comedian brings shame upon their ag frame dojo. If the other ag frame shotguns in D2 are the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the Comedian is the goddamned Hobbit. It is acceptable, but it's the very obvious black sheep and its flaws are glaring. Almost all its perks are suited for PvE. Subsistence, Genesis, led from gold, one for all perks that would be fine in PvE, but that ain't what we talking about today. Another huge problem is that the Comedian has laughably insane competition. You like that one? Laughably? Yeah, never mind. Pretty much the only reason you would ever want to use the Comedian over any other ag frame shotgun is because it is the only ag frame shotgun capable of rolling Thresh. Now that super timers in PvP are jank and all over the map, Thresh has gone up in viability IMO. If you are using a non-Thresh Comedian over the other ag frame energy shotguns, I want to tell you that you don't have to do this to yourself, and there is help out there. Next, we have the Adept Comedian, and yeah, it only makes sense to keep the regular and Adept version of this gun right next to each other at the bottom of B tier. Is the Adept Comedian slightly better than the regular? Yeah, just like how drinking 1 liter of warm buffalo pee would be slightly better than having to drink 2 liters of warm buffalo pee. It pains me to do this, but now we come to the lowest ranked slug shotgun on my tier list, living near the bottom of B tier, Philo, aka the first in, last out. Slug shotguns are actually damn good in the hands of even somewhat accurate players. However, despite being a former PvE boss killing champion, Philo is held back in my eyes for having a base aim assist value of 27, which when compared to almost every other slug shotgun is laughably low. Not to mention aim assist is something slug shotguns kinda really need IMO. In fact, the only thing that for me kept Philo from dropping down to maybe even C tier is the fact that it's the only slug that can roll with Vorpal weapon, meaning that if you wanted to, you could slap it on a long-running game of trials and clown some roaming super in one shot. Outside of that very unique usage, I would hard recommend using any other slug shotty over the Philo in PvP. Next, again, near the end of B tier, we come to the Prophet of Doom, aka the Garden Raid Shotgun. It feels like a shame to rank a precision frame shotgun so low, because I actually do enjoy that family of shotgun overall. Despite having good numbers, Prophet suffers from a severe lack of good PvP perks in the pool. We only got 4 in each column, and nothing really to write home about, save for opening shot in column 4. If we ever get a reworked Prophet, you could expect this gun to be way higher, but until then, no thank you, we can do better. Moving on, the Retro Futurist shotgun, the second lowest lightweight frame shotgun on the tier list today. Retro Futurist is like the Xena class. It doesn't have terrible stats, but the perk pool is lacking in my opinion. There are good options there though. You got Quick Draw, Thresh, Snapshot, and Swashbuckler if you're into that kind of thing. But overall, I would rather go for a different lightweight frame if given the opportunity to do so. Next, we have the Bone Chiller Slug Shotgun. Ranked higher in B tier than the Philo, Bone Chiller has okay perks, but a few things that annoy me. Namely, lack of quick draw, lack of moving target, lack of killing wind, and the fact that threat detector and opening shot both roll together in column 4, meaning that you can't get the gun to drop with both. Stat-wise, I should honestly be ranking the Bone Chiller higher, but there's something about the scope of the weapon that I can't put my finger on. I really don't like it. I find the gun bulky and difficult to aim well. It's like a Nerf gun that wished to become a real gun overnight. If you do well with the Bone Chiller, I applaud you, but I honestly prefer many other slug shotguns to it, so personally I can't justify putting it any higher than middle of B tier. Next we have the Toil and Trouble. Aside from the meme Adept shotgun that we will no longer mention, Toil and Trouble is one of the lowest ranked ag frame shotguns despite my love for the ag frame. If you're a new player and you want to toy around with the ag frame shotgun family and you get one to drop, you can put in good work with a Toil and Trouble. It comes with good PvP options too. Slide shot, threat detector, snapshot, moving target. Even Rampage can be very fun with the weapon's high impact overall. Sadly though, you can do much better than the Toil, and that is okay. It's a beginner's weapon, and it should be happy with being in B tier. Moving on to the high end of B tier, we have the Sojourner's Tail. I know I'm probably going to make a lot of people mad by putting Sojourner in B tier and not in A tier. Honestly, I make myself a little mad by doing that too. I enjoy using the weapon when I do take it out for a spin. It's got a rock solid variety of weapon perks: threat detector, quick draw, moving target, opening shot, killing wind, adrenaline junkie, even tunnel vision. The only downside is that compared to other slug shotguns, Sojourner got the shaft. It has a tragically low 35 aim assist, meaning if you rolled into PvP with tunnel vision and got the perk to activate, you would still only be raising the aim assist to 55 overall, which is still lower than other shotguns that we will cover in A tier. I do like the Sojourner, and I think it deserves to be in the high end of B tier. I just wish it had better numbers on paper. 67 handling also ain't nothing to sneeze at though. Finally, in B tier, we have the Compass Rose, and I wasn't really sure whether I wanted to put Rose at the high end of B tier or the low end of A tier. Honestly, it's probably going to depend on your role. Compass Rose is precision frame and has a few good options, but its perk pool is kind of too littered with PvE perks for my liking. If you do have a good drop though, for example, maybe Quick Draw Vorpal or even a Surplus Snapshot, you can definitely do work with the Rose in PvP. And now we come to A tier. To me, A tier is the minimum tier that you should be aiming for as a PvP player trying to get into the world of shotgunning. Everything here has the potential to do well in Crucible and either has a lot of good roll options or good numbers on paper, or both. First, we have the Reese Walker shotgun, definitely one of the higher performing lightweight shotguns overall. Almost every perk it drops with is suitable for a PvP role, and it even comes with the very rare Iron Reach perk, more range for less stability, and honestly, who cares that much about stability on a non-fast firing shotgun anyway. Reese Walker also comes with a base default of 74 handling, which is damn good. Next, we have the brand new Wastelander M5. Remember, by the way, that the small accuracy cone on the Wastelander is just for show. It doesn't have a tighter or better pellet spread. It is just a visual thing that Bungie put in to shout out Marathon. Wastelander is missing out on a few perks that I really would have liked to see: threat detector, quick draw, but it does have perpetual motion, essentially a free 10 to 20 handling buff for just moving around, meaning it's pretty much always on. In column 4, Wastelander has tried and true options like killing wind and opening shot, but also fun things like Adagio and even Harmony. Overall, Wastelander is a lot of fun and very effective, and I think it belongs in A tier. Next, we have the 7th Seraph CQC-12, aka the other Warmind shotgun. 7th Seraph is pretty much in A tier because it has good base numbers overall and access to either Quick Draw Vorpal weapon or Quick Draw Snapshot, both which are very fun combos those in PvP. To top it off, the CQC only has 4 perks in column 3 and 4, meaning your odds of getting a usable one as a new player are fairly good. It's not the best in class, but it's very reliable. Moving right along, we come to the Matador 64. Reminder, even though the weapon shows 80 impact, remember that it is a visual bug. It has the same impact as all other precision frame shotguns. It still belongs in A tier though, because it has good numbers and good perk options: perpetual motion, tunnel vision, threat detector, harmony, opening shot, killing wind, and swashbuckler. It also has golden tricorn if that's the thing that you're into, but good luck getting it activated. Moving on, we got the Retold Tale, which, quick reminder, you can farm for very easily by banging out blind well completions in the Dreaming City. Like the CQC, Retold can roll the uber snappy combo of quick draw snapshot, which I like, and has a bunch of other really effective perks going for it too. Out of every precision frame shotty, Retold also has the highest aim assist value of 75 and the second best range value of 68, beaten only by the Prophet of Doom, which sucks anyway. Fractathist is yet another precision frame shotty I'm putting in A tier. It may not have the quick draw snapshot combo like the Retold Tale, but it brings other things to the table, including 3 very fun damage boosting perk options in column 4: Harmony, Adrenaline Junkie, and Adagio. Technically 4 if you include Trench Barrel, but I feel like the other 3 are far easier to activate and more forgiving to use. If you don't want to tinker around with damage perks, Opening Shot and Thresh are there to fall back on. Heritage is one of the 2 slug shotguns that we're going to talk about in the A tier. If Heritage had slightly better perks in the perk pool, I honestly feel like it could potentially be brought up to S tier, but unfortunately, it's got a tiny window of what you'd want to bring into PvP, mainly Slide Shot and either Killing Wind, Thresh, Snapshot, or Moving Target. I would probably go with Snapshot. That being said, Heritage has monster numbers on paper: a base aim assist value of 68 and a handling value of 73. It's accurate, snappy, and reliable right out of the box. Horrible shame about that perk pool, but even with limited options, it is very good. The Astral Horizon, the regular version, is also up here in A tier, and it shouldn't be much of a shock. As far as ag frame shotguns go, the Horizon doesn't F around. Its Achilles heel, like the Heritage, is a relatively meh perk pool. Surplus or Pulse Monitor is your target for column 3, and Killing Wind or more likely Opening Shot in column 4. If you do have the God Roll though, you'll know how good the Horizon is at dunking on people with little to no effort. Next, the Found Verdict regular version. I rate it higher in A tier than the Horizon because Found Verdict has more handling and more range by default, and more options in the perk pool, including Vorpal Weapon and Slide Shot. Rock Solid Shotgun belongs in the high end of A tier without question. Next, a Sudden Death, another ag frame shotgun worthy of A tier. Sudden Death has numbers on paper nearly identical to Horizon, but with a few more great perks in the perk pool, including Threat Detector, Snapshot, Wellspring, and Elemental Capacitor. If you are an Arc class PvP main looking for a god tier handling shotgun, try to hunt down an Elemental Threat Detector Sudden Death, and you will be blown away by how lightning quick it is. Next, the highest ranked legendary slug shotgun on my list today, the Blasphemer. Blasphemer's only real weakness is that it has low-ish handling for a slug, but as long as you build your PvP loadout around that, it can be a machine. Quick Draw, Threat Detector, Surplus, Rampage, Swashbuckler, Opening Shot, and Moving Target. Swash in particular can be brutal, allowing you to achieve one-hit kill body shots when activated, something you should definitely try out. Number-wise, Blasphemer has 61 aim assist and 62 range. Not freaking bad. I do wish it were less of a bitch to farm for it though. At the top of A tier, we have the exotic shotgun Lord of Wolves. Honestly, depending on the player, Lord of Wolves could potentially be S tier. It fires like a close-range pulse rifle on cocaine, and its one-shot kill range is far better than the majority of shotguns we've covered so far. The only real downside is that it has a harsh learning curve for new players and is especially brutal to wield on controller. However, if you're either a dedicated player who likes to practice and get good with weapons that have a high skill ceiling, and if you also play on mouse and keyboard, you can decimate people with Lord of Wolves with a bit of practice. And now we move on to S tier. These shotguns are viewed by many as the creme de la creme. They pretty much run the show in PvP. If you get gunned down by a pellet ape, there's maybe a 90% chance that you're going to see one of the following weapon names pop up, and for good reason. First up, Duality. I spent a fair amount of time debating with myself whether Duality belongs at the tippy top of A tier or at the low end of S tier and ended up with the latter. More on why later. But Duality is a hybrid weapon, pellet spread via hipfire and slug shotgun when ADSing. If you've ever been annoyed by missing a point blank hipfire shot with any other slug shotgun in PvP, or if you just want to try out a very reliable slug, you gotta check out the Duality. Remember, you can extend the one-hit kill range of your slug shotgun via the unique perk on Black Wings, but it does require hipfire kills to activate. Duality has 73 range and 65 aim assist by default and is not to be trifled with. The Adept Astral Horizon brings everything to the table that the regular Horizon does, but also with the ability to be fitted with Adept weapon mods and having slightly more impressive base stats overall. Likewise, we have the Time Lost Found Verdict, which if you follow my Twitch channel, you'll know is my current favorite legendary shotgun in D2. It has competition, which we'll get to in a minute, but even living in the shadow of that annoyingly more popular shotgun, Time Lost has better numbers on paper, and it just hits so good. You might remember that way back when I did a little study on how barrel length, yeah, the actual length of your shotgun's barrel, could improve its performance by a hair in PvP. I haven't done any testing on the length of the Found Verdict's barrel, nor do I intend to, but I'd probably bet money that it might be a factor in why it feels good to me. Even with my crazy tinfoil hat barrel talk, the Time Lost Found Verdict has 12 more handling than Fellwinter by default, which just makes it snappier enough to be my favorite current legendary shotgun for PvP. Finally, at the top of S tier, we have the undisputed king of PvP legendary troublemaking, the Fellwinter's Lie. If you want to get right down to it, you could argue that the existence of the Fellwinter alone should mean that every other legendary energy pellet shotgun should be crammed down into F tier. You can literally go to the tower right now as a new player and yoink this weapon out of the kiosk and immediately begin ruining people in PvP. Even though it is technically not an ag frame shotgun, it has the numbers of the ag frame, which is the best frame, and yet it also has intrinsic shot package built into it, meaning that your pellet spread is naturally going to be tighter and more bunched together. If that weren't enough, the damn thing has a curated roll, meaning no grinding, no hoping for a god roll, no bad RNG. Acquire a new one today, and it will be exactly as good as every other Fellwinter running around out there. The gold standard, the fly in the ointment, the pain in the ass, the Fellwinter's Lie. Now you're probably thinking, hey Fallout, this ain't right, you're forgetting one. No, I am not. Please allow me to introduce you to the highly coveted, ultra exclusive S+ tier of PvP shotgun, where we have the one above all, the Chaperone. If the shotguns in the S tier are the mighty gods of Mount Olympus, then the Chaperone is Zeus. It is the Allfather, and I know I'm being dramatic right now, but Mother of God, Chaperone is absolutely filthy in PvP to the point where I had to put it in its own tier. If you're new or haven't used it in a really long time, yeah, it really is that good. Yeah, it really is that easy to acquire. Yeah, it really is that easy to use. Yeah, it is better than Duality. How dare you compare the two of them to me with a straight face? One of the main reasons I'm so comfortable in putting Duality in S tier is that I know I would be able to put Chaperone on a higher tier, and I didn't want the two of them to be together in the same tier.
But Fallout, Duality can hipfire from up close, so it's more reliable overall.
Yeah, have you ever hip-fired the Chaperone up close? Guess what happens? You get a headshot. The numbers on paper and the feel of the Chaperone is so good, it's almost like you're firing watermelons and not bullets. 82 handling, 70 rate of fire, 70 aim assist, and 100 range. If you manage to land even one headshot, which believe me, not hard to do, the unique perk, the Roadborn, kicks in and you're essentially dialing the lethality of an already lethal monster up to 11. I defy you to go into PvP right now with the Chaperone and not do well, even as a new player. Many community members right now are in agreement that it's probably only a matter of time before Chaperone gets 86 out of the God tier club by an upcoming weapon patch. I'd actually be kind of shocked if it didn't. It really is that good. And there you go, my complete PvP shotgun tier list. Thanks for sticking with me through the whole way. If there's any of my rulings that you disagree with, and I'm sure there will be sure to let me know what a brainless idiot I am down in the comments section. Feel free to share your tier list as well, or maybe just your favorite shotties and why, and remember to subscribe to my channel. I appreciate those who do. Huge shout out to my patrons for the month. I appreciate all of you. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. S tier? So many people angry about the Sojourner. I get it. Oh, hello there. My name is Fallout. Thank you for tuning into the channel today, and we have kind of an interesting video idea. Let me give you a little peek behind the content curtain. Every time I do a tier list or ranking video of any kind, the views are usually pretty poppin'. People really do enjoy tier lists. The comments are usually all over the map. You either have people agreeing pretty hard or disagreeing very hard to the point where they are frustrated, and I think I've gotten a lot of my most interesting comments on tier list videos on the YouTube channel. So kind of recently, I put out my shotgun tier list on the channel that I put a lot of work into. We did hit 4,000 subs on the Twitch channel, and I had that as kind of a goal. We made the video. I did not check any of the comments because I figured it would be an absolute nightmare. But our lovely video editor, Maggie, say hi, Maggie, went ahead and went through and pulled out some interesting comments that I should read for a YouTube video. Let's see what y'all had to say. Fallout, why did you blur out the whole chart with every ranking? Not everyone wants to sit through 30 minutes of dialogue and reasoning, so people just want to know what's what. Ah, God, okay, I feel really bad about this one, but you don't know what it's like to be a YouTuber, man. History lesson. Way back in the day when I did a lot more content back in D1 focused on like shotgun one-hit kill range, I would put the video up on Twitter, and some people immediately, within 4 minutes of the video going live, it would take a screenshot of the tier list and they would just reply to the tweet on Twitter and be like, boom, saved you a click. People would literally just whoosh, skip to the end. They would take a screenshot of the final result, and then they would make judgments and they would yell at me on Reddit and on Twitter. And it's like, I mentioned what you're yelling at me about in the video, but you didn't listen to the video. You just skipped all the way to the end and you took a screenshot. It's my job, man. You're killing me. You've done the one thing you swore to destroy. You were supposed to leave shotguns in the darkness, not join them. You're a content creator, Fallout. Thought you didn't want to make any more shotgun content. I don't. It really annoys me. I should not be saying this out loud, by the way. When I'm being referenced anywhere and people are like, who, Fallout? Oh, you mean the shotgun guy? There's just so many videos that we have on the channel now that are so far beyond what the channel originally was. You know, the video with me and Dado with the Vault Roast, the video where we went back to D1 and did old raids. So it's just funny. Honey, wake up, shotgun man. Just uploading. Motherfuck. This is exactly what I was talking about. If people know me as the shotgun guy, I should be fucking counting my lucky stars that people know me at all. It's like little Captain Jack Sparrow. Ah, but you have heard of me. 3 things are certain in life: death, taxes, and Fallout saying he's never making a shotgun video again. Making one anyways. I should not have let Maggie pick these comments. Half an hour, fuck. Long content can be brutal, but then again, shockingly, I had a lot of really good feedback from some people on the more long form content that we've been uploading to the channel. We had a video that we put out. It's like a new player intro to D2 guide. It's over 4 hours long. There's a YouTuber who I really love to watch. I highly recommend him if you're into Dead by Daylight at all. His name is Otsdarva. He'll do multi-hour long videos explaining every killer perk, every survivor perk. So I thought I could do it too. And the reaction has been pretty good. We've had a ton of people coming into Twitch chat saying like, oh, I watched every minute of that every weapon perk video. I watched the whole thing of the new player guide, even though it was 4 hours long. Moving forward. Haven't watched the vid yet. If he puts duality below A tier, I'm gonna flip. We had a big argument with my Twitch chat about where we should put the duality. Every time I mention the chaperone, people are always saying, but what about duality? To me, look, duality is good, but the chaperone is really just king. When you get Roadborne activated, which is far easier to activate than the duality unique perk, which if I remember correctly requires hipfire activation, chaperone is just absurdly, disgustingly good. Fallout over here doing every tier list except for the Titan exotics. Motherfucker, dude. I knew that somebody... I've been avoiding the comment section of my YouTube videos lately. Lately, a lot of people trying to roast me for... And look, I get it, man. I did the Warlock exotic video. I did the Hunter exotic video. And then nothing for the Titans. I promise you, we are working on it. I swear, I will have that video up before Witch Queen. Mad respect, bro. This amount of suffering shouldn't be bestowed on any human. The pain doesn't come in with comparing them and all that stuff. The pain comes when people come into Twitch chat and say things like, oh, you made that tier list? Yeah, it was fucking garbage, bro. Literally everything was wrong. It's like, okay, you make one. Fallout, the absolute demon. Can't believe he would flip shotguns horizontally in the thumbnail, so it would be harder to make them out through the blur. You caught that, huh? I'm impressed. Yeah, again, this goes back to the first comment that we had, that we read. Dude, people will do anything. People will do anything to spoil the information in a YouTube video. Content game be rough sometimes. Pushes glasses up. Technically, you only need to pull the trigger once on rapid fire shotties, since they are intrinsically full auto. All right, fair. You know what I'm driving at, though. You gotta fire 2 shots in order to get the kill. For most times, unless you're like this far away from the other guy, you gotta hit him with 2 shots. Okay, you don't need to pull the trigger twice. You got me. It's true. Yay, shotguns. Hey, this isn't the Titan exotic tier list. Every video. I think the one thing that makes the Ikelos somewhat appealing to me is the fact that it can roll with some barrel perks that no other pellet shotguns can have, such as full bore. I know a lot of shotties you can kind of nitpick with a little bit. Sometimes they'll bring something unique to the table that others won't have, either like a specific perk or even a type of like the sight looks a little different, or you're talking different barrels, stuff like that. So yeah, you can definitely split hairs. A S tier shotgun, Bite of the Fox with hipfire grip, opening shot, free hand mod, 2 times sniper targeting. I've always been interested if there really is one particular weapon that you could completely take into meme territory in unexpected manners, like a sniper that you could turn into essentially a shotgun. Shocker, I have no sniper with hip fire grip opening shot. I will keep an eye out for that though, I promise you. Fallout, I'm never going to make another Wow, I wonder how my favorite shotgun one small step will do in this tier list. Oh man, did I put that one at the very bottom? Man, I'm really curious. I want to sit down with this guy. Why is that your favorite shotgun? What does that bring to the table? Is it a visual thing? Does it look cool to you, bro? Does it look dope? I don't know. Sojourner's Tale isn't at least A tier, I swear. Edit, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I'm a little lost, but fair enough. It depends on the player. It depends on how you play PvP. It depends on a lot of things. Depends on the competition, what shotguns you have unlocked, all that bullcrap. Mad about Sojourner's Tale. Moving target and opening shot make its aim assist a non-issue. A non-issue? I recently crossed 1,000 Crucible kills with that roll. Blasphemer sucks? Blasphemer does not suck. If you love the Sojourner's Tale, pop off, my dude. I strongly disagree that the Blasphemer sucks. I think it's a great shotgun. Sojourner is the best shotgun in the game with a god roll. I love it. You know, there was a part of me that just knew that if I put Sojourners even if I put it high in B tier, that people were gonna grill me about it. Hey man, I feel the way I feel. You make your own tier list, all right? If you suck at the game, use Chaperone. If you're good at the game, use the Chaperone. If you want to feel like you're good at the game, use the Chaperone. If you play Trials, use the Chaperone. If you hate yourself, use the Chaperone. It's not lying. I mean, when you use that gun, you feel like you're on a different level. Sojourn, oh man, there's so many comments about the Sojourner's Tale. Sojourner's Tale in B tier hurt me so much. I got 3,000 kills. Threat detector with opening. That's a good roll, yeah. It's very good, but maybe it's not your taste, and I respect that. Oh, damn. Well, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie. Thought I was gonna get chewed out. Dude, it's really rough. There's a lot of strong competition for legendary slug shotties. I really think that the Blasphemer and the Heritage are super good on paper. Maybe I was too harsh to Sojourners. Maybe instead of being at the bottom of B tier, top of B tier, maybe it belonged in mid to low A tier. I don't know. 2 perks I'd say you're undervaluing, missed out on specific shotties. Firmly planted on the Bone Chiller, okay. Bumps handling and accuracy when sliding crouched. That is true. Opening shot and firmly planted on Bone Chiller is slept on. And 2, by the way, I don't have that roll. Would love to try that roll at. I think I do have firmly planted. I don't think I have the combo with opening shot though. Can't remember. And 2, celerity on Astral Horizon. Don't forget it gives a static 20 handling right out of the gate. You know what, Bionic? I'm going to give you that. I think you're right on both counts. To talk about the Bone Chiller, there's something about the Bone Chiller that, again, I mentioned it in the video, I just don't like about it. I think that the gun is really big and bulky. To me, it takes up too much of the screen when I try to ADS. I will give it to you that I don't have as many rolls on the Bone Chiller as I like. I only have a handful. I do personally feel that the Sojourner is better than the Bone Chiller. Yeah, you know what? I'll give it to you on celerity. I really, really like handling on shotguns. I should have given more of a shout out to that perk. I used to be really into range on shotguns. Again, like back in the day in D1, all my videos talked about like one-hit kill range, the value of one-hit kill range. But Bungie over the years has continually, repeatedly nerfed one-hit kill range. And now I'm all about handling. Yeah, range is still important. I kind of value impact more. But when I have a shotgun like Astral, I'm trying to pump up the handling, because usually the way I do in PvP is I'll get like one shot with a hand cannon or whatever. You kind of blint them a little bit, and then you hot swap over to your shotgun for the easiest cleanup kill of your life. And handling is going to be hugely important in you getting that done. So Bionic, I will give you a thumbs up. Extra credit on that comment. Any shotgun works, and they also take no skill. I don't like when people say that things take no skill, specifically the word no. If you were to compare a sniper and a shotgun in what takes more talent to execute well at high level PvP, I'm going to give it to the sniper. You need to be very accurate. You need to essentially pinpoint the head, or you're going to whiff and get a body shot, which can still lead to a kill. I do agree that shotguns take less skill. They take some skill. You still need to know when to ape, when to challenge, when to use cover, when to blint, when to rush with your primary, hot swap to shotgun, when to lead with your shotgun, fade back, hot swap to a primary. There's things that you actually have to use your brain for. But yeah, I just don't like when people say no skill. Fallout, just gotta say, you're such an innately enjoyable person to watch. I needed that. The only thing I heavily disagree on is Sojourners. I'm getting railed over the Sojourner's placement, man. I think it's the best legendary slug shotty in the game. Even though you only start out with 36 aim assist, you have access to moving target and opening shot. Man, I'm doubting myself. This is what happens. Perhaps I was too harsh. Let's be honest, he only made this video because he had to have an excuse to keep that toilet trouble in his vault. I hate when I'm live on Twitch opening up my vault or Postmaster for any reason. 100% of the time, you're gonna get some guy in the comment section talking about what the fuck is wrong with you? Why does your vault look like that? Why do you have repeats of all these guns? It's like, look, man, I get it. It's stupid. Yeah, is it dumb that I have like 3 toil and troubles? Yeah, that's dumb. But I also, this is my job. I do this for a living. I'm a full-time content creator. So yeah, I'm gonna have my vault packed to the brim with random shit if it's gonna help me make quasi-informed videos like the tier list video. Do I wish I could throw all that garbage away into the trash can? Yeah, I really do. I think you accidentally included a sniper in S+ tier. Yeah, Chaperone is really gross. Philo 27 aim assist. Bruh, say it to my hip fire grip opening. Wait, plus opening shot, targeting adjuster, shotgun, targeting Philo. It's literally Chaperone. It's literally Chaperone. Can I do all the math right now to see what aim assist that would get to? Have I told you that a lot of my videos back in the day in D1 were literally created out of spite? Someone would say something to me and I'd be like, really? Is that really the way it is? And I would just do the math. So we have 27 aim assist, according to D2 Gunsmith, which I don't know if that's correct or not. 15 aim assist from hipfire grip. Who knows if that's correct? Plus opening shot, 62, targeting adjuster, I think is 10. I mean, that does take it up mathematically to 72 aim assist, but you have to hip fire. Hey man, I'll give it to you. If you have that role, I don't currently have that role, but I will keep an eye out for that very psychotic combination that you seem to be running. If you're watching today's video, if you have gameplay footage of you using that crazy Philo in PvP, I would love to take a look. Love to take a gander, as it were, see how good you do with that, because you do have my attention. I'm in love with lightweights. I think it's because I'm a controller player on PC, so having the handling and the movement speed makes up for the lack of mouse. True. A lot of the time for me, I've moved on from trying to get one-hit kills, unless the person is absurdly close to me, or if I'm using a slug shotgun. If I'm using a spread shotgun, for the most part, it's either going to be a primary hot swap into a shotgun, or a shotgun hot swap into a primary finisher. But I agree that I do really enjoy lightweights when I play on controller. Comedian commentary is gold. Thanks for letting me know I can delete my Deicide and Xenoclast PvP roles. Every vault space matters. That is true. I do try to not delete too much, as you probably very much well know, because I do think that at any time, Bungie could come out and be like, hey, we've determined that this frame of shotgun is bad, so we're going to buff it. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it becomes crazy good. But yeah, the Comedian, man, what a goddamn letdown. Now that it's been mentioned, I really wish that Legend of Acreus got a rework to its second trait perk. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I just don't see Acreus being worth keeping in the heavy slot if they don't change some stuff. Yeah, neither do I. Acreus used to be really, really good in the early days of PvP. Damn good. If you're gonna put on a power weapon in PvP that's an exotic, I'm just gonna go with like the Wardcliff Coil, or I don't know, a couple other things that are really just going to be way, way easier to pull off a kill. The only reason I don't use Chaperone over Fellwinter is that I don't have a legendary energy primary to use with it in PvP. Ah, yes. Oh, dude, Palindrome. Palindrome is a perfect pairing if you are a lover of hand cannons, which many people are. Palindrome, I still think, is probably the #1 legendary hand cannon in the game. Come at me, Fatebringer bros. Also, if you have the Darkest Before, if you're like a fan of pulse rifles, I'm a big fan of the Darkest Before. Great primary, super easy to win 1v1 duels with at mid-range. Just put on a full auto weapon mod and you're good to go. His Acreus placement, I've never been so offended by something I completely agree with. Yeah, man, pour one out for the Acreus boys at home. Yeah, once that piece of shit Chaperone get nerfed to the ground, us fusion rifle mains will be the undisputed kings of Crucible. Man, as of the recording of today's video, main ingredient is the #1 most used weapon in Trials right now. It overtook Chaperone, which is crazy. I never thought I would see a fusion rifle at the #1 most used weapon in Trials. It's kind of crazy. Bone Chiller A tier. Spend a little time with it and that clunky feeling look goes away, but it does show a hole in energy shotties being the only slug gun with good aim assist. I really try to make sure I'm doing a fair amount of legwork for these videos. I'm not just trying to bullshit my way through content or anything like that. I tried like maybe 5, I want to say, different roles. Also speaking with other content creators about the Bone Chiller. Yeah, there's just something about it. You know when you have weapons that there's just something about the feel that you can't put your finger on. 2 things I'm getting from a lot of these comments. 1, I need to give more love to the Sojourner, and 2, I need to give more love to the Bone Chiller. So honestly, the only thing I'm mad about is you dissing the Matrix sequels. Reloaded and Revolution weren't that bad. Man, I have a friend, mother, dude, I swear to God, I have gotten into the weirdest arguments with this guy. He's Mega Magwitch. He's a big movie guy. The Matrix movies are like his favorite movies ever. And like, when I first found that out about him, I was like, oh, you mean the first one, right? He was like, no, all of them. Come on, can we all agree that the first Matrix is super good and the rest are just mediocre? Come on. Really appreciate how he rated each gun on its own performance and didn't just do the easy thing and compare them to each other. Thank you for saying that, by the way. I tried to make a bunch of different factors when putting the video together. Yeah, it's difficult. Like, what do you look for? Because I wouldn't, if Cammy or whoever made a tier list and they were like, yeah, we're going to rank each shotgun only on their most powerful role that you can get. Of like, okay, you know what? I'd watch that. Like an upper ceiling tier list or something like that. I feel like there's many ways you could do a tier list. There's always different ways. As long as you have the ability to back up what you're saying to some degree, I think you can get away with whatever version of a tier list you want to make. We can't screenshot the full list. No, forgot Cerberus, the shotgun with an identity crisis. It's a very interesting gun. I've been using it lately just to kind of troll people with. I might make a video on that in the future. Super trolly gun. Like, yeah, an auto rifle, but yeah. It's kind of an auto rifle in the same way that Bastion is a fusion rifle. Sojourner's tail should be at least A tier. I would even argue S tier. I get it, man. All right, so many people angry about the Sojourner. I get it. After every meal I pray, and after every Crucible match I pray. I get on my hands and knees and look up at the sky at Bungie, praying they will be merciful and will accept my faith, praying they don't smite the range of the Chaperone and take the aim assist as tribute instead. I think that might be, for a lot of people, a fair compromise. Yeah, take the aim assist down, but keep the range, because that way, at least it would still feel like you're being rewarded for getting kills with an exotic weapon, and the ceiling potential would be still quite high, but you need to be much more accurate. I feel like it's so hard to miss with the chaperone these days. At least I'm consistent, unlike shotguns, am I right? Golden rule, shotguns are inconsistent. It's a long-time channel viewer right there. Appreciate you. Completely agree with the tier list. I managed to get Quick Draw Snapshot Retro, and it's surprisingly decent for the gun that I've stayed away from. I've heard from a lot of people who have stayed away from guns they didn't think they'd be into, and then later found out that like, oh man, this shit is awesome. You're absolutely right when you said some people would be mad about the Sojourner's Tale was in B tier instead of A. I feel like next week I should do an all Sojourner week. Would you guys like that? If I did shotguns only for a week before Witch Queen, only Sojourner, maybe throw the Bone Chiller in there too. You're challenging me to use Chaperone and not doing well. Clearly you've never seen a potato playing Destiny before. Hey man, probably no worse than watching me snipe on M&K. Genuine question here, why is Fellwinter's ranked higher than Time Lost Found Verdict? The shot package makes a little bit of a difference for sure. I don't think it makes a tremendous difference. Literally anyone can go into the tower and pick up a Fellwinter. There's no grinding. There is no RNG in what you'll get for a roll. You just walk in and pick it up, and it's right out of the box. Amazing. I like the Hobbit. I remember using Toil and Trouble as a poor man's Astral Horizon. Being one of the few options at the time, it did pretty well with Threat Detector and Snapshot to help its poor handling stat. There were a lot of guns back in the day that were kind of like good to use as a poor man's version of blank. Man, oh, there was a green shotgun way back in early D2. The Hand in Hand. Way back in the day, that was a great shotgun, which actually outperformed a lot of legendary options at the time. I used it for a long while. I'm always on the lookout to see if Bungie's going to add like a new blue weapon, which will strangely magically outperform a legendary weapon. Hasn't happened in a while though. I had no clue you could get the Fellwinters from the kiosk at the tower. Really? Shit. Not gonna lie, I half expected the intro to just be screaming in pains. I'm happy with our level of dedication to in-game content on the YouTube channel right now. I don't know if in the future we're gonna have a lot more videos of what we had back in the old days where I'm in a private lobby doing a bunch of insanely monotonous pellet spread testing. I really don't like doing that. It takes so much time to put together, and sometimes the videos they're not received well, and they just cause a lot of arguing and stuff like that. I don't know. There might be shotgun content in the Witch Queen depending on what we get, but it might not be the same level of what we had back in D1. The TLDR, I'm really happy with the type of content we make now. I still think we make informative content. I still think we make funny, entertaining content here on the channel. I'm happy with where we are in 2022. Thanks for your comments, everybody. Two main takeaways. Man, I gotta give more time in PvP with the Sojourner and apparently the Bone Chiller. I thought I gave pretty good reasoning. Apparently, at least a handful of people are hard at disagreeing, I would say. But thanks very much. I appreciate it. Let me know down in the comment section if you want me to do a tier list for other stuff in 2022, Destiny 2 or otherwise. No matter what you want me to do, I appreciate hearing from people. I love the feedback that we have as a community. Please sub to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. We hit 450K recently, which is really awesome. Hoping to hit 500,000 in 2022. And there are a bunch of other games coming out after Witch Queen that I'm interested in checking out as well. I want to do more 50 games of blank for the channel. I've really been enjoying doing those videos. Anything that you want from me content-wise, you let me know down in the comment section. Check out our Twitch channel where we stream every week, and do check out my Patreon as well. Super big appreciation to all of you. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Today, we're here to talk about shotguns, yay. But rather than what I've done in the past, where we pour over tons of screenshots about pellet spread, meticulous testing, and the like, we're instead gonna go in a different direction. Today, we're gonna talk about why, for the most part, I've stopped caring about shotguns. Hi, my name is Fallout, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Really small thing that helps me out a ton. Thank you to those who do. Back in the day, I used to post a lot of shotgun-related content. Big deep dives about not only what the best perks were that you might typically find in column 3 or 4 of any given shotgun, but questions that were much harder to answer, like what's the best barrel, how much does range matter, and so on. For the most part, I've stopped making content like that. Is it possible that in the future I may make another video like that? Well, I mean, yeah, anything is possible. After all, covering D2 is a large part of what I do for a living, and as long as people either A, have a desire to be entertained, or B, have nitty-gritty questions about weapon usage, I'll be here making content. Anyway, the title of today's video, again, refers to not why I've stopped using shotguns in PvP. I still use them, they're very strong. It more so refers to why I've stopped making very in-depth shotgun-related content, especially in relation to crap like what's the best barrel. It's kind of a two-part answer, and here is part 1. I got tired of people TLDRing my content down into one sentence, which very often wasn't correct anyway. When I made old shotgun videos, I tried to include a lot of reasoning and explanation of how I'd come to a particular conclusion. For example, if back in the day I wanted to recommend full choke to people as an option if I had to pick one, I'd include a long explanation about how I came to that conclusion. And by the way, it wasn't because her YouTuber greedy stretch content over 8 minutes for more monetization. It was because I wanted to give my reasoning so people could better understand why I landed on whatever it was that I landed on. But sometimes people being people would often literally skip to the very end of the video to immediately get to the final takeaway and then only hold on to that one point. So even if I said something along the lines of, even though it largely doesn't matter if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably pick full choke because even though it won't always give you the best possible pellet spread, if RNG does swing in your favor, you may have gotten a deep one-hit kill that you might not have gotten with a different barrel. Also keep in mind, due to the nature of pellet spread RNG, you could simply get as lucky with other barrel picks as well. But just because there's a tiny better chance of that nice tight pellet RNG with full choke, I'ma probably just run with full choke. People would just skip over all the discussion and all the data and all the pictures of how I got to that point and run away with the final takeaway point of got it, only use full choke, other barrels trash, or whatever other thing from that video they wanted to take away. Kinda related, but I also got very irritated when someone would just skip to the very end of any of my shotgun videos, take a screenshot of whatever my final conclusion or data was, and just slap it up on Twitter with no credit. I get that the main point is to provide information to the community, but I'd spend hours of my personal time working on those shotgun videos, which sucks by the way, because recording that shit is the most boring experience imaginable for everyone involved. And for some random jabroni to crop out watermarks and repost it to Twitter without even so much as a, hey, for more info, go watch Fallout's video, was really a crotch kick and very often left me feeling quite deflated. Okay, moving on to part 2, which really is the larger part. After so much tweaking by the Bungie Sandbox team over the years, I really now do believe that barrel selection on a shotgun has never mattered less than it does right now. At least between certain choices anyway. Early on, yeah, a few barrels definitely did perform a little better more frequently, but now, due to the inherent RNG of how shotguns fire in general, most of the time in actual games of PvP, it will borderline flat out just not matter. About now, someone may be typing a reply in the comment section referring me to hard conclusions drawn from Gerda's massive shotgun video. I want to tell you right now, which I'm sure many of you will be shocked by, I have not watched that video. That is 100% not a dig or a slam at Gerda's vid in any way, shape, or form, by the way. I respect that man's dedication. Having been there before, I have no doubt that whatever effort he put together into that video likely took an ungodly amount of time. I haven't watched it because almost every time after watching a video like that one, I feel compelled to go back to square one and do more work on this incredibly boring, tedious topic, and eventually coming to the exact same conclusions that I've already landed on time and time again. Another reason I haven't watched it is because I was willing to bet a large pile of money that at some point during the year we would get another epic sandbox change, which, thanks to the 21st of April TWAB, we know is already coming next season. That huge TWAB laid out a couple shotgun changes, including the tweaking of damage falloff, changing aim assist and magnetism, talking about how shotties will fit into the new aerial combat system, and more changes to pellet spread, including full choke. In fact, Bungie's Chris Proctor even had the insane level of kindness to tell us not only what full choke's numbers are getting changed to, but what they are right now. The current spread angle on full choke is at 0.95 and is going to change to 0.9625. I'm assuming that 1.0 is the quote normal pellet spread angle, meaning that right now full choke is only 0.05 off normal, and next season it'll only be 0.0375 off normal. Remember when I said that barrel selection has never mattered less, at least between a few options? Well, there you go. But before someone else counters with, but actually this barrel though, let me just cut to the chase and tell you what the main thing I look for and care about on shotguns these days is handling. Handling on hard-hitting, high-impact shotguns is my go-to and has been for a long while now. Outside of smoothbore, which I still won't touch due to the off chance that one pellet may go too wide and not land, depriving me of an otherwise easy kill. I don't care what my shotgun has as long as it hits hard and has good handling. You see, way back in the day, the thing I cared about the most was what will let me get the deepest one-hit kill on a spread shotgun, i.e. what barrel will give me the highest chance of a one-shot kill on an enemy pretty far away. The more Bungie reins in shotgun damage drop-off, the less I care about that, and the more I care about shotgun blinting. What is blinting? It's an old term from D1 that I don't actually know the origin of, probably named after a player. The original blinting was hitting an enemy with a sniper rifle, then hot swapping to a primary weapon and finishing them off that way. Even though the OG term was tied to sniping, I use it for shotgunning all the time, and I use it two ways. Way number one, I'm about mid-range, definitely outside the range at where my shotgun could comfortably one-hit kill without godly RNG. So I tag my enemy with a primary weapon like a hand cannon, then hot swap to a shotgun for easy, borderline, no aim cleanup. And way number two, the reverse. Tag an enemy from mid-range with a shotgun, probably because I had it out at the time, and the enemy continues to put more distance between us, so I hot swap to a primary and finish them off that way. Way number one in PvP happens more frequently to me these days, and it's become my go-to strategy when rocking a shotgun. It's partly why when I'm rocking my tryhard PvP Warlock, I'll equip Ophidian Aspects because of the crazy boost to weapon handling. Outside of that exotic, two armor mods I'll rarely play PvP without are Shotgun Dexterity on my Gauntlet armor and the secondary effect of Quick Charge, which you'll need another arc mod to trigger. The combination of the new swap 2 speed and the ready speed of shotguns with those two things on really does make a difference. Playing with sluggish, low handling shotguns is borderline unplayable to me. Besides, if I want deep range one-tap kill shotguns, I'm just gonna go with the slug shotgun. At the high level, they're still insane, and they reward accuracy with omega deep one-taps that pellet shotties just can't really dream of achieving anymore without a lot of help. By the way, that's also the reason why, for the most part, I try to avoid using rifled barrel. It's not so much the fact that range doesn't matter or anything like that. It's because rifled barrel comes with an inherent handling penalty, which makes my skin crawl. I know I said earlier that barrel selection borderline doesn't matter anymore, and I've already kind of looked down on 2 barrel picks in this video alone, but still, I'd use rifled barrel if it was on a shotgun that already had 100 handling, because at that point, pretty much wouldn't matter at all, would it? Nitpicking between full choke, corkscrew, barrel shroud, or hell, even small bore, I basically just don't care about anymore because it's all so near identical. Would I be happier with, say, barrel shroud over small bore due to the fact that barrel shroud has a handling buff and small bore doesn't? I mean, I guess, but when I dump so many other options onto the pile, including Ophidian Aspects, Shotgun Dexterity, Quick Charge, anything with threat detector, anything with quick draw, at that point, a few extra drops from the barrel is probably splitting hairs. Whenever we get Arc 3.0 to drop, my guess being Season 18, Elemental Capacitor will be yet another thing for me to dump onto the pile. But anyway, at the end of the day, I feel that 99% of in-game PvP shotgun performance is going to depend on the user, not the barrel. I may dabble in some shoddy-related content in the future, but that's probably going to be due to either the new aerial combat system, which I really want to make sure I have a hard understanding of, or the new unflinching system being tied to stability. If there's any other particular content next season you want more coverage of, let me know down in the comment section. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hey everybody, stop what you're doing and let's argue about conditional finality for a few minutes. No joke, this may erupt into an argument, but I found myself feeling really curious lately as to how the community feels in general about this exotic in D2, especially in PvP. I'm kinda on the fence, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. But first, a quick shout out to Starforge, sponsor of today's video and the best PCs in the damn galaxy. All their PCs are made by hand, delivered quickly, and come with a 2-year warranty. They're also the only people awesome enough to advertise on a 1-minute video, so you know they're the good kind of crazy. Check out my link in the pinned comment to see their incredible selection of PCs. For real, they are fantastic. Alright, back to the content. Let's start from the beginning. If you're new to D2 or whatever, this is conditional finality, an exotic shotgun that can be obtained if you have good RNG after defeating the final boss in the Root of Nightmares raid. In my opinion, conditional finality is one of, if not the best raid exotic weapons we've ever been given in the history of the game. It's way, way up there. In PvE, conditional strongly excels at major killing, able to not only pack a wallop from up close, but to both freeze and ignite enemies via its unique trait. But I think the area of the game where conditional has made the most notable impact has probably been PvP. If you've played any PvP at all lately, and especially if you've stepped into trials, you might have seen this weapon kind of a lot. On its own, conditional has pretty good punching power and has a one-shot kill range consistent with other top-tier shotties in PvP. Actually, it falls a little bit short in terms of one-hit kill range compared to other god roll shotties if they happen to have opening shot, which many of them do. What conditional does bring to the table, however, is the ability to absolutely clown a ton of supers, most notably Warlock Radiant Well and Titan Bubble, probably two of the most popular supers to bring into trials. Of course, even in the neutral game, if you get a really fortunate spread and connect with the majority of your shoddy pellets, you can completely shaft players, and of course the shatter effect can also lead to interesting multi-kills on nearby players who weren't even frozen by the gun to begin with. It also pairs incredibly well with the Ice Flare Bolt aspect, and the gun has pretty gross handling to begin with, but yeah, mainly the first two things are kicking up dust in PvP. I've heard a lot of people calling for the nerf of this shotgun, specifically on the PvP front, and for the record, I totally get it. However, I don't know if I want this gun to get the axe. It's clearly very damn good, but to a degree, I also feel like nerfing conditional finality would be the same as intentionally removing a predator out of an area of the wild where it's one of the sole things keeping the population of another species in check. What I mean by that is, even with the existence of conditional finality, the vast majority of supers I see in trials, which has now become 100% zone trials by the way, are both Warlock Well and Titan Bubble. I can only imagine that if conditional gets nerfed, Bubble and Well usage is probably going to go up even more. And because zone trials matches generally go faster than elimination trials matches, and because Bubble and Well are tier 5 supers, you often don't get enough time to counter those supers with other supers. You just got to rely on what you got in the neutral game, at least for the most part anyway. There are some ways to shut down Well and Bubble in trials in the neutral game, but again, none of them are so straightforward and immediately apparent as conditional finality. I really do get the frustration from either viewpoint. Bubble mains are probably pissed off that the mere existence of one gun almost completely throws a wrench into their entire battle plan. Then again, simply getting your super fast because it has the best cooldown and winning a round and potentially the game of trials by just beelining to the cap point and popping your super isn't much of a battle plan. Then again, should one weapon be so good in the meta that it almost completely overshadows every other option in that archetype? Then again, aren't exotics supposed to be good and unique and fun to use? But then again, at what point does a really fun, good exotic cross the line? It's a lot to think about. I think for me, I'm leaning towards I would prefer them to not change or nerf conditional finality, both because I really enjoy it and because I think without it, trials would devolve into even more of a tier 5 super hellscape fest than it already is. But that being said, if Bungie did decide to nerf the gun, I absolutely 100% not be surprised at all and would shift my loadouts in PvP accordingly, Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Really though, I'm actually putting this out there because I genuinely want to read the comment section and hear feedback on this. Yeah, you heard me right. A YouTuber wants to read the comment section. Trust me, I know how wild that sounds. I know what I'm getting into, kind of, but I legit want to know, what are your feelings on conditional finality, especially in PvP? By the way, this should be the final video I've thrown together from my first vacation in 2 years, which I should now be officially back from. Boo. Hopefully I've at least got a sunburn and a bunch of gaps in my memory. Come by the stream and ask me about it. Or better yet, tell me your feelings on conditional finality. Legit, I want to hear them. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. 2 days ago, I put out a video on conditional finality, unarguably one of the best shotguns in the history of D2. I got a few comments from people asking to do an updated shotgun tier list, and while I do enjoy me a good tier list, I feel like shotguns are a category where I can really cut to the chase, in PvP anyway. Today, we're gonna do something a little different and save everyone some time. I'm gonna just give you my very short list of 5 shotguns, which might be stretching it, that I bring into PvP when I actually care about doing well. Literally, if I'm streaming on Twitch and actually care about going flawless for whatever the adept loot is, you can bet real money that I will have one of these 5 weapons in my hands, and I stand by these shotguns so much that I borderline feel that other options are not worth my time. Bold statements being made out here, I know, and this will no doubt lead to some comments down below saying things like, wow, imagine not mentioning the whatever shotgun. Just control F the word imagine. I guarantee they'll be down there. And that's actually fine. Any smart player who knows how to move and shoot and play the meta can go flawless with probably any shotgun. Again, these are just my personal favorites. And especially if you're a newer D2 player interested in getting into PvP, please get out. Get out now while you can, for the love of God. If you're a newer D2 player interested in getting into PvP, I strongly recommend getting just one of these god rolls and gluing it to your hands, as they straight up outrank a lot of other options. Stick around until the end of the video. I'll include some honorable mentions for the Imagine crowd. First up, we got the Found Verdict. Time lost or not, doesn't actually matter that much to me, because as mentioned in my recent video on adept weapons, pretty much every shotgun in PvP I run with quick access sling. Oh sure, you can F around with adept range, adept handling, or adept Icarus if it's a time-lost version of the gun. But yeah, I'm on team QAS across the board for shotties in PvP. Found Verdict almost didn't make my list, believe it or not, because of the existence of one other shotgun, which we'll get to shortly. But I really do have a soft spot for the Found Verdict, as I've been using mine for a really long time, even if my roll isn't perfect, which, believe me, annoys me like you wouldn't believe. Only 3 perks on this thing I care about in PvP: Surplus, Slide Shot, and Opening Shot. Opening Shot is borderline mandatory. Take a shot every time I wind up saying that today. Of water, of course. Wink wink, nudge nudge. And you can go ahead and take your pick between Surplus and Slide Shot. Slide Shot is extra spicy right now thanks to Titans and Antaeus wards being hard meta, but keep in mind Antaeus is soon getting a long-deserved beatdown from the Sandbox team, so might want to think about Surplus. In column 2, Assault Mag or Accurized would be fine, and for the love of God, I would rather get a scrotal piercing with a rusty fishing hook than get into barrel discussion in the year of our Lord 2023. Shoddy barrels in PvP right now are so close to each other in overall performance. It's not like it was back in the day where there was a clear winner high above the rest. That being said, I actually go Barrel Shroud a lot these days due to the handling buff alone, but if you quote me on that, I'll be under your bed tonight when you go to sleep. Shotgun number 4 is the reason I almost didn't include Found Verdict. Matador 64. Both are arc energy shotguns, and between the two, the Matador is the far more popular option in PvP. Admittedly, the only reason I don't run Matador over my Found Verdict is because I have yet to acquire a 5 out of 5 Matador roll, and believe me, I've farmed for it a ton. Goddamned RNG will get you every time. The Matador is really reliable, and as an energy weapon, is a great pairing for a ton of good top shelf kinetic primaries in PvP, you know, things like Ace, Ice Luna, you know the deal. Unlike Found Verdict, whose handling buff perk of choice Surplus relies on you having unused abilities in your back pocket, Matador has access to Threat Detector. To all the lunatics out there who watched my recent 5-hour video going over literally every weapon perk in the game, love ya if you watched that, by the way, Y'all may remember Threat Detector is a goated shotgun perk and works as long as any enemy is within 15 meters of you. Considering that's basically where all shotguns are used, at close range within 15 meters, you're always going to get value out of Threat Detector no matter how hard you spam your abilities in PvP. If you have 2 enemies within 15 meters, Threat Detector goes into overdrive, giving out obscene amounts of handling and stability, which can help you reduce incoming flinch, while you force feed the other guy a mouthful of buckshot. Again, opening shot, mandatory in column 4. Shot! Although Harmony or Golden Tricorn could be worth experimentation if, God help us, Bungie ever decides to one day nerf the Golden Shotgun perk, please don't do it. Bottom line, if you have a top shelf, kinetic, primary, and are looking for a good special pairing in PvP, Matador is literally never a wrong answer. Shoddy's number 3 to 1 are all kinetic, and sitting at number 3 is the Fractithist, which, like Found Verdict, almost didn't make it onto my list, which the more I look at it, really could be condensed down to just 3 instead of 5, but we'll get to that later. Fractithist is damn good with the right role, which unfortunately may be difficult to get at this point in the game if you're a newer player. Frac has interesting column 4 options in the event that Bungie one day decides to custom nerf opening shot on shotguns only, which is a real fear that keeps me awake at night. Adrenaline Junkie, Harmony, and Adagio are all ready to step up to the plate, but again, until that day comes, quick draw opening shot all day. Again, slide shot also viable, perfectly fine, but quick draw is absurdly good, especially when it comes to hot swapping between your primary and your shoddy as someone is closing the gap on you, or if you round the corner to find somebody way closer than you expected while you had your primary out. To repeat, Fractithist almost didn't make the cut because of the existence of shotgun number 2, Imperial Decree. Relatively new players who enjoy PvP and shotgunning, and who don't know how to or don't want to raid, this is your go-to. Not only is Imperial Decree the absolute tits on paper, it's craftable, and the perks you want are right here.
Well, actually, if you use Shot Swap and...
No, none of that. No weird, secret, hidden meta bullshit that you heard from your cousin's neighbor's favorite hidden boss kick VTuber weapon reviewer. Just these 2 perks, until Bungie nerfs either of them. If I'm running an exotic in the energy or power department and I'm really trying to go flawless, I will likely have this weapon equipped because it's consistent and it's good. And now, shocking literally no one except for the one guy out there who wandered onto my page by accident because he misclicked and figured he'd just watch the video because why not? The number 1 shotgun to use in PvP, Conditional Finality. If Conditional Finality ever gets nerfed, and as mentioned in my video 2 days ago, I kinda hope it doesn't because it's the only thing keeping bubble and well spam in check in trials, then Imperial Decree will probably become my most used PvP shotgun. However, until that day comes, or does not come, if you're a shotgunner playing trials or endgame PvP in general and you're not using Conditional, you must have another exotic that you're really married to. Conditional has comically high base handling, so it doesn't really need access to either Surplus or Threat Detector. It has good punching power, allowing it to one-hit kill from as deep as the other top options, and the utility is insane. With zone trials being the new norm, Conditional is single-handedly preventing Titan Bubble and Radiant Well Warlocks from completely dominating the game type. They're still popular class options despite the gun existing, but again, Conditional keeps them in check hardcore. Again, if you're a shotgunner who doesn't use Conditional in trials right now, it's either because you have another exotic you really like, or that you simply don't have one, which admittedly is a real problem for players who don't raid. If I really wanted to, I could probably shorten today's list to just Matador, Imperial Decree, and Conditional Finality. The holy trinity of shotguns in PvP, and IMO the 3 best if I really had to be nitpicky about it. I did say we'd have a few honorable mentions, so why don't we put those out there. Wastelander, Astral Horizon, Reese Walker, and Without Remorse. These are all fine options that I use from time to time if the mood hits me right. They're quality and all perform very well in capable hands. Again, it's just really hard to recommend other kinetic options like Reese Walker, for example, when Imperial Decree and Conditional Finality exist. one being perfectly craftable and the other having god tier utility when being used the way a shotgun would already be used normally. And there you go. Good to be back from vacation, by the way. Still trying to get organized after laying on the beach for a week. If you're new to the channel, do me a favor, subscribe for more content and check out some of my other stuff, including the previously mentioned 5-hour video where I explain and review literally every weapon perk in the game. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you on stream. Well, it's official. Shotguns are really broken right now. Very short video to give the heads up. Shout out to both Pure Chill and Frostbolt for the heads up. Apparently, if you ADS with your shotgun right now, you severely nerf their overall level of effectiveness. Check it out. On the left, we have damage per pellet when ADSing, and on the right, we have damage per pellet when firing from the hip, fired from the same location. I tested this across multiple shotguns. Yeah, you heard that right. I broke my blood oath. And perks like opening shot. Same thing every time. Basically, you have negative range if you ADS your pellet shotty right now. Slug shotguns, on the other hand, are apparently not affected. Bungie is aware of the issue, apparently, so just something to keep in mind for Igneous Hammer Trials hunting next weekend. Unless they somehow put together a fix for this in the next few days. Just figured y'all should know. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on stream. Closing time. Not just the thing your single uncle here shouted at 4 a.m. at the bar. A relatively new weapon perk added to the sandbox that I've always kind of wondered about and decided to finally sit down and take a gander at. Whatever you do, don't call it shotgun testing. Anyway, I've gone on the record for a very long time now that I usually, like 9 times out of 10, won't even consider using a shotgun in PvP if it isn't able to roll opening shot, i.e. shotties like Found Verdict, Imperial Decree, Matador 64, Astral Horizon, Fractithist, Compass Rose, Prophet of Doom, and the list goes on. I've also said it would take a pretty strong perk on paper to be able to knock opening shot off that mighty column 4 perch where it lives. And on that note, why don't we take a look under the hood at closing time. The in-game perk description reads, improves range, accuracy, and handling as the magazine gets lower. Checking community-sourced research on D2 Foundry reveals that when activated, the perk will give around 10 to 20 range give or take, and an unknown amount of handling and a potentially decreased accuracy cone size, possibly maxing out at a 10% decrease. Remember, community research always has the potential to be off or scuffed, but I found it to also be fairly reliable most of the time. Why don't we compare it to the 11 Herbs and Spices original recipe, aka opening shot. Opening shot reads improved accuracy and range on the opening shot of the attack. D2 Foundry community research broke that down to the following: an extra 20 aim assist and 25 range give or take, 5% decreased accuracy cone size, and 10% decreased accuracy cone growth. Another thing to keep in mind, special weapons like shotguns only receive 50% of the benefits granted by opening shot. That change in particular wasn't made too long ago if I remember right. Anyway, we can sit here talking about and comparing each other's cones like a couple of lads in the locker room, or I can show and talk about some testing I recorded in a private lobby which may or may not have involved shotguns. You see, the Prophet of Doom shotgun not only has the ability to roll with either opening shot or closing time, but it's also craftable, and I also run Garden of Salvation like a motherfucker these days. Therefore, I was able to craft 2 near identical Prophet of Dooms that fit my ideal PvP role. The only difference is one of them has closing time and the other has opening shot. From 6 and 7 meters away from my target, 5 times out of 5, the result was always a one-hit kill. Yes, closing time has multiple levels of activation depending on how many shots you got left in the mag at the time. Even though most of the time in PvP, especially if you play trials, you'll likely have just 1 in the mag. I tested both 1 in the mag and 2 in the mag for every test I did because I'm an odd shut-in workaholic. Because I just really wanted to be thorough, is what I said. At 8 meters away, I lost the ability to get one-hit kills on my God Roll Prophet of Doom, and I thought the amount of remaining health would be a dead giveaway as to which perk would make my shotgun consistently deadlier and or more accurate. But the results were eerily consistent. And by that, I mean the amount of health I took off my friend was almost always the same, each and every time, virtually identical, no matter if I had opening shot or closing time with 2 in the mag or closing time with 1 in the mag. It was like I was right on the edge of the max value I could get off a single shot. Granted, the results could end up being different with a different frame of shotgun, but if you didn't know, no aggressive or lightweight frame shotguns in the game right now are capable of rolling closing time. Anyway, the TLDR here is it would seem that in terms of condensing your shot, aka trying to land that deep one-hit kill more consistently on a shotty, opening shot and closing time are dead even. Again, there always could be more benefits going on under the hood for either perk that only Bungie might know about, but unless they come out with a deep dive dev article about it, which would be awesome by the way, we'll likely never know. However, remember there's more to closing time than just range and cone talk. Whereas opening shot supposedly grants aim assist as a tertiary benefit, closing time gives extra handling. How much? Hard to say, only slightly easier to show. In a comparison where one shotgun had 0 handling benefits at all while the other shotgun had closing time active with 2 in the mag, it seemed clear. The handling benefit from closing time was definitely visible, both in a swap to that weapon test and in an ADS that weapon test. Nice. Here's the only problem though, if I'm trying to answer the question, is closing time good enough to fully replace opening shot on my PvP shotguns, then I have to realistically compare it not to a shotty with 0 handling buffs, but one that's also rocking threat detector in column 3, which basically all of my god roll shotguns currently do. So the question actually is, even though closing time gets a handling buff, will that extra handling even matter if it's already in combination with threat detector, which is also giving a handling buff? And right here is where I spent a really embarrassing amount of my time examining on-screen frame data. I compared the handling buff value of every combination you could think of. Threat detector level 1 versus closing time with 2 in the mag, threat detector level 1 versus closing time with 1 in the mag, closing time with 2 in the mag, and threat detector level 2 versus closing time with 1 in the mag and threat detector level 2. Yada, yada, yada. And here's a TLDR of what I found. Yes, even with threat detector and closing time on a shotgun together, you can still ever so slightly improve your swap to speed and your ADS speed, as opposed to if you just had threat detector alone. In fact, if the majority of the time in PvP you're only getting threat detector level 1 to activate, you're getting a pretty noticeable benefit by also adding in closing time with either 1 or even 2 in the mag. If you want more information, enjoy the scribblings of a madman. Threat detector level 1 was the weakest handling benefit overall, followed by closing time with 2 in the mag, followed by closing time with 1 in the mag, followed by threat detector level 2, aka where you're within 15 meters of 2 other enemies, followed by threat detector 1 and closing time 2 in the mag, followed by threat detector 1 and closing time 1 in the mag, followed by threat 2 with closing time 2, and finally at the tippy top, threat detector times 2 and closing time with 1 in the mag. Most of the time, especially as you approach the maximum amount of handling given from one of these 2 perks, the quote better option was basically faster by about 1 or 2 frames. So what the hell does all this mean? It means that since opening shot and closing time are about equally as lethal in terms of potential cone tightening and pushing out your one-hit kill range, then closing time is a perk I think is slightly more appealing for a PvP shotgun due to the fact that it also gets slightly more handling, which I really value on shotguns. That being said, I'm not going to throw all my opening shot rolls into the garbage. They're still phenomenal rolls. If there's a future god roll aggressive frame shotgun to be farmed though that can roll both closing time and opening shot in column 4, the perfectionist in me is probably going to go for closing time. Keep in mind that because opening shot also apparently gives aim assist, that might give it more noticeable reticle friction on controller, which is something that those on the sticks may want to consider. And keep in mind, I only tested this on shotguns because testing opening shot and closing time on sniper rifles is some next level hell world stuff that I ain't even gonna begin to touch. But there you go. Do me a favor, by the way, do a few things. Like today's video if you enjoyed it, and also check out D2 Foundry. I heard they're trying to get some additional funding to keep the site running, and they do good work. Shout out to them. Thank you very much for watching. See ya on stream. Man, 2 shotgun-focused videos from Fallout in 1 month? Hope your winter jacket is thicker than Rick Cactus's quads, because it would appear that hell just froze over. Recently, Bungie added a brand new shotgun archetype into the game, the Heavy Burst archetype. I wanted to take my time a little bit digging into the details on this bad boy so I could ultimately report back to y'all on just exactly how good I feel this new archetype is overall in the grand scheme of things. Unfortunately, I'm here to tell you that at the moment, not only am I not a fan of the Arcane Embrace, I sort of don't like the entire Heavy Burst frame at all. In fact, I'm not really sure what the Heavy Burst shotgun frame is supposed to be bringing to the table to begin with, other than maybe looking kind of cool. Today, I'm going to tell you exactly why I personally think Heavy Burst shotties might not be worth your time to farm or use. Let's kick things off by talking about backup DPS real quick. And yeah, when going into most major damage checks in the game, you're probably going to be using your biggest and best damage dealers as your main method of shoving the boss into a locker. However, sometimes you run out of heavy ammo and need something else to finish the job. Or maybe you've got a big thick mini boss and you want to conserve heavy ammo, so you want to blow him away with something else. You get the idea. So, thinking about shotties in terms of backup DPS, why don't we take a look at some quick and dirty numbers. Here, I've written down some damage numbers from shooting our old friend Carl with different kinds of shotguns, one from each subfamily. Now, for those of you out there with special eyes, you might notice that the RPM number I've associated with the Arcane Embrace is way high. The in-game number displays as 62. Well, two things there. One, apparently that in-game display number just flat out isn't correct according to community research. It should be higher. And yeah, 144 RPM is very high, but that number here is manually adjusted because we're looking at damage per bullet as opposed to damage per burst. It just makes it easier to calculate DPS overall. Trust the process though. That adjusted RPM number was taken directly from the legendary Hugh Wugo's insane TTK spreadsheet, and then it was double checked by your good friend and mine, Mossy Max. TLDR, don't worry, I've done my homework here. I'm more confident in these numbers than I am that the Logan Paul Mike Tyson fight was fixed. Anyway, the max amount of DPS you can hit with a heavy burst shotgun like Arcane Embrace definitely isn't bad, but rapid fire frames have them beat pretty noticeably on paper. 74,825 max DPS at base compared to just 54,732. Now, if you're thinking, hey, wouldn't that mean that a rapid fire frame shotgun would have to land every single pellet in the enemy's head to hit that 74,000 number? That's unrealistic because rapid fire frames have pellet spread fire. And you'd be right. But even still, take a look at this column over here. Even if you were using a rapid fire frame shotty to damage a boss and hit every single pellet in the body, the DPS would still outshine a heavy burst shotgun that was landing nothing but headshots. But Fallout, we're not taking unique damage boosting perks into account. All right, person with the same voice as me, let's go ahead and venture down that road for just a minute. But I'm warning you, you're in for some disappointment. One damage boosting perk that heavy burst shotguns are able to take advantage of that basically no spread shotgun can is Precision Instrument. Dealing sustained damage increases precision damage. Translation, the more crits that you land in a row, the bigger the damage buff you get, capping out at plus 25% extra damage. If you were to slap a backup mag weapon mod on your Arcane Embrace, it can now hold 16 shots in the mag, and because one pull of the trigger fires out 2 slug shots, that means we can dish out 8 bursts total. Using a combination of 4th times the charm together with Precision Instrument, you could, theoretically, fire off 30 bullets in a row without needing to reload, aka 15 bursts, provided you never missed a single crit the entire time. More on that later, by the way. Once you get past the first 3 bursts, aka landing the 6 shots needed to get to the maximum damage buff out of Precision Instrument, that leaves us with 12 bursts, aka 24 individual bullets, hitting a target at 25% boosted damage. Not bad. But if we're gonna boost the damage of heavy burst shotties, we gotta do the same for the competition. And unfortunately, many rapid fire frames can get access to Trench Barrel, which gives an ungodly plus 50% damage buff, and even though it only lasts for 3 shots, you can just continuously reproc the perk with little to no effort. And if you're gonna say, hey, Arcane Embrace can run Trench Barrel too, well, yeah, but 2 things there. One, that was actually done by mistake, and Bungie's taken that perk off the Arcane Embrace. And 2, if we've already established that rapid fire frames out DPS heavy burst shotties at the base level, if you increase both DPS numbers by the exact same value, aka plus 50%, then rapid fires are still gonna be on top anyway. Oh, by the way, remember earlier when I mentioned Precision Instrument only really paying out if you're super accurate and land all of your crit shots? This is a bit of a nitpick, but I think it's worth mentioning. There will be times when firing your heavy burst shotgun that your first crit shot will cause your enemy to flinch, which very often can lead to you missing the second shot in the burst completely. And again, if you're relying on Precision Instrument to keep your damage up, then missing that second part of the burst is going to completely ruin things for you. That doesn't always happen, but the fact that it can happen is very frustrating, IMO. Another odd but very fun way to use shotguns in PvE as backup DPS is via shotgun swapping. Admittedly, I don't do this a ton, but it is a thing that some people do, so why not mention it here? Shotgun swapping is the hilarious art of swapping back and forth between 2 different special ammo shotties to dish out damage on a big target quickly. Why the fuck would anyone do that, you might be wondering? Excellent question. If you're the designated tractor cannon guy on your fire team and you debuff a big beefy enemy, Shotgun swapping allows you to dish out some form of DPS for a good amount of time, rather than just sitting there like a goon waiting for your next debuff application. Even in that hyper-specific scenario though, heavy burst shotties still would fall behind because the name of the game there is speed, and heavy burst shotties take noticeably longer to fire because they have to rattle off 2 bullets per 1 trigger pull, slowing down the whole process. Lightweight shotguns really shine here though, due to their inherent good handling and the fact that they don't take as long to fire as heavy burst shotties. Going back to my crummy little DPS chart here, you might think, well, rapid fires outperform heavy burst shotties in sustained DPS and lightweights outperform them in shotgun swapping, but heavy burst is still ahead of 3 other shotty types on the DPS chart: precision, slug precision, and aggressive. True, but in my opinion, those 3 subfamilies were designed to excel in PvP, which brings us to heavy burst shotties in PvP. Now, I don't think anyone would make the claim that heavy burst shotties were designed to kick ass and take names in PvP, but just to cover all my bases, yeah, I don't like them there either. Generally speaking, I'd much rather use a pellet spread shotty for consistency, but for the sake of argument, let's say I was a slug shotgun lover. The fact that you need to land both shots in the burst on the other guy's head in order to lock up the kill can lead to many uniquely annoying situations. For example, if I get into a shotgun duel with another player and we pull the trigger at the exact same time, even if my first shot in the burst connects in the head, I can still lose that trade. After all, even though we both pulled the trigger at the same time, my heavy burst takes longer to get through the full burst, and I need both shots to connect for the other guy to die. Or I could just straight up land the first shot in the burst but miss the second, which, yeah, skill issue, but not always easy to do on a moving target. Not to mention that if I were just using a regular slug shotty to begin with, the guy would have died outright when I hit him in the head with that first shot. Requiring a second shot just kind of complicates things. Or you could hit an enemy with the first shot in the burst, but they manage to get behind cover before the second shot in the burst, or you get flinched out of the second burst, and you get the idea. In conclusion, yeah, I just don't really like heavy burst shotguns that much right now. I feel like everything they can do, some other shotgun family in the game already does better. That being said, there's always the possibility that Bungie buffs the archetype somehow, so fingers crossed. Let me know down in the comment section how you feel about heavy burst shotties. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks very much for watching. Peace. Not too long ago, I made a video going over both closing time and opening shot on shotguns in D2, specifically in PvP. And that was fun-ish, but it wasn't long until I got messages along the lines of, "Oi, what about Lone Wolf?" So what the hell, let's throw that on the pile too. My original plan for today was to just compare both Lone Wolf and Threat Detector together, which kind of made sense because on shotguns, they both usually live together in column 3. However, the more I went over everything, I came to the conclusion that you kind of can't compare the two in a straight head-to-head competition due to the fact that closing time simply exists. And if you don't know what I mean by that, don't worry, everything will become clear in time. Let's look at the perks, starting with the original 2 I wanted to look at today. Threat Detector, increased reload, stability, and handling when enemies are in close proximity. For those who might not know, depending on if there are 1 or 2 enemies within 15 meters of you, you'll get the following weapon bonuses. And by the way, all numbers today coming from where else? D2 Foundry. Most of the time in PvP, depending on if you play 3v3 or 6v6 more often, you'll usually have Threat Detector ×1 as opposed to Threat Detector ×2, but even if you only ever had the level 1 buff at all times, it's still pretty good. And now, a relatively new perk, Lone Wolf. Slightly improves aim assist, aim down sight speed, and airborne effectiveness. Increases these effects when there are no nearby allies. Basically, no matter what, Lone Wolf is giving you a +10 to your shotty's aim assist and your airborne effectiveness, as well as a slightly better ADS speed. If you are all alone and have no other teammates within 15 meters of you, those numbers get bumped up to +20 each, and your ADS speed modifier goes from 0.9 to 0.8. Really quickly, just for a minute, let's flat out ignore the other bonuses each weapon perk gives and think only about handling and the overall snappiness given from each perk. Why don't we imagine a scenario? You have a hand cannon out and some jabroni is running at you in a game of PvP, and you want to whip out your shotty and force feed him a mouthful of buckshot as fast as you can. Looking at the weaker version of each perk, i.e. Lone Wolf at base, aka you have a teammate standing kinda near you, and Threat Detector level 1, aka there's only the one guy charging you and he's within 15 meters. Comparing these two at the base level, handling wise anyway, threat detector seems to be the better option. For the purpose of this example, I'm looking at numbers here from a deadlock shotgun, by the way. Threat detector level 1 gives more handling, a shorter aka faster ready speed, and a shorter ADS speed. Okay, now same example, but why don't we dial up each perk to their strongest potential? Meaning for Lone Wolf, you have no teammates nearby, and for threat detector, there's now 2 enemies within 15 meters of you, but while the first one is charging you, let's say the second one is on the other side of a wall or something. Again, if we're just looking at the handling buff, threat detector comes out on top easy. Way more handling, faster overall ready speed, and faster ADS speed. I've often said in the past that one thing I value a ton on shotguns in PvP is overall snappiness. So again, ignoring all other benefits and just looking at only the handling, it seems like a layup victory for threat detector. However, these comparisons are kind of garbage on their own if we're flat out ignoring closing time in column 4. If you'll remember from my other video, the range buff given to closing time basically allows it to push out the one-hit kill range to the same degree that opening shot does. And because closing time also gives you a good handling buff, we come to the logical conclusion, closing time fucks. I think in my other video comparing closing time and opening shot, I spent too much time focusing on the one-hit kill range comparison and not enough time focusing on the fact that closing time just gives your shotty a truly silly degree of free handling to the fact where, no joke, threat detector should be worried about potentially being out of a job. So rather than compare closing time and Lone Wolf, why don't we compare closing time and threat detector? At base, here's what the numbers look like. Snappiness wise, closing time barely ekes out the win, which is really not good for threat detector considering threat detector also comes with a reload and stability buff, which is fine, but closing time pushes out the range on your shotgun, which IMO is more important. Now, why don't we ramp up the effects of both perks, i.e. closing time has the power of having just 1 bullet left in the shotty mag, and threat detector has been ramped up to level 2 because in theory there are 2 people nearby. Threat barely takes the win here, and please keep in mind, I haven't selected any other perks or barrels on this fictional deadlock shotgun roll. So in theory, if we slap a barrel shroud barrel onto our imaginary deadlock and re-crunch the numbers, now they look like this. Now both our deadlock shotties have hit 100 handling, and not only that, closing time ties in all categories and barely wins in the ADS category. And keep in mind, the activation criteria for max power closing time is way easier to achieve than max power threat detector. Just having 1 bullet in your shotty, that is like half the game in your average PvP match these days, even in 3s where it's noticeably harder to get threat detector level 2. In short, if your PvP shotgun has closing time on it, it almost just walks up to threat detector and asks,
"What would you say you do here?"
Hopefully, now you see what I mean when I say that the question isn't just threat detector versus Lone Wolf, what's better? Because if your shotgun happens to have closing time in column 4, there's a really good chance you don't need threat detector, like at all. And if that's the case, I guess Lone Wolf just kind of wins by default. I mean, take a look right here, and I promise we're almost done comparing numbers out here. On the left, we have a deadlock shotgun with threat detector ×1 and closing time at max power. On the right, we have a deadlock shotgun with Lone Wolf at base and closing time at max power. Yeah, the threat detector has faster ready speed, but good God, man, by a factor of 0.02. Now, I don't know about you, but at that point, I think I'd rather have Lone Wolf, which is helping your aim assist and your AE if you happen to be leaping at your enemy with your shotgun out. Talking to you there, Hunter mains. But yeah, with closing time essentially overshadowing threat detector, you can very easily consider options like Lone Wolf, slide shot, or Jesus, even Discord in column 3, depending on the shotgun you have. You might laugh at that recommendation, but remember, you can straight up regen ammo in PvP with Discord, and you can repeatedly stay at closing time max power too. I spoke a bit with my buddy Cool Guy before researching today's video, and he has a vid dropping today on the Scavenger's Fate shotgun, which I originally wasn't very excited about in the grand scheme of things because we already have so many Godroll shotguns. However, after continuing to see just how truly disgusting closing time is on paper, yeah, I'm gonna regrind a few scavengers for my own personal collection. Anyway, Cool Guy has a video of his own covering Scavenger's fate in PvP that should be up at the time of me posting today's video. I'll be sure to link that vid down in the pinned comment, be sure to check it out. But yeah, in short, good lord, Closing Time, how is it so good? Didn't intend for this video to go off the rails from what I originally wanted it to be, but what are you gonna do? For the time being, don't delete your threat detector opening shot rolls in case Bungie adjusts some perks here and there. But yeah, invest in Closing Time. And IMO, if given the choice between threat detector or Lone Wolf and the shoddy has Closing Time in column 4, go Lone Wolf. Thank you very much for watching. Sorry about my voice. See you next time. Earlier this week, D2 players were given a great new gift that they're having a lot of fun with. I'm of course referring to the Skorrigan in the new exotic mission. And now that I've finally learned how to play the melody to Funky Town on it, I don't have much to do as I sit here and wait for Marvel Rivals Season 1 comp to drop on Friday, he said half-kiddingly, so in the meantime, why don't we do a quick review of the new exotic shotgun, Slayer's Fang. What does it do well? What does it not do well? How badly do you need it on a scale from the Colony to the OG Gallarhorn? I'll give it some kind of loose grade at the end of today's video, and on the way there, we'll first talk about the good and then the bad of the new shotgun. But first, how does it work? By default, Slayer's Fang will fire one slug shot, but thanks to the Heart Piercer trait, the round will then shatter into sub-munitions on impact. That includes impact on an enemy, so even though it's a slug shotty, landing your initial shot will then be followed up by many additional damage numbers. And those shatter rounds are kind of wild. They bounce around the room a little bit, maybe not to the degree of something like Hardlight, but still. The exotic trait, admittedly, is badass. Nightsworn Sight. Dealing final blows to a target, grant Nightsworn Sight. During that time, final blows grant True Sight, aka wall hack mode. Reload speed and precision damage is increased, and sub-munitions will weaken targets. If you're wondering about the damage increase after a final blow, that seems to clock in at about plus 15% extra damage. But remember that in addition to that damage buff, you can also auto-weaken targets with your sub-munitions, so the damage can actually get even higher, around plus 32-ish% overall with both the buff and the debuff working together. The Nightsworn Sight effect lasts for about 7 seconds total, which isn't bad, especially since you can auto-refresh the timer after another kill. You have a few options on what you can roll with in column 4, provided you have the final craftable version of the gun. Your choices are Repulsor Brace, Loose Change, Stats for All, and Cascade Point. These can give you some decent additional flavor on your shoddy, although I don't know if I'd say any of the options on the table are wildly mandatory or make the gun top tier insane or anything like that. I did have some fun using Repulsor Brace in combination with a few things on the seasonal artifact, and that brings us to our first major point in the good category. Slayer's Fang has a lot of really fun synergies with the current artifact, which, yeah, obviously a deliberate move by Bungie, but still fun. Because sub-munitions weaken targets, you can get free Devour via Power from Pain, not to mention some free Void Breaches too. With that in play, you can now take advantage of Frenzied Hunger, a brand new artifact perk, not to mention Void Renewal for more Void Breaches. And with all these Void Breaches laying around, you can now also take advantage of both Supernova and Old God's Right in column 5. Throw all that on any old Void build you got laying around, and you can have a really good time out there, spamming Weakness, generating Orbs of Power, and rolling deep with near constant Devour. And as I mentioned earlier, if you got Repulsor Brace there in column 4, you got free easy overshields going too. Slayer's Fang can also stun Overload champions by default, which is nice. Throw that under the good category. And now let's briefly talk about good stuff in PvP. Slayer's Fang is a great PvP shotgun if you're already a fan of slug shotguns, which unfortunately I am not. I'm a spread man for life, but I do know that the ceiling potential on a gun like this one in Trials or Comp is definitely unarguably high. Giving players free True Sight is kind of wild, even if it does require a kill to get. I'm sure that a good number of players out there will commit themselves to being a master of this gun, and I'm betting it'll probably pay off for them in 3v3. Alright, now let's move on to the bad. In PvP, even though this thing can give you free True Sight, you do have to consider other exotic slug options, and the Chaperone is no slouch. In the neutral game, Chappie has a noticeably deeper one-hit kill range than Fang, and that is without the Roadborne activated, and it also has way better handling overall. This isn't necessarily bad, but I do have to mention it. Even though the timer on Nightsworn Sight is 7 seconds long when activated, your True Sight vision will only last for a little little over 3 seconds, not quite 3.5, like 3.25. I've seen some people referring to this as a glitch, but I really doubt that it is. I think Bungie just wanted to give people some fun PvE buffs for a decent amount of time and limit the potentially game-breaking power of True Sight to a much shorter duration. Also in the bad is the fact that so much of the fun factor of this shotgun is tied to the current seasonal artifact. I know I also listed that in the good column, but it's kind of a double-edged sword. The gun will still have some enjoyable Void Kit synergy when the artifact resets, but nowhere near as much IMO. I think my biggest strike against Slayer's Fang in PvE though can be summed up in 3 words. Choir of One. Fang and Choir both run on special ammo, they both operate in the energy slot, and they're both void. I'll admit that Fang can be fun in average level content, but if the going starts to get tough, I feel like it's no contest. I am 100% reaching for Choir. While Fang does a respectable job at punching holes in chunky yellow bar enemies, Choir very much does as well. Fang has an okay rate of fire, but Choir can dump an entire mag worth of damage into an enemy in the blink of an eye, not to mention pick off weaker enemies from much further away with its more ammo conservative firing mode. Choir can also dish out the pain faster because there's not really any setup required with that gun. On the other hand, Fang first requires a kill in order to activate the exotic trait, then if you shoot a big beefy target, you then apply weaken to it, and then you will be hitting them for max damage, i.e. your precision damage will be up and they'll be weakened. But that's kind of a 3-step process if you think about it, when Choir's is a 1-step process, that step being purple damage go burr. And yes, Fang can handle overload champions by default, whereas Choir would need some kind of help from the artifact in order to handle any champion. That is a nice feature, but in really tough GM level content, getting super close to champions can be risky business, and handling them with a shotgun isn't always a super safe play. Sometimes it is, but not always. I said at the beginning of the video I was going to give this weapon some kind of grade, and I'm gonna hit it with a firm, it's aight. I certainly wouldn't say it's a bad weapon. Using it can be fun, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just not really doing a lot for me personally. Neat synergy with the artifact for the time being, and that's about it. I'm gonna repeat for emphasis though that if you're a slug-shotty fiend in PvP, you probably will rank this quite a bit higher. That being said though, most PvP folks I know are in the spread camp, still firmly clutching their Matador 64s, which they'll probably be buried with. And that's my review in a nutshell. If you feel differently, let me know down in the comment section, and while I'll definitely have more D2 content in February for sure, expect a short wave of Marvel Rivals videos on the horizon, because I'm genuinely enjoying that game very much. Thank you very much for watching. Peace. Let's talk about Closing Time real quick. A relatively new perk that was so good, Bungie gave it the highest possible award it could bestow, a nerf. But I mean, really, what do you expect when you make a weapon perk that does like 3 freaking things? Anyway, the nerf dropped along with Act 3, and the effects are now halved if you're using the perk on a special ammo weapon. Therefore, the big question, obviously, is Closing Time still good? Well, that's what I wanted to find out, so I did, and why don't we talk about it? There are 2 different categories I want to talk about in regards to Closing Time: shotguns and fusion rifles. That's right, y'all, Fallout shotgun testing video. Every time I think I'm out,
They pull me back in.
let's get on the same page real quick. And I apologize in advance for the technical yapping. Closing Time does 3 things which get stronger as your magazine gets lower. 1, it buffs your range. 2, it buffs your handling. And 3, it tightens your accuracy cone. According to D2 Foundry, the numbers on Closing Time are as follows. The range buff goes from +10 to 20, depending on how low you are in the mag. The handling buff is around +30 to 50, give or take. And the size of your accuracy cone shrinks by around 5 to 10%, give or take. So if we're only getting half that effect on a special weapon, then the new Closing Time numbers should actually look like this: +5 to +10 range, +15 to +25 handling, and a 2.5% to 5% tighter accuracy cone. But now that we're about to talk about shotguns, here's a fun fact. Pellet spread shotguns don't have an accuracy cone. The Amos's cone is still there, which is how the spread can be deflected towards a target. We'll go ahead and take a look at slug shotties shortly, but for now, why don't we start with pellet shotties? Prophet of Doom is great for what we're doing here right now because you can craft it with either Closing Time or Closing Time's biggest PvP competitor, Opening Shot, which both live in column 4. Testing on a friend in a private lobby, I found that from about 8 meters away, the Prophet of Doom with the Opening Shot was dealing just a tad more damage to my friend, each and every time than the one with closing time. From 7 meters away, the shotty with opening shot locked up the one-hit kill every time, whereas the one with closing time only got a one-hit kill one time, and every other time it just looked like this, close but no cigar. If you look at the numbers on opening shot, it kinda makes sense. Plus 20 aim assist and plus 25 range, give or take. Compared to the plus 10 range we're getting from closing time, it's no comparison that if you're looking for the deepest one-hit kill range possible on a spread shotty, the winner is opening shot. But that is not to say that opening shot is now officially better than closing time or anything like that, because remember, closing time also gives handling, which is really important on a shotgun. In fact, most of the time in PvP, you're probably not going to be exactly 7.0 meters away from the other guy. Sometimes you might be so close to him that you can smell their breath, and at that point, handling will matter way more than deep one-hit kill range. Therefore, both perks still have their merit, it's just going to depend on what you need more. In PvP, I am still an Ophidian Aspect main, which gives me gobs of free handling. Therefore, if I'm using a pellet spread shotgun, I'm probably going to go with opening shot over closing time because I already get a bunch of free handling, and I'd rather have the extra aim assist and range. But is closing time straight up bad now? I'm gonna say definitely not. It's still just as good as it was before. You just kind of have to ask yourself now if you want more handling or slightly more range if you're weighing opening shot and closing time. Now, why don't we talk about slug shotguns real quick, which get much more of a benefit from running closing time because unlike pellet spread shotguns, slug shotguns do have an accuracy cone. In terms of deep one-hit kill testing, I actually recorded some pre-Act 3 footage just because I was curious. Before the nerf, my Lone Wolf closing time Legato was able to get a one-hit kill from 11 meters away with 284 damage to the head. From 12 meters away, I didn't get the one-hit kill, but locked up 218 damage. After the closing time nerf went into effect, at 11 meters away, I got a one-hit kill, but with 274 damage, and from 12 meters away, I didn't get the one-hit kill, but landed 213 damage, which remember was 218 before. Generally speaking, this is really tame overall. Yeah, it's a slight range nerf, but most slug shotgun mains probably aren't going to feel it at all. And because closing time, remember, gets a handling buff, which again, shotguns really appreciate, I still think it's an A+ perk on slug shotties overall. If you have a slug shotgun with opening shot, I still think that is also worth consideration, aka I don't think closing time is the end-all be-all god perk. Again, you just gotta ask yourself if you want way better handling on your shotty or more range and a little bit more aim assist via opening shot. Everyone's answer will be different, and that is fine. TLDR in the shotgun department, closing time is still great. IMO, it is definitely better on slug shotties in particular because pellet spread shotties do not have an accuracy cone, but yeah, still good. All right, why don't we talk about fusion rifles? And we're going to be talking about one in particular, which as of right now is the most used fusion rifle in PvP, Zealot's Reward. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't F around with fusion rifles as much as I do shotguns, but that's okay because in addition to doing some fiddling in a private lobby, I also reached out to resident fusion guy Lego, and that was a really helpful conversation, which I'm basically gonna paraphrase right now. In short, closing time is easily my #1 perk on PvP fusion rifles because range is so important. Even with the range buff on closing time for special weapons getting halved, there are no other perks out there that give fusion rifles a flat range buff, so it's still A+. And by the way, if you're confused and remember a time where stability was the end-all be-all weapon stat on fusion rifles, here is a quick update. Stability is still important to make sure your bolt spread is tight enough to lock up a one-shot kill. That is to say, if you're really far away from the other guy and your stability is bad and your bolts don't all connect, you're not going to get a one-shot kill. However, unless your fusion rifle has laughably low stability, most fusion rifle mains usually have their fusion kick under control, and because that is the case, they like to dump as much as they can into range. And despite the recent nerf, closing time just gives your fusion rifle flat extra range for free, so in short, it's still kinda fantastic. And by the way, that is a big part of what makes Zealot so disgusting. Because it's craftable and can get fitted with so much range, it's able to consistently kill from around 18-ish meters away, which is gross considering the goddamn thing is a rapid fire frame fusion, which normally they're not supposed to be that good from that far away. Not to say there aren't other good fusion rifle perks. Successful warm-up and controlled burst on the Zealot in particular are also cash money for their own reasons. But yeah, until there are other weapon perks on fusion rifles that dish out range for free, don't expect the controller Zealot gremlins to go away anytime soon. Bless their dirty little hearts. In short, I never really like giving blanket answers to stuff like this because it's always going to depend on the exact gun and the exact role and all that stuff. But is closing time still good? I think I can safely say, yeah. Thanks very much for watching. See you next time. Today, I'm going to take you on a fun, and I use that term lightly, journey that started the moment I read a particular sentence in the final patch notes leading up to Monument of Triumph, aka the last major live update in Destiny 2. Full choke. Pellet spread is now reduced by 5% instead of 3.25%. If you're relatively new to my channel, then you might be scratching your head right now, wondering why anyone would care about a patch note so incredibly tiny and trivial. But if you're a longtime viewer of my channel, you've probably let out a sensible chuckle, because you know that over the years and back when a lot of my content was mainly focused on PvP, which is weird to think about now, I spent a ridiculous amount of time testing shotguns, trying to compare what the best barrels were, trying to understand what the best perks were, even trying out insane stuff, like the fact that when the Chaperone had the Panama Ravine ornament equipped, it was able to earn one-tap kills from slightly further away because the barrel was 2 inches longer. That one is no longer a thing, by the way, but good lord, that was a wild day on Twitter. Anyway, I'm glad that over the years I've continued to broaden my horizons away from a shotgun-focused content, I guess, but with the D2 Sandbox team making a new barrel-related update, and the knowledge that this is probably never going to change again, I have a rare opportunity here, which is to officially find out what the best shotgun barrel is for PvP for the last f***ing time, knowing that this info will likely be carved into stone forever. So I called up some homies and took them to Endless Vale so I could force feed them a mouthful of buckshot one last time. And please believe me, dear viewer, when I tell you that I thought this was going to be so straightforward until I got thrown 2 major curveballs that made me want to gnaw the corner of my gaming desk. The shotgun process started with me grabbing a strong PvP shotgun out of my vault. For the sake of consistency, my instant choice for testing was the Imperial Decree. Not only is this one of my go-to shotguns for Crucible for being incredibly consistent and lethal, it's also craftable, meaning that it should be easy AF to test with, as I can simply go back and forth to the crafting table at the Enclave to change just the barrel on my shotgun, keeping everything else completely unchanged. And with my test weapon in hand, I proceeded to murder my friends in a private lobby just like the good old days. Now, before I show you the final data, a quick note. If you're watching some of these clips and thinking, dude, you are aiming way too low, I'm actually not. I've read that comment on my YouTube videos a lot over the years, and yeah, it may look strange if you're a newish D2 player or just don't do a lot of PvP, but you kind of have to aim low in order to really land the full pellet spread on the other guy. Anyway, I shot my buddy a bunch of times with each barrel from 8 meters away exactly, then afterwards I examined exactly how much damage I did to him each time I pulled the trigger. The reason you do it more than once is to make sure the data is consistent, which it was. Here's an example screenshot of me comparing the damage each time I shot my buddy with the Barrel Shroud barrel, for example. Pretty damn consistent. After I had done that multiple times with each barrel, I compared all the screenshots against each other, and here's what I found. If we are talking strictly about pellets landed for each barrel and nothing else, then they are, in order from least to most effective, Smoothbore at number 6, Full Choke at number 5, which is very interesting because I thought it would be way better, Barrel Shroud at number 4, and for the record, Full Choke and Barrel Shroud were extremely close, almost a tie, Corkscrew at number 3, Small Bore at number 2, and Rifled Barrel at number 1, having consistently landed more pellets on the target than any other option. Now, before you run off telling everybody and their mother that Rifled Barrel is officially the best shotgun barrel now. You gotta remember that there's more to a good shotgun barrel than just how many pellets you can land on the other dude from far away. Namely, the fact that different shoddy barrels give you different stats, which are also pretty important. For example, rifled barrel, while clearly a good option, also gives you a penalty to handling, which is bad because the vast majority of the time in PvP, you're not going to be fighting against another guy like this, standing perfectly still from exactly 8 meters away. There's going to be plenty of times where range won't matter, aka you come face to face with another guy and you're both so close you could smooch, and in those situations, handling is king. And with that in mind, I would say that the best option for aggressive frame shotguns would actually be corkscrew rifling. It didn't land quite as consistently as rifled barrel or small bore, but it was barely behind, and on top of that, it comes with a buff to stability, which is nice for incoming flinch resist, and a buff to handling, which is very important to me personally. But believe it or not, that still ain't the final answer, because after I did that testing, I thought to myself, well, I tested the Imperial Decree, but that is only one frame of shotgun. I should probably make sure the data is consistent on other shotgun frames as well. So I grabbed another craftable shotgun that does decently well in PvP, this time getting the Wastelander M5, which is a member of the lightweight frame family. And as I measured the amount of damage, aka the amount of pellets I was landing on my friend per each barrel, I felt the data was matching up perfectly with that of the Imperial Decree until I got to smoothbore. Inexplicably, the barrel that had performed hands down the worst on the Imperial Decree was now performing incredible on the Wastelander. In fact, the final results were almost identical, with the sole exception of smoothbore, which in terms of pellets landed on the target, had now leaped all the way up to second place just behind rifled barrel. Now, the very obvious question is, what the fuck? And thankfully, I do have a theory. If you remember, a long while ago, Bungie made it so that different shotgun frames would have different pellet spreads by design. For example, the pellet spread for aggressive frame shotguns looks like this, a relatively wide shape, while the spread for lightweight frame shotguns looks like this, a relatively more compact shape. After some contemplating and analyzing, what I'm pretty sure this means is that because the pellet spread shape for aggressive frame shotties is wideish by default, making it even wider by using smoothbore made for a not very good choice when compared to the other barrel options. However, with the naturally more even distribution of the lightweight frame spread, equipping smoothbore wasn't that bad when compared to the other barrel options. And because smoothbore offers additional range, the end result was a bit closer to rifled barrel, which also provides a range buff. But that of course leads us to a very annoying conclusion, which is while barrel results are mostly consistent, they can still change depending on the frame of your shotgun. TLDR, smoothbore actually pretty decent on lightweight frames, but smoothbore bad on aggressive frames. Which leads to another question. Well, what about other frames? And that leads me to the final shotgun I wanted to take a look at for today's video, the Prophet of Doom, which is a precision frame shotgun. Now I know a way more ideal shotty to look at would have probably been the Matador 64, a much more popular crucible shotty that also happens to be a precision frame. But unfortunately, Matador isn't craftable, whereas Prophet of Doom is, and they have relatively comparable stats to one another, so looking at the Prophet should be just fine. And the results were very strange. In a nutshell, almost every barrel option on the Prophet was near identical in terms of how many pellets they managed to land on the target, except for smoothbore, which, basically mimicking the Imperial Decree, was hands down the worst barrel option of the bunch. Again, this leads me to believe that barrel options are mostly consistent, except their performance can vary depending on the shotgun frame. And if you're wondering about rapid fire frames, I didn't test any because I personally hate them in PvP, and the range is usually so short that you gotta be really close to the other guy and do a 2-tap no matter what anyway, so who the hell cares? And on that note, my final recommendations for barrel on what I consider the big 3 frames. For aggressive frames, corkscrew rifling landed a bunch of pellets very consistently and comes with a stability and handling buff. For lightweight frames, small bore, and yes, even though smoothbore performed very well on the lightweight frame, better than I ever expected, the differences between small bore and smoothbore were so minuscule that I'm giving it to small bore for the stability buff and the additional flinch resist. And for precision frames, literally any option but smoothbore. All the options performed so extremely close to each other, I'd probably wind up giving it to either corkscrew or barrel shroud because again, fairly indistinguishable results, but both of those come with a handling bonus. And side note, if you are a warlock with Ophidian aspects or have some other way of massively boosting your handling on a routine basis, I think that running rifled barrel would be the optimal choice for any. As from what I've seen, it consistently landed the most pellets on the target from deep across the board, and the only reason I don't blanket recommend it is because of the handling penalty. But again, if you got oodles of handling, who really gives a damn? Oh, and by the way, my second headache of the day came from Fellwinter's Lie. In the patch notes, Bungie mentioned shot package intrinsic now reduced pellet spread by 2.5% when ADS. Fellwinter's Lie is the only shotgun in the game that rolls with the shot package intrinsic frame, and at the time, I was happy to report that the Fellwinter was performing like hot, salty garbage when I used it, and was going to recommend forgetting about that gun forever. And then, this conversation happened.
So don't get mad. Not saying to stress you out. Aren't they bringing back Fellwinters, though?
Wait, what are you talking about? They're making a new Fellwinter's Lie?
Yes. I remember, the only reason I remember is I saw they were like buffing the stats for the new one.
When does Iron Banner come out?
Week 4.
Yeah, so as it turns out, there in fact is a new Fellwinter's Lie coming, and yes, it will have noticeably better base stats than its original version. Meaning, I may have more work to do when Iron Banner eventually drops. But more on that another time, maybe. Thanks very much for watching, see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, today it's the final Shotgun Showdown. In this corner, weighing in at 6.5 pounds, the defending champion of the title, longest loved pellet shotty by sweaty, stompy-wearing tryhards, the Matador 64. And in this corner, the challenger, weighing in at 7 pounds with a cool wolf tattoo, the Slammer from Iron Banner, Fellwinter's Lie. Today we'll settle once and for all which one you should use so people can stop asking me about it in Twitch chat.
All right, for the record, I do know that these two shotguns are completely different frames. Even though it is a, quote, shot package frame, the newly remade Fellwinter is basically just an alternate version of an aggressive frame shotgun with 80 impact, whereas Matador is a precision frame shotty with 70 impact. So right from the get-go, it's kind of apples and oranges, but I still want to compare the two because truly the Matador has been basically the hands-down go-to pellet shotgun for PvP players for a very long time, but new Fellwinter's is looking kind of good. Therefore, I conducted a few tests on both, starting with test number 1, opening shot. Because both of these shotguns can roll with opening shot, I wanted to see how consistently both of them could damage a player from around 8 meters away. But there's a catch. See, for the Matador in this test, I intentionally used one that had the ability to have the range stat get cranked literally all the way up to 100. Meanwhile, the Fellwinter I used only had about 50 range. Again, both weapons had the perk opening shot, and when firing at a player from 8 meters away, neither shotgun was really capable of being able to lock up a one-hit kill. However, despite having much less range, Fellwinter was able to consistently deal a bit more damage to the enemy on the regular, which, by the way, kinda exactly what I expected, as Fellwinter having 10 more impact is probably gonna move the needle a lot more than a Matador, even with oodles of range. But while opening shot is great, some people really like using closing time, so why don't we run it back for test number 2, closing time. Again, I was able to use a Matador with 100 range just to give it the absolute best advantage I could, and I put it up against a Fellwinter's Lie with only 48 range. Once again, when firing from 8 meters away, Fellwinter's was able to consistently deal just a bit more damage to the enemy per shot, despite having way less range. But the Matador 64 has access to a new interesting perk that a lot of people enjoy using on other weapons called Gear Shift. Basically, if you reload after a final blow, or if you become amplified, you gain a stack of Gear Shift, which improves your weapon damage. The thought was maybe if the Matador was hitting harder via activating Gear Shift, it would be able to surpass Fellwinter in terms of being able to deal more damage from far away in PvP. So test number 3, Gear Shift. The easiest way to activate Gear Shift IMO is to become amplified, so that's what I did. And with Gear Shift level 1 activated, which will probably be the most common level in PvP, I found that it really didn't move the needle very much at all for the Matador. I did intentionally ramp up my Matador to gear shift level 3 just to see what would happen, and that resulted in a very respectable amount of damage being done from 8 meters away. But I can't help but think that gear shift level 3 probably isn't going to happen very much in your average game of PvP. Oh, and by the way, I do know that the Matador has a really interesting origin trait, Unburied Treasure. Readying this weapon grants an increased period of rapidly decaying accuracy and range, which sounds really goddamn sweet, by the way, but we found it was incredibly difficult to get a good read on. In particular, the fact that it's a, quote, rapidly decaying buff gives you the impression that you gotta kinda act fast to take advantage of it, but that can actually kinda make things harder for the Matador because you can get moments like this, where you intentionally go fast for the sake of the origin trait and your shot gets completely effed up even though you waited for the weapon to fully finish ADSing. Really stupidly annoying, whereas Felwinter's origin trait is one that you have to think about way less, and also being removed from an enemy player's radar is just incredibly great. Anyway, between the opening shot test, the closing time test, and the gear shift test, the conclusion seems pretty clear. Even though Matador has way more range, the Felwinter will still consistently hit for a little bit harder from far away, thanks to having a slightly better impact stat. However, that ain't the only thing that matters with shotguns in PvP. You also gotta make sure that your handling isn't complete cheeks, because 9 times out of 10, you ain't gonna be exactly 7.5 meters away from the other guy. You're gonna be this damn close. So point blank, you can give him a kiss. And for that, we obviously want good handling. Thankfully, both shotguns have access to good handling perks, including closing time and threat detector. The Matador even has slideways if you wanted to use that over threat detector. But the Matador has slightly higher base handling, so I wanted to do a quick handling test just to really feel things out. Again, because the Matador has higher base handling, I made sure that the Matador I used had 10 more points of handling than the Felwinter. And for both guns, I used nearly identical rolls, making sure they both had access to threat detector, as that is an extremely popular shotgun perk for PvP, as well as fitting both with the quick access sling weapon mod, an extremely popular shotgun weapon mod for PvP. And yeah, even though the Matador had a bit more handling, the fact that most decent PvP players use handling boosting things like threat detector and quick access sling, the difference in handling was incredibly minuscule. I mean, check it right here. Here is the full side-by-side comparison in real time. To the human eye, it's basically the exact same speed. We basically have to go super slow motion to reveal that the Matador was maybe 2 frames faster at most. At the end of the day, they're both good guns, use whichever one you want, but since both of them have virtually identical handling performance with the right perks, but between both, the Felwinter is slightly more consistent in terms of far away damage dealing, then I have no choice but to declare my official winner for the shotgun you should use the most in PvP is the Inquisitor, because it can one-tap people in PvP from 12 meters away, and I'm starting to really like slug shotties. Okay, bye.